long.
Yeah.
Because I heard you guys didn't have enough work to do.
Yeah.
Criminal justice.
I'm only saying what you would say if you were here as a member.
I like short bills. I love short bills.
Yeah.
Just remember, Senator, the devil's always in the details.
I know. I'm sure there's something in here that I don't like and it's hidden somewhere.
Casey Milligan and LIO fixed the problem, so we are good.
We're good now?
You guys have had this
Yes.
bill in the past.
Sorry for the delay.
Okay.
This is nothing new.
So let me just finish. I won't begin here. This meeting is currently being a live stream now on YouTube. This means that anyone who's a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People who are in the waiting room waiting to testify cannot be seen or heard until we call you into this room where you will testify. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel after this meeting is concluded. When the bill is presented and let me see, after the sponsor makes the presentation, I will ask the public to raise their hand and you will be let in 3 at a time. I will now ask for introductions, and I will begin by saying that Representative Warren will be late. She has 2 bills. She's testifying in 2 different committees, and then she will join us. I will now ask Senator Seaway to please introduce himself.
Good morning. I'm Senator Scott Seaway and represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Thank you. Representative Pickett.
Good morning, Senator. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent House District 116. That's the towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru in the beautiful Western Mountains of Maine.
Thank you. Representative Morales.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent South Portland in House District 33.
Thank you. Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dan Costain, I represent District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corinna.
Thank you. Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bill Pluker. I represent Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union, House District 95.
Great. Representative Renecki. Did she just?
Good morning.
Oh, there you are.
I'm State Representative Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield. And we are live from the Capitol, and I am still here under protest because we died over a month ago. Thank you.
Representative Reckitt.
Good morning. My name is Lois Reckitt, and I represent District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland.
And Representative Newman.
Good morning. I'm Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Vienna, and Wayne.
Representative Lookner.
Morning, I'm Grayson Lochner. I represent District 37, which is part of Portland, neighborhoods of Libbytown, Nason's Corner, Rosemont, and Stroudwater.
Thank you. And also joining us is our committee clerk, Deb Fahey's right there. And our policy analyst, Jane Overton, waving to us. Welcome. I am Senator Susan DeChambeau, District 32, and I represent Dayton, Lyman, Alfred, Arundel, Kennebunk, Port, and Biddeford. I will continue with the description of what we're going to do. For each bill heard today, I will call upon the sponsors and co-sponsors if they wish to testify. I will then ask if there are any legislators in the room who wish to also testify, and I will call upon them as they may have other committee meetings they have to attend. After the presentation by these people, I will then turn to the members of the public based on how they registered to testify. I will call upon members who wish to testify in support of the bill to raise their hand. After we've concluded that, I will ask for people who oppose the bill, and then for people who are neither for nor against the bill but wish to testify. When you are recognized and asked to testify, I will ask that you state your name, your place of residence, and any organization you may represent. You will have 3 minutes to speak. We are doing something that we've learned from other committees when we have same subject matters. And so we're going to do something a little different. The first two bills are somewhat standalone bills. They're independent of others. We have a number of bills that are similar and, for lack of a better term, would be referred to as the gun bills. I will name two bills, two numbers, two LDs. If you wish to speak on both of them, we would request that you do raise your hand, and you can speak on each of them. Then, and no others, just the two I'm talking about. If you wish to speak on one, that's fine. If you come up and speak on both, you also will have 3 minutes on the clock. This is to expedite the many people who do wish to testify on those particular bills. So if you don't understand what I'm saying or didn't quite understand it, I will explain that when you come up again. So we will begin. So the first one we have is LD 14, wait a minute. Representative Corey, it's LD 1128. We have Representative Corey, and the title of the bill is an act relating to personnel working in public safety. Welcome again, Representative Corey. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I'm Representative Patrick Corey of Wyndham, and I am testifying in support of LD 1128, an act relating to personnel working in public safety. You saw this bill in the last legislature. I believe it was Representative Farnsworth that brought it. This bill basically clears up an oversight in Maine statute that was created in 2006 when the job classification of transport officer was added to the other law enforcement related job classifications. In or around 2006, Maine Criminal Justice Academy Director John Rogers worked with the county sheriffs to find a legal way for sheriff's offices who utilized employees operating under the law enforcement pre-service LEPS certification, in addition to the correction certification, to work more than 1,040 hours without sending their staff to the basic law enforcement pre-service BLEP 18-week academy when it wasn't completely necessary to do so to do the function of a transport officer. Some sheriff's offices utilize fully certified law enforcement officers to do inmate transfers, while others utilize a mix of certified corrections officers or corrections officers with the LEPS training to complete the task. Generally speaking, if the transport officer carries a firearm, he or she must have completed the LEPS training before doing so. Recently, it was discovered that an individual working as a transport officer for a jail doesn't have the authority to utilize non-deadly or deadly force to prevent an escape or to defend himself or herself or a third party against deadly force perpetrated upon them. Only those sworn as law enforcement officers can utilize deadly and non-deadly force. Transport officers are not law enforcement officers by certification, and not having the authority to utilize deadly and non-deadly force is necessary, if necessary, is problematic. By statute, a transport officer has the authority to utilize deadly, non-deadly force within the correctional facility, but once they leave the four walls of the facility, the authority is gone. In some cases, the transport job has been covered by fully certified law enforcement officers, which is not an issue. In the past, some have operated under the present premise that they had to use the force authority outside the jail when they really didn't. In other cases, some agencies have commissioned their transport officers as if they were deputies and then set policies differentiating from deputies in order to provide some authority. God forbid the individual has to use force. This bill provides for transport officers to have the authority assigned to their job designation to utilize force if necessary. Keep in mind, this is not a new program and it changes nothing operationally for the agencies. It just lays out the use of force authority, which is missing. I believe Sheriff Joyce will be here to explain the complexities of this issue. You will also see that the Department of Corrections is offering some clarifying language, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Representative Corey? I see Representative Reckitt.
Hi, Patrick. Sorry not to be sitting next to you again for kind of a couple of years. I just wanted to bring something up, and I bring it up to you because you may know the answer right off the top of your head. If you don't, excuse me, I would ask that others who follow you who might know the answer would include it, and then I wouldn't have to ask it again. I'm a little concerned around the area in talking about private persons doing this job. And so I want to know clearly when it is they can and can't use force. And I think that's articulated in the bill, but it's a little complex for me to read. So my questions are around private persons who are performing this role as opposed to corrections officers or specially certified transport officers. There is a section for private people, right?
I am not positive. That will definitely be a better question for Sheriff Joyce. Yeah,
Okay.
The Maine Sheriff's Association.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Representative Corey? I see Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Corey, I just, I know, through the years, I've actually been a transport deputy before, but a lot of times they use retired deputies and they use, before they used to use reserve deputies, but I don't know if they can do that now or not, but and they were corrections officers and went through the reserve and was able to carry the firearms in. I don't know what that statute there is, and if that might be something to look at and see if the academy would go along with that or not. I don't know, but I think that might be a thought. But what's your thought on that?
I would ask Sheriff Joyce that question. I think that a lot of this comes down to what level of training people have received. I think that it said within my testimony that a regular deputized person working for the sheriff's office can transport people. So I know that some of this may come down to the number of work hours people have and everything else. So Sheriff Joyce would definitely know the intricacies of that question you're asking and who's covered and who's not.
Thank you.
Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You lucked out Representative Corey, you didn't have to bring any goodies today, but
I wish I would have brought you guys some cookies. Then
That's
I
okay.
probably
Next-
wouldn't have gotten any questions, right?
well, next time next time you're perusing down here in the State House, Representative Corey, drop off at the committee room. The 5 of us are here. We'll take your goodies anytime.
You'll take my goodies, okay?
The question I have for you, sir, is could you speak to Part B of your bill, where it talks, especially that first paragraph, or I should say the first sentence, where it says, is my understanding that the transport officer now is going to be allowed benefits, death benefits? Is that what I'm understanding from that?
Let me pull it up.
It's the very first sentence in Part B.
Very first
That
one.
page 2, Representative Pickett.
Well, let's see what I've got. I'm on
Oh, no.
page
Six,
7. I'm on page 7, I think.
7. Okay, thank you.
Part B, which
It
part?
starts on the bottom of page 6.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. And you had asked about death benefit.
Well, in the summary, Representative, it says Part B adds to the definition of officer in the laws governing death benefits for officers, firefighters, and emergency medical services persons by including transport officer and corrections officer, and making transport officers and correction officers eligible for benefits. Do you recall that as being part of your bill?
I kind of do. I think that some of this gets into work that we did last session. I don't know if you remember that or not, but we had different groups, and come in front of us. I especially remember the emergency medical services, personnel coming in front of us with bills where, they wanted, death benefits and everything. I think that there was like an ambulance crash somewhere or something like that. So, I vaguely, recall. So I think that this just would add, these transport officers, into that, list of different groups that receive these types of benefits.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I guess, Representative Fluker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I obviously wasn't here when this bill was heard before, but could you just sum up the intent of the bill? The intent of the bill is to broaden the scope of who can be transport officers.
I think that more the intent of the bill is to make sure that transport, officers are covered, under use of force, statutes when they're doing their jobs as transport officer. That's the intent.
Your COs or sheriffs or both?
Well, a sheriff would be covered, I think, technically right now anyways, because they're allowed to, use force outside of the jail. They would be transporting somebody from the jail to, say, the court. I think that corrections officers are only covered in use of force within the jail, or prison itself. I think that the gray area, comes in when, somebody from, a corrections officer has to transport somebody, outside of the walls of the jail, and they may have to, use force.
I see. So the intent is just to cover those CEOs who are leaving the prison and doing transport. If they had to use force, this law would allow them to do so.
Yeah, and I mean, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but my recollection was when we did this bill the last time, people that had been through that LEPS training, not the full, BLEPI training, that applies to, law enforcement officers as well that haven't gone through, the full training. You sometimes hear about, I think people working for the sheriff's department, under some kind of a provisional status. This is just me trying to recall with that training before they actually go to the Criminal Justice Academy for the full Blat B training. And I think that that's all based on hours and everything that you're working, but somebody can certainly correct me if I'm wrong on that. But that's what I remember from this hearing 2 years ago.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to direct Representative Reckitt, page 4, 5H, talks about a private person. A private person is someone who's been directed by the transport officer to assist the transport officer in preventing an escape from custody. And I guess, something happened. I'm going to be looking forward to seeing what the Department of Corrections, I've not known that the Department of Corrections has any specific transport officers. That's not a job in and of itself that I am aware of. If someone needs to be transported as an inmate from, let's say, the main correctional center to the main state prison, there are officers are trained what to do and how to transport. If it's a high-risk transport, those officers are not law enforcement officers. They are correctional officers. They do not carry firearms. If need be, the term is, and you've heard that, is a chase car. There's another car following them with an officer who is trained in firearms if the need is arise. So I don't want to step, and Sheriff Joyce can speak on that. It is a little confusing, and I would ask maybe for the work session is, I'd like to know which counties do have transport officers specific. I would venture a guess it's probably Cumberland, it's probably the larger counties, and who do a lot of transport. The other thing is how and who the Department of Corrections uses to transport. And usually it's within facilities, obviously. I don't know of going to court, bringing someone. The court has to come, the county has to come and pick up the inmate and bring them to court. So there are different levels on this transport, and I don't know if the term transport officer is going to mean everything across the board. So I think we need more information. Let me see, I've got, do you want to answer my question, Representative Corey, before I go to Representative Morales, or what?
A little bit. I just want to point out that a letter was sent to, a memo was sent by the commissioner on April 21st to the committee that changes a little bit of language surrounding what a correctional facility law enforcement officer is, and they just add a few words in there. I can go ahead and forward this to Jane if she doesn't have it. I'll forward it to Jane anyway, so that you have that.
Yeah. It's usually the investigators have law enforcement authorities, very, very few. So Representative Morales?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think the sponsor as well. I think for the work session, I would also like to clarify the training requirements of a transport officer, the training requirements of a corrections officer, the training requirements of part-time officers versus full-time officers, because when we're talking about that, you can't go beyond the 1,040 hours a year. That's a requirement of part-time officers, which my understanding of a part-time officer, we have I can't remember, I asked Commissioner Sawchuk this last year, but there are hundreds of them in the state of Maine. But they have the full use of force and arrest power, but they only have to go through to become a part-time officer. I believe it's 2 weeks of the Criminal Justice Academy training, not the 18 weeks. And I also understood from last session that although the Criminal Justice Academy is an 18-week long course, you can graduate only having done 14 of those weeks. So I'd just like to clarify sort of who, these different roles, what are the trainings that go into it? And, to add on top of that, and I know this is a lot, but what is the use of force training they get? How many hours of it? Does it include de-escalation? Just so we can get a really good sense of what this ask is. Thank you.
Do you have all that, Ms. Overton, or? I mean, I tried to make a list and I lost it halfway through. Are you all set, Ms. Overton? Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands raised. Oh, Sheriff Joyce, you join us, great. Do you wish to give testimony or add to some of the questions that we asked? Can you put your video on, Sheriff Joyce?
Trying.
Okay,
Sorry.
no, it's sensitive, just tap it once.
I lost you.
There you go.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Kevin Joyce. I'm the Sheriff of Cumberland County, and I'm testifying in support of LD 1128 on behalf of the Maine Sheriff's Association, an act relating to personnel working in public safety. So this really becomes an issue of the roles are set out by law. Transport was added back in 2006 as a result of the fact that we were deputizing or commissioning or for those part-time deputies to do transports. And in some cases, like Cumberland and many others, they were doing more than 1,040 hours of work. So if you're a reserve deputy working more than 1,040 hours, you really have to go to the main, the basic law enforcement training program by law. So transports was created as a way to have people work more than 1,040 hours, work as under a correction certification, and you have to have the law enforcement pre-service as well. So the basic law enforcement training program has got far more training than a transport officer ever needs. The transport officer is moving inmates from court to the jail, to doctor's appointments, to the jail, to prisons, etc. Once a corrections officer or a transport officer leaves the four walls of the jail, they have no authority to use force whatsoever. If the inmate starts to escape, they can't use force to gain custody of them again. If somebody starts to threaten or assault the inmate they're transporting, they cannot use any force once they leave the four walls of the building. A certified law enforcement officer going through the 18-week academy would be able to do that because their certification encompasses that. So this is about authority. Currently, because my transport officers and many others work more than 1,040, we commission them, which basically says you're police officers. And then we create a policy that says, but we don't want you doing police work. We just want you transporting inmates so that if, God forbid, they have to use force in one way or another, they have the authority to do that. But it basically violates the law by doing that because they're working more than 1,040 hours. And really, they don't need to go to the basic law enforcement training program because that far exceeds what they actually have to do. What's also mentioned has been lost in this whole bill, even last year, was the fact that during our research, we found out that corrections officers at its holistic status, and then add to it transport officers, are not considered under death benefits if, God forbid, they get killed in the line of duty. So we've put that in there as well because of the fact that if I have a corrections officer, unfortunately, that's stabbed today and killed in the line of duty, he or she does not get death benefits like law enforcement officers, firemen, EMS, et cetera. So this bill really kind of ties up some things that people created. However, they didn't give the authority for that. And I'll answer any questions if you have any.
Sheriff Joyce, that was in 2006, you said, right?
That the transport officer role was put into law, yes.
Yeah.
And that was to fix so that they didn't have to go to the 18-week academy. But what it didn't do is, once we put the role into the law, there was no authority given to that role to actually do it. So we've been kind of trying to get around it. And unfortunately, by getting around it, we're really violating the law, the intent that anyone working more than 1,040 hours must go to the academy.
Okay. I have other questions, but I'll turn it over to the members. Senator Stairway?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Sheriff Joyce. How are you?
Great.
When they went to the reserve deputy situation where it said the 1,040 hours of work and whatever, I wonder if the intent was for law enforcement type work instead of corrections work. And if they are not doing accidents reports and they're not doing the patrol but they're just doing transports, and they're working the correctional field basically, except for carrying firearms and doing, I would wonder if there's a way that the academy would allow an exception for transport deputies to go through the reserve and get what's required as far as firearms training and a few of the laws and whatever. So at least they have the background and have that a kind of like an exception to the rule. And I wonder if that's something the academy could look at and see if we could put that in there. And so that wouldn't be an obstacle. Does that make any sense?
That's a great question, Senator Sui. I think, first of all, there needs to be authority giving to transport officers to use force outside of the facility. And the method of doing that, most transport officers, if not all, if you're carrying a firearm, you've got correction certification, which is that 6-week class that gives you the authority to use force inside the facility. All corrections officers have the authority to use force inside the facility. They all lose it when they leave the facility. So then in order to be a transport officer, you have to have the 100-hour reserve or the LEPS, law enforcement pre-service, to be considered a transport officer. That gives you the training to be able to use force theoretically, or be a part-timer and carry a firearm. The problem is we call them kind of what you're saying, reserve deputies, which that has a different meaning. Reserve deputy does investigation of car accidents, responds to domestic violences, motor vehicle accidents, stuff like that. The transport officers aren't doing that. They're just basically moving people. But what we need is the authority to defend themselves or the person they're transporting, or to keep that person from escaping. And right now, if the person runs off or creates a disturbance and starts becoming combative, they have zero authority without being considered a reserve deputy, but we don't want them being police officers. So that's where it gets convoluted. We're trying to get around the law and give them the authority by calling them reserve deputies, but then telling them you're not really a reserve deputy. If the authority was there, then I'm sure that the academy, it would be a very easy thing to meet this criteria, because the academy does have a certification for transports. It's just that that certification does not give them the transport officer's authority, if that makes sense.
Yeah, just to follow up, if I ask, Madam Chair.
Yep, go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, I've seen corrections officers, when they go to the Reserve Academy or to go or into training, and they just not firearms trained, many of them. And for them to just go and say they're okay to go transport and carry a firearm, that would be not really a wise choice for anybody to do until they get firearms trained. I think that what I'm saying is if the academy could do still the reserve training, but have it just an exception for transports, just a 2-week course, at least that they would have the basic training that they need to do transports. They don't have to know everything about accidents or whatever, but and everything, but at least it would be a step for them to be able to get into doing transports. And I just don't, and it would kind of oversee corrections and 1,040 hours of law enforcement. They wouldn't, even if they went over that doing transports, it wouldn't matter because they're still under the corrections, I guess, auspices or whatever you want to say, the umbrella of that. So does that make sense? I mean, I'm just trying to see how we could fit it in to make it, to be able to do what you're asking them to do.
Well, we'll discuss that at work session, won't we?
Right, and hopefully that's something to look at. I don't know.
I think that is a good plan. And you get that with the reserve school, you get the firearms training, et cetera.
Right.
And obviously more training in firearms and de-escalation would be good. But really this bill is not about per se the training, it's the authority for transport, standalone transport. Because right now, regular corrections officers don't do transports. We have transport officers that are corrections certified and they have the 100-hour reserve school. That 100-hour reserve school makes them able to do the transport. But really when they're operating, we're having them operate as reserve deputies.
Right.
And that's problematic because when they work more than 1,040, then really they should be going to the academy. And that's why the current transports back in 2006 was brought up, was so that they didn't have to go to the 18-week academy.
Right.
So it's all about authority.
Yep. Understood. Thank you.
Sheriff Joyce, you know, a 9-page bill, you speak about the Sheriff's Association and your experience, and you just made a statement there that corrections officers don't transport. It is difficult for us, we'll have to read this over and over again, is almost to put 2 columns, correctional officers, MDOC, correctional officers, Sheriff's Department, because by making that statement, correctional officers for the state do transport. There's no transport officers or reserve officers or what have you. So for us, it is about training half the time. I wanted to ask you, you said that to get around that, you deputize the 1040 people, the 1,040 hours. Do other jails deputize that have had to resort to that also? Can you tell me who they are?
I can't tell you who. Most of them do. One Saginaw, for instance, uses retired law enforcement officers, but they don't have a jail. They share a jail. So, you know, a retiree can do transports, and that's part of their law enforcement division. For me, transports is part of the corrections division, so I cannot use law enforcement officers. Even retirees, they'd have to be a corrections officer first. So that's where that is. To explain the 9 pages, when I submitted this to Representative Corey, I submitted what was last year, what went up in front of this committee and was voted on and then died as a result of the COVID. And we met with Maine Department of Corrections, who had some concerns as well on how they how this affected them. We also met with NAMI, because if you remember right, NAMI had some concerns about training, et cetera. We all got together, and that's why this is 9 pages, is to try to take something that is, I say it's pretty easy when you start thinking about authority, but it gets convoluted if you don't really understand it. And I think Representative Corey did a phenomenal job of trying to hold his own on something that he heard a couple of testimonies on. But this does affect Maine Department of Corrections as well, and hopefully somebody will testify on their behalf. But also, again, I don't want to lose sight of the fact that this creates death benefits for corrections officers that we've all missed the boat on, because right now there's no corrections officers covered in this whole death benefit issue as well. So I don't want to lose track of that as well.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I recall conversations in a bill in state and local about giving death benefits to correctional officers, so I'll have to check that one. Any other questions for Sheriff Joyce? Thank you. I will now ask if there anyone else wish to testify, any legislators or co-sponsors of this bill who wish to testify, please raise your hand. We'll let you in, along with anyone else who wishes to speak in support. If someone is here from the Department of Corrections, we probably would like to follow up with the Department of Corrections.
Seeing no hands, Senator.
Seeing no hands. Cool. So anyone else wish to speak in support other than the categories I listed?
Again, seeing no hands.
Okay. Anyone wishing to testify in opposition of LD 1128?
Again, no hands.
Thank you. Neither for nor against?
I will bring in Peter Lehman.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Lehman.
Good morning. I made it in.
Good. You wish to give testimony, sir?
I do indeed. Thank you.
Okay, ahead.
Senator DeChambeau, distinguished members of the committee. My name's Peter Lehman. I live in Thomaston. I'm testifying on behalf of the Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition, whose goal is to promote restorative practices in order to increase public safety and the health of our community. We really appreciate this bill. First, I want to thank Representative Corey for tending to the need for special mental health intervention training for transport officers. This recognizes the stressful and volatile situations they are in and offers training for positive and productive outcomes. We wholeheartedly support this portion of LD 1128 and urge its adoption. And secondly, it's appropriate and productive to finally discuss the rules and guidelines around the use of force in these contexts. We have 3 issues with the bill as proposed. The proposed policy should make it explicitly clear that chokeholds and similar techniques are deadly force and prohibited when used as non-deadly force, as detailed in the current DOC guidelines for the jails. Secondly, we do not agree that deadly force is justified to prevent escape, no matter what the officer believes about their offense or intentions. Maine does not allow capital punishment. This proposal essentially creates a capital crime of attempting to escape. We don't believe it is acceptable to shoot people in the back, especially on the basis of a tenuous string of, quote, beliefs, quote. Number 3, we strongly object to the paragraph at the very end of the proposed section 107 subparagraph 5C, and again at the end of proposed section 107 subsections 5G. This paragraph essentially asserts that any belief that an officer believes is reasonable is in fact and in law reasonable. This sort of blanket immunity and undercutting of even reasonable person standards is not acceptable and should be removed from the bill. I thank you for your attention. My written testimony details exactly the paragraphs I'm suggesting as amended, as proposed. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman. Those were good things to think about. Any questions for Mr. Lehman? Seeing none, thank you again. I believe this concludes. Who
Thank you. It's
wanted
good
to
to see you
testify?
all.
Is there someone else? Okay. So I now will close the public hearing on LD 1128. And do we have it scheduled for a work session?
Yeah.
I know.
Friday,
This Friday?
Friday at 1 o'clock.
Okay. Thank you. So that is 5-7. Thank you. Moving right along, the next bill we have before us is LD 999 by Representative Talbot Ross.
Senator, I have that one last on the schedule.
You have it last on the schedule? Well,
Yeah.
I'll skip it. So she must have been told that, I guess. Okay. Gee, I should have invested in a larger desk, I'm telling you. All right, so now we will begin a number of bills that we have paired up together. Ms. Fahey, would you give us the names of the numbers of the two that are together?
I just put them up on the screen. It's LD 976 and LD 1454.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I have, so if there's someone in the Zoom room or the attendees room, first of all, I will recognize, I have two legislators, Representative Dudera for 976. There she is. Welcome, Representative Dudera. Yes. Would you please present to us your bill and act to amend the definition of machine gun to include bump stock devices?
I would be happy to. Thank you very much. Greetings, Senator DeChambeau and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I'm Representative Vicky Dudera, House District 94, which includes the town of Camden, Islesboro, and Rockport. I'm here today to present LD 976, an act to amend the definition of machine gun to include bump stock devices. A bump stock is a plastic device that increases a semi-automatic firearms rate of firing, possibly to a rate nearly equal to that of an automatic weapon. It does this by harnessing the gun's recoil to allow the gun to pump out bullets faster. A bump stock is one of a number of firearm accessories that enhance the rate of firing. There is no legitimate purpose for a bump stock, binary trigger crank, or similar rate of firearm enhancement accessory. Bump stocks and the like are not used for hunting. They are not used for target practice. They are not used for self-defense or home defense. What bump stocks and their ilk are used for are mass killings, a term that since 2013 means 3 or more killings in a single incident, according to federal law. There have been at least 4 mass killings from firearms so far in 2021, all of which have come in March and have left a total of 30 people dead and at least 7 injured. There are conflicting ways of tallying mass shootings. Some definitions say 3 deaths, others say 4. There are also thousands of firearm killings each year in which there were fewer than 3 fatalities. 178 of those have occurred so far this year. In 2021 alone, 203 Americans have been killed in shootings involving 3 people or more than 500 have been wounded. That's just in 2021. A bump stock device was used in the December 2018 mass shooting in Las Vegas, which killed 58 people and injured more than 500. The Las Vegas mass shooter had 13 rifles outfitted with bump stocks. He used them to fire 1,049 rounds. Following that mass shooting, the deadliest in American history, President Trump banned the use of bump stock devices by directing the Bureau of ATF to clarify that bump stocks fall within the definition of machine gun under federal law. This rule went into effect in March 2019. The bill before you does the same thing. LD 976 amends the definition of machine gun to include a weapon to which a bump stock device is affixed. If passed, it will cause Maine law to conform with the federal regulation. In the time since 976 has emerged from the revisor of statutes, a new development has occurred. On March 25th, 2021, a panel of the U.S. Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals rejected the legality of the 2018 rule change by federal regulators that reclassified bump stocks as illegal machine guns. A key facet of the court's opinion was that the action of a bump stock still requires a trigger to be pulled for every shot, unlike a machine gun. Previously, 2 other circuit courts found the ban on bump stocks to be legal. There is no legitimate purpose to owning a bump stock or other type of firearm accessory that enhances the rate of firing. With the turmoil on this issue on the federal level, let's take action here in Maine, either by passing the bill as is or amending it to one that outright bans all rate of firing enhancements, as has been done in other states. I look forward to working with this committee to accomplish this important goal. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm just going to plug in my phone.
Thank you, Representative Dodera. Well, since it's the first time I've done this, we'll take questions for the individual legislators. So I have Representative Rudnicki who has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Duterte, can you tell me, you listed some statistics, but nothing for Maine. Has there been any multiple shootings in Maine that you can list as statistics for this?
Well, we've had shootings. We haven't had what's federally defined as mass shootings, but yes, we have had shootings where there have been murder, suicides with domestic violence. So we definitely.
But no mass shootings is what you're getting at, is the statistics that you gave were mass shootings.
Thank God we haven't had a mass shooting.
Okay. So,
Yes.
and you do realize that Maine is listed as one of the safest states in the union, correct?
I understand that.
Okay.
I wrote a book called Moving to Maine where I touted that fact.
Well, there is a reason for that. My next question to you would be, how do you enforce this without a registry?
Well, it's a good question. I mean, I believe what we can do, I think the first place is to get the law, in fact, so that people know that they aren't buying them. And plenty of other states have done that as well without a registry. Connecticut has a ban, Massachusetts has a ban, several others. And I'd be happy to get to that full list of other states that have done that.
And you do realize that Maine, being one of the safest states, is not on par with Massachusetts and Connecticut. There is a reason that we are one of the safest states, correct?
No, actually, we are a safe state because we don't have random violence. We do have domestic violence. We have a very high rate of suicide by firearm, and we have accidental deaths. So the safe state really has to do with what is called, random violence. And we're fortunate not to have that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Representative Dodera? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Yeah, okay. I now will ask the public if they wish, well, let's hear from Representative Zager, because as I mentioned, we've got a dual bills here, so that when someone does get up to speak, let's say Representative Zager for yours, if they also want to speak on Representative Dudera's. So Representative Zager's bill is 1454, an act to prohibit untraceable and undetectable firearms. Welcome, Representative Zager.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Senator DeChambeau, and other honorable members of this committee. I am indeed Sam Zager, representing District 41 in Portland. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you again today, this time to present LD 1454. I'm going to be using the term ghost guns because that's how these untraceable, undetectable firearms are commonly known. There's some overlap in definitions of what is untraceable and undetectable, which we can get in if the committee has questions in Q&A. Ghost guns are weapons that are produced by people who are not registered firearms manufacturers outside of the legal framework that we have been using for over half a century. They are secretive, stealthy, and a fast-moving problem. They are proliferating rapidly due to an easily exploitable loophole in federal law and technology far exceeding what existed when the legal framework was created. Often they are manufactured on 3D printers with easily downloadable computer code. These guns help criminals because they do not require a background check. They do not have a serial number. They are untraceable. So why do we care in Maine? As I testified 2 weeks ago before you, unfortunately, Maine is not as safe a state as many would suggest. 16 states have lower firearm deaths per capita. Massachusetts has fewer than 1/3 as many firearm deaths per capita. And we are worsening. Over the last 15 years, if you go to the CDC's, US CDC's website, the data that's available on that site easily, Maine is worsening over the years. So we're clearly heading in the wrong direction. Number two, ghost guns are a large and growing problem. In California, the ATF found that nearly 1/3 of all weapons its agents recovered are unserialized, therefore untraceable. California may seem far away, and some may think that we should wait until tragedy strikes here before we act on something. I would ask the committee to recall that it was not long ago, maybe a little bit more than a year, when many people in Maine were asking the question, why would a rise in cases of a new coronavirus on the West Coast matter for us in Maine? Paying attention to significant trends matters to the health and wellness of Mainers, even if those trends are outside of our borders currently. Three, the current federal legal framework is inadequate. The 1968 Gun Control Act, also known as the GCA, and the subsequent laws and rules were put in place to help keep firearms out of the hands of felons, those suffering from severe mental illness, and unsupervised minors. It was championed by all-American hero, decorated Marine Corps fighter pilot, astronaut, and future US Senator John Glenn. The US Supreme Court subsequently upheld such reasonable steps to protect the safety of the general public. It was a common sense step, but times have changed since 1968. The internet and 3D printing have enabled an end run around the common sense GCA. I believe that firearms still should be kept out of the hands of felons, those suffering from severe mental illness, and unsupervised minors. So we must keep our laws up to date with technology. Four, this end run is a concern because the ATF really does need serial numbers to solve crimes and keep us all safe. There's an average of over 200,000 guns that have been traced in this country every year to solve crimes. This is a hit rate of about 1 in 2. So when they are tracing, they actually solve a crime about 1 out of every 2 times. ATF, the former ATF special agents have identified how important serial numbers are for tracing guns and solving crimes. So law enforcement can use tools like LD 1454 to prevent horrific things from happening. We should remember that a huge number of headline crimes are committed after an escalating ladder of lower level crimes. Fifth, I'll point out that the Trump administration's own bureau wrote that ATF is well aware of the risk that ghost guns pose to public safety. And Madam Chair, I'm seeing a yellow light. I'm wondering if you would like me to stop there, or if those are introducing bills have.
No, we're listening to your testimony. Continue when you are done.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So what's the mechanism of LD 1454? It's relatively simple. Given the threat to public safety, which I've just outlined, which the Trump administration's own ATF acknowledged last fall, LD 1454 would prohibit the manufacture, distribution, and possession of undetectable and untraceable firearms. It includes clear provisions for law-abiding gun owners and hobbyists to enjoy their rights without endangering the rights of others. I'm glad to live in a state with so many safe gun owners. You may recall a very similar bill being presented in the 129th. I'd like to address a couple of the good questions that were raised then, because these are important matters, and I think protecting people's rights are very important. Number one, federal law does not cover the particular problem of ghost guns. That is why legislation is being introduced as we speak and in the last year in Congress. Last week, a ruling from the Ninth Circuit, US Circuit Court of Appeals in California demonstrated how the threat of ghost guns is not adequately addressed in current federal law. Number two, there was 2 years ago an incorrect belief that this proposal would only inconvenience law-abiding gun owners and do nothing to actually stop criminal use of guns. First, let me remind the committee that a huge portion of firearm deaths occur outside of criminal conduct. So the focus on whether something's criminal or not is actually missing a large part of how gun safety works for the benefit of Mainers, including gun owners. One example is suicide. Because in Maine, most suicides are done with firearms. In other words, this can protect law-abiding gun owners who happen to be suffering from bipolar depression, schizophrenia, or other volatile mental health issues. Another example is accidents. Consider the Federal Aviation Administration and how it aims to prevent, and the accidents that it aims to prevent by requiring law-abiding drone operators to register their hobby drones. LD 1454 provides a way for gun manufacturing hobbyists to similarly register their DIY creations. In both cases, it's hobbyists exercising their rights, but with reasonable public safety considerations. Second, going back to criminal activity. Heinous crimes are so often perpetrated by criminals who climb an escalating ladder of smaller crimes. So a lot of law enforcement involves intervening on lower level crimes in order to prevent bigger ones so that we can hopefully avoid the headline incidents and tragedies in Maine. LD 1454 would permit responsible gun owners to exercise their rights and protect Mainers by preventing the widespread unregulated proliferation of these secretive, unregistered, untraceable weapons. I thank you so much for your consideration and your time. I would be glad to answer questions or defer ones I'm not an expert on to one of the many testifiers to follow.
Thank you, Representative. I see Senator Serway followed by Representative Renicky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Representative Zager. How are
Hello,
you?
Senator. Fine, thank you.
I just got a question on, a lot of the old style guns, the antiques, that before they came out with serial numbers. Some of them don't have serial numbers on them. And what's your take on those? They're hunting rifles. They're just single shots or whatever. But
I appreciate the question, Senator. I've thought a lot about this. I mean, I myself have a long history of gun use. I looked deeply in federal law, and there's actually a stipulation for antique weapons that this does not touch. So I recognize. I mean, I'm also very much a history buff. Old Remington or a muzzle loading musket, I don't think are really very much a threat to public safety. And I appreciate the question.
So those wouldn't be a problem?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I have Representative Renecki, followed by Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Zager, I have a couple of questions for you. First of all, my first question would be do you believe in the Constitution?
I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution more than once in my life, Representative Rudnicki. Yes, thank you.
Okay, and if you believe in the Constitution, do you believe that this bill violates the First Amendment?
I do not.
Okay, and so my next question is then, why do we need something like this right now when we're waiting on the feds? Because isn't this preemptive of what the feds are doing? And shouldn't we just wait to see before we go and put in a specific state law, especially where some of these bills similar to this have been, some of the bills that we're dealing with right now have actually been banned under different courts?
I think it's a great question. Thank you so much, Representative Rudnicki. I'll take the first one about the First Amendment. I would refer to the Heller decision and what Supreme Court Justice late Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia wrote when he said that even the First Amendment has limitations. There are no, even in the Constitution itself, and the Bill of Rights, which is of course part of the Constitution, has no absolute rights. And I would refer to Justice Scalia on that point. Your second question was regarding waiting for the federal government to act. I believe that Maine is its own jurisdiction. We, like every state in the union, have the right to pass laws that we think protect our citizens and honor the oath that we've all taken to look after the interests of this state and the citizens therein. And given that after Sandy Hook, 90% of Americans were clamoring for gun control and gun safety legislation, and yet that didn't emerge, even though there were bills, as you point out, that were submitted in the US Congress. I believe that we can act in Maine in ways that protect Mainers, because that's what we've taken an oath to do.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
You've had a couple of
Okay,
questions, but
that's
go
fine.
one more, you may, and then I'll go to Representative Lookner.
So, you know what, you have to pass because now I forgot what I was going to ask.
Okay. All right. Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Zager. I just want to clarify for the committee, we're talking about, with this bill, you're talking about receivers, right? So that's like the things that are getting printed. You buy like a $2,500 3D printer, you go on YouTube and you watch a video, and then you can just start manufacturing, pumping out these receivers for like AR-15s or even, more powerful weapons than that, correct? Like that's the main gist of what we're trying to get at here.
Yes, thank you, Representative Lookner. That's true. There is the receiver is where the serial number exists, because the gun simply cannot work without a receiver. The barrel, the cartridge, et cetera, all are connected to the receiver. So there's a lot of details in federal gun control, the Gun Control Act, and a similar subsequent laws But yes, in essence, you're absolutely right, that the receiver is the key portion of the firearm that needs to be traceable and serialized in order to prevent, in order to solve crimes, in order for law enforcement to do what we ask law enforcement to do.
Absolutely. Makes sense to me. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions for Representatives Zager, right?
Yes.
I want to put an E instead there. All right. I will now turn it over to any co-sponsors or legislators who wish to testify on either bill. And I saw this, there she is, Representative Sachs, you wish to testify. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It's nice to see you. And I have very separate testimony on each of the two bills that I'm the co-sponsor for this morning, 976 and 1454. How would you like me best to proceed?
Either one, take one, and I want to advise the members. We've done this last year, but this is the first time this year. So you have both bills in front of you if you wish to take notes on those bills. The person giving the testimony will tell us which LD they're speaking on, and then you can proceed to the next one. So your choice.
All right, then I will start with 976, if that's okay, since that was the first one you heard this morning.
Yep.
So thank you so much, Senator and Representative Warren, when she arrives, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Safety. My name is Melanie Sachs. I'm delighted to be here. It's my first time testifying in front of this committee, and I'm honored to represent House District 48, which is Freeport and part of Pownell. I'm a co-sponsor and strong supporter of LD 976. And in truth, I was not often in agreement with former President Trump on policy issues, but former President Trump's efforts to ban bump stocks after a shooter murdered 58 people and injured hundreds of others in Las Vegas in 2017, using an arsenal reportedly including several weapons with bump stocks, is indeed one effort that I agreed with. As defined in one report, and Madam Chair, I will note that when I submit my testimony, everything that you will see in terms of citations is included and highlighted in my testimony so that you will have the complete citations and look to be able to see where I've put them. So as defined in one report, a bump stock is that simple device that attaches to semi-automatic rifles, which normally shoot 1 round per trigger pull, to speed up the firing rate by harnessing the gun's recoil to bump it, the trigger, faster than the shooter would be able to do with his or her finger. So for example, the Las Vegas shooter, per this report, was able to, quote, spray more than 1,000 rounds from his perch in the Mandalay Bay Resort and Casino. As Representative Dudera intimated, in March 2021, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit, in a divided opinion, stated that the inclusion of bump stocks by the Bureau of ATF into the definition of machine gun during the Trump administration was not permissible interpretation of the statute, but it continues to be litigated at the federal level. Yet, as one leading libertarian publication noted, this ruling indicates the issue here is not whether banning bump stocks is a good idea, but who has the authority to do it. As the Sixth Circuit of Appeals noted themselves, that judgment is reserved to the people through their duly elected representatives in Congress. And I would argue their duly elected state legislatures as well, such as in other states. Maine should do so as well. I grew up with a strong tradition of hunting in Western Maine, and I happen to be an award-winning Boy Scout and Girl Scout leader who worked with young people teaching responsible firearms use. The bump stock has no hunting or heritage legacy in our state. As demonstrated, its purpose is instead to make shooting and killing go faster. Please support LD 976 and take that common sense step to include bump stocks into the definition of machine guns here in Maine. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sachs. Any questions of Representative Sachs on 976? Seeing none, you can proceed with the other one, which is 1454.
And I thank your indulgence for seeing me for so long today. That's very kind. Again, I'm a co-sponsor of this bill because untraceable and undetectable firearms called ghost guns include firearms assembled from kits with parts bought by a gun dealer or your local hardware store or made with 3D printers, as Representative Lickner said. Guidance for assembly is readily available simply by consulting a YouTube video or do-it-yourself handbook. There is no registration trail or serial number attached. One article noted that a former ATF special agent described the ease with which fully functional guns can be made at home using these parts by noting, quote, "If you can put IKEA furniture together, you can make one of these." There is increasing evidence of the presence of ghost guns in mass shootings, both in communities and in school settings, and in gun trafficking and other serious crimes. Ghost guns should not be tolerated. Mainers should not be put at risk for something as easy to put together as a Swedish mass-marketed end table. Law-abiding, gun-owning families such as my own would have no need or reason to assemble or own a ghost gun, nor would the passage of this legislation infringe on our rights. If we are indeed to have, as the Second Amendment states, a well-regulated militia, then we need a way to regulate these untraceable firearms. 8 states in the District of Columbia have already implemented legislation addressing this issue. It is time that Maine updates our statutes to address the evolving technology protecting our police officers, our children, and every person in this state. Please support LD 1454. Thank you, Madam Chair. I tried to go well below the 3 minutes. I know what day you have today.
You did very well. Any questions for Representative Sachs on 1454? Seeing none, again, thank you very much.
Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful day.
Yep. Can't wait to read those testimonies. So I will ask the general public if there are any legislators, first of all, and I think I've asked that. So we're looking both at 976 or 1454. If you have testimony in support, and
hands are going up. I'll start bringing people over.
hands are going up.
That's
Okay. Thank you. Okay. There was another one. Okay. I first saw, I believe, Dr. Fitz, followed by Jeff Bickford, and there was another, oh yes, Camilla Shannon. So we'll recognize Dr. Fitz. Welcome. And
Thank
you
you.
understand, all of you, you're either testing on one or the other. Just let us know which bill you're testifying on. Thank you. Go ahead.
Can you, am I unmuted? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Yes, I was going to do a double duty, testify on both of them in half the time, if that's okay.
Well, you are limited to 3 minutes, but go ahead. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. My name is David Fitz. I'm a retired surgeon. I live in Cumberland, Maine. I'm a firearm owner and a hunter, and I'm a member of the Maine Gun Safety Coalition. I'm here to speak in favor of the bump stock LD 976 bill, that this bill ought to pass, and also on the ghost gun bill to eliminate ghost guns. A bump stock, as we've already heard, is a device fitted to a firearm in order to turn it into an automatic weapon. The firearm without the bump stock is not automatic, but with the device, the firearm's behavior. And that's what's important. Its behavior is exactly the same as an automatic weapon or machine gun, which was banned from the public to own since the early 1930s, unless one has a special permit. The very high rate of fire that can be achieved makes the firearm much less accurate, very expensive to shoot, and is totally impractical. There are basically three reasons why one would want to own a bump stock. Number one, they're fun or cool to try or own. You want to see what they're all about in light of recent shootings, or they're outlawed or hard to get. Number two, it's perceived as being part of a Second Amendment right and therefore should be exercised. A bump stock is not technically an inherent part of a firearm, but is added as a workaround or loophole to create what is already outlawed. And the third reason is that a bump stock will help achieve maximum kill during a planned massacre. What is the intention here? It's a workaround or a loophole, and this bill should not pass. Ghost guns, please, on both of these, if you haven't, members of the committee, please look up ghost guns on YouTube and look up bump stocks on YouTube. You'll learn a lot. A ghost gun is another workaround, a loophole for criminals. There's no serial number. There's no way of seeing where these have come from. To create a firearm which will be untraceable, unregistered, and can be made by anyone, including convicted felons and the entire gamut of bad people who are manufacturing these weapons with entirely bad and or criminal intent. We do not need ghost guns around. Please, this bill ought to pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of Dr. Fitz? Seeing none, I now will ask Jeff Bickford. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Jeff Bickford. I come before you today on behalf of the Maine Gun Safety Coalition, our board of directors, and our thousands of supporters in strong support of both LDs 1454, 1454 and LD 976. I'm going to begin my testimony just addressing a few things that Representative Rudnicki stated earlier or questioned Representative Dudera on. As Representative Zeger noted, it's a complete fallacy that we don't have a gun violence problem in this state. Certainly, we have a low rate of violent crime, but that includes things like rape, arson, and murder. However, our fatality rate from firearms greatly exceeds those of our neighbors, including Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Vermont, and New York, in often cases by a multiple of 2 or 3. Secondly, there's a question about how would this be enforced without a registry. We do not have a registry for heroin, and yet we enforce that prohibition very well by addressing the conduct when someone is caught with the item, and that would be no different for bump stocks. Having done this work for a few years now, I'm not unfamiliar with the refrain from opponents of common sense life-saving gun safety legislation, that we already have laws in the books. We just need to enforce them better. And when it comes to non-serialized, untraceable, make-it-home guns that evade background checks, and in the case of 3D printed guns can evade even metal detectors, we don't have that law. We need that law, and then I will agree, let us enforce it. Much like LD 999, Darian's law, which you'll hear about later, which would close dangerous background check loopholes in the state that allows felons, domestic abusers, and other prohibited people to purchase a gun in Maine. LD 1454 is about keeping guns out of the hands of those who shouldn't have them. Another frequent refrain from gun safety opponents is, well, criminals are going to get the guns anyways. And yes, this is exactly how they get them. You see, if you can't pass a background check, or you want to commit a crime with a gun and make sure that that gun can't be traced back to you through serial numbers, then you should probably oppose this law. Turning quickly to bump stocks, I'm certain you are well aware of the carnage these devices can and have wrought. The deadliest mass shooting in U.S. history in Las Vegas was made possible because the shooter used a bump stock. It's why President Trump directed the ATF to ban these devices, and the ATF wisely and properly did so. We need this bill for 2 reasons to become law. An executive action, and as an executive action, not a law, the ATF's ruling can be overturned at any time by subsequent administration of the courts. And second, currently only federal prosecutors have jurisdiction over bump stock possession cases here. Enacting LD 976 will give Maine prosecutors the ability to prosecute those cases if they elect, especially if they result from a state or local investigation. I urge you to vote ought to pass on these critically important bills to help keep Mainers safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Bickford? I'm going to ask Mr. Bickford, do you, in your work with Maine Safety, are you aware, and I guess I'm not sure if we're having a law enforcement officer to testify, have there been crimes that may have been committed by a gun that was untraceable or manufactured?
In Maine?
Yes.
Yes. So I'm not sure. We did reach out to the ATF about that to determine that. And I don't think we got an answer back, but I know that the ATF and the FBI have raised numerous alarms about these because for the very reason kind of that I pointed out and others have, which is that it's the perfect avenue for someone who cannot pass a background check and who cannot buy a weapon legitimately. They can mail order it from websites like ghostgunner.com. They will mail them the kit and the instructions, step-by-step instructions, and the tool to turn what the ATF considers pieces of metal into a fully functioning firearm in under 2 hours. And so they recognize, both of those agencies recognize this as a growing threat. I will note there's a significant amount of reporting lately that these are becoming the preferred tools of domestic extremists and white nationalists so that they can't be traced back. And because many of those folks already have felon prohibitors on the legitimate purchase of firearms.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Seeing no other questions, I appreciate that, and I will turn it over to Camilla Shannon.
Oh, I have a question.
Oh, you have a question, Representative Pickett?
Just one. Is it okay to go ahead?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, sir, for being here. I guess the question I have, is there any indication that Antifa has used these kind of weapons as well?
Thank you for the question, Representative Pickett. I am not aware of that specifically, but obviously that is also a completely legitimate threat from these firearms. Any group, extremist in ideology, one way or another, that may, again, have folks with prohibitors or seek firearms, either ghost guns or 3D printed guns, as an avenue around tracing firearms back to them after committing prohibited conduct. It's a threat not only from extremist groups, but to your kind of garden variety criminal as well.
Thank you, sir.
Now we'll turn it over to Camilla Shannon.
Thank you. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Cam Shannon. I live in Yarmouth. I am here today in support of LD 1454, an act to prohibit untraceable and undetectable firearms. This bill would outlaw two distinct yet similar categories of unnecessary weapons favored by criminals and with no legitimate law-abiding use: ghost guns and 3D guns. Both those are within public threat. Ghost guns are weapons assembled at home from kits available online. 3D guns are downloaded and printed at home using a 3D printer. Both lack a serial number. Both can be obtained without a background check. Both are untraceable and, in the case of 3D guns, undetectable by building and airport metal detectors. The fact that neither ghost guns nor 3D guns can be traced poses a special problem for law enforcement. Typically, when police recover a firearm, they use the serial number to trace the gun back to its original manufacturer, distributor, realtor, and purchaser to get leads or evidence regarding the shooter. Without this critical information, law enforcement have one less tool for solving crimes. Criminals, of course, know this. Drug dealers, human traffickers, and garden variety violent criminals all have an incentive to use these weapons where law-abiding citizens would not. These guns make crime easier. We have every reason to believe they will become more popular in Maine. According to a recent analysis by Giffords, today more than 40% of crime guns recovered by ATF agents in California are ghost guns. There is every reason to believe Maine will follow suit. The longer we allow these guns to flourish here in Maine, the more they will take hold. Sadly, while we know these guns are being used in crimes, we lack accurate data about how many of them have been produced and by whom. We do know from a report from Everytown that they are produced in at least 26 states, and also from their analysis of 114 federal prosecutions dating from 2010, more than 2,500 ghost guns were connected to criminal activity. We also know that the technology that supports the manufacture of these weapons is improving rapidly, making them easier and cheaper to produce. As noted, President Biden has called for federal action to regulate these guns at the federal level, but any such action will take time to implement. We can and should act here in Maine now. 3D printed guns produced from plastic or resin are undetectable. They can therefore be brought to sensitive locations like the State House, a school, or a stadium, unnoticed. Let's not wait for tragedy to strike. I'm also here in support of LD 976, an act to amend the definition of machine gun to include bump stock devices. As noted by others, bump stocks are attachments that capture the recoil on a long gun, allowing it to fire at a rate equivalent to that of an automatic gun. They were banned by executive order following the Las Vegas shooting in October 2017. This executive order could be overturned by administrations or the courts. By banning bump stocks in Maine, we protect our citizens in the event that federal law changes. Please vote ought to pass on both these bills.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Shannon? Seeing none, again, thank you all. I now will, well, I thought I could.
Senator, you're on mute.
Yep, thank you. I will recognize Sue Christenmacher, followed by Hillary Shendy, I believe, and then Chris Campbell.
Hello, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Sue Christenmacher. I live in Farmingdale, Maine, and I'm here to testify in support of both these laws, LD 1454 and LD 976. The purpose of these laws is to prevent the use of dangerous, untraceable weapons. You have heard already this morning testimony as to why they're so dangerous and why they don't belong in Maine. Passing these bills could make these illegal in Maine. Earlier, it was stated that Maine is a safe state. I beg to differ a little on that. According to CDC data, in the US, there's 11.9 deaths per 100,000 people from deaths that are caused by gun violence yearly in the US. That's 11.9. In the Maine, there's 11.5 deaths per 100,000 yearly. That's not a big difference. I would say that Maine is somewhat safe, but we could be a lot safer. And I also would worry that we would be much less safe if guns like this were allowed into our state. These weapons have no place in Maine. I urge you, support these bills and help keep Maine and its citizens that do own guns a safe place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. I think it's Kistenmacher, right?
Perfectly correct. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now I'll go to Hillary, and did I pronounce that right? Shendy?
Shende.
Shenda. Okay, go right ahead, Hillary.
Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Hillary Shende from Brunswick. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. I urge you to ban bump stock devices in Maine. As you know, they can essentially turn a firearm into a fully automatic machine gun, which is something our country decided was too dangerous for the public to possess in 1934. We similarly don't allow the public to possess tanks and grenades, and in some states, even fireworks. So why on earth would we allow the public to possess these machine gun workarounds? There is currently an ATF regulation banning bump stocks, but it is not a law, and it could be overturned by a court or a presidential administration at any time. A state law banning bump stocks in Maine would ensure that even if the ATF regulation gets overturned, Maine lives would still be protected. Banning bump stocks also wouldn't harm anyone's Second Amendment rights. Bump stocks didn't even exist at the time the Second Amendment was written, and no one needs a bump stock device to go hunting or protect one's home. Please pass LD 976 and protect Maine, 976, yes, and protect Mainers' lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Shende? Seeing none, again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. I now will recognize Chris Campbell. You're muted, sir. You're muted. You'll have to unmute yourself.
You got me now?
Yes.
Okay. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. Thank you for your work on important criminal and public safety matters. Thanks also to the sponsors of LD 1454, about which I am going to submit this testimony. LD 1454 deals with untraceable firearms, either a downloadable 3D gun without a serial number or a firearm without a serial number assembled from a kit using an unfinished frame for a handgun or receiver for an automatic weapon. The code to make 3D guns and kits for ghost guns are not classified as firearms. Therefore, purchase of the code or kit does not require a background check, and people who should not have guns can buy untraceable guns. 3D guns made of plastic are undetectable by metal scanners at airports and large public events. People who want untraceable, undetectable firearms must want them mostly for criminal purposes. Opposition to this bill would be aiding criminal activity. The sales of kits have grown rapidly in recent years, and ghost guns have increasingly been showing up at crime scenes. As mentioned earlier, in California, there was an estimate of about up to 40% of guns recovered from crimes in the state are ghost weapons. In February, Los Angeles City Attorney Mike Fewer filed a lawsuit against a Nevada-based seller of such kits, saying that, quote, untraceable ghost guns are the emerging weapon of choice for criminals in Los Angeles and other major cities. That's from the Bangor Daily News, April 8, 2021. President Biden plans to require background checks with the sale of 3D and ghost guns, but this will take years to be established. Let's pass this bill and block access to 3D and ghost guns and the criminal activity they facilitate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell, I should say. Any questions for Mr. Campbell? Seeing none, again, thank you. I now will call on 3 other people who may wish to testify on LD 976 and or 1454. Okay. I will recognize the people I saw first. I've got Kathy Harris, followed by Lynn Ellis, and then Dan Chase. So Kathy Harris, please.
Good morning.
Good
Senator
morning.
DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I am Kathy Harris. I live in Mechanic Falls, Maine, and I am a retired school teacher. I am in favor of both these bills passing, but I am speaking today specifically on LD 1454. Technology has advanced to the point that a person can obtain a code and then print off a gun on a 3D printer. A gun that is untraceable, that has no serial number, that cannot be detected with a metal detector. Who is buying these guns? Certainly not your average hunter who could easily go to the many gun stores in Maine and purchase the perfect weapon for the hunt legally. No, the people who are manufacturing these plastic guns are those who would not be able to pass a gun background check and who would not be able to purchase a gun legally. The purpose of these 3D guns, I think, is to do harm to people, to kill people. Criminals also have access to ghost guns, and these are metal guns that have no serial number and are untraceable. The outlaws buying this type of gun does not have to worry about the background check either. Both types of untraceable weapons appeal to criminals. The purpose of this bill is simple. It is an attempt to keep guns out of the hands of criminals. It is an attempt to avoid more death, more pain. The fact that these types of weapons exist is a threat to public safety, and it certainly makes the job of law enforcement that much harder. We need to do all we can to keep these types of weapons out of circulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Are you a retired school teacher?
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much for your career too. Any questions for Ms. Harris? Seeing none, I now will turn to Lynn Ellis.
Yes, good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Lynn Ellis. I live in Brunswick, and I'm a volunteer with the main chapter of Moms Demand Action. And I came before you this morning to speak in support of LD 1454. And as has been happening over the last week or so, when it's my turn to testify, I throw my testimony out and start over. My written testimony is submitted along with a file that I encourage you to look at. It's a 40-page file titled Untraceable, the Rising Specter of Ghost Guns. This was done by the research team of Everytown for Gun Safety. I think you'll be enlightened by the report. So I want to speak to you now from my emotions. As a retired social worker of 35 years, during those years, I worked with many people with the goal of improving their health and well-being. Gun violence is a public health crisis in this country and in Maine. It would do me no good to repeat statistics that everyone has been reporting this morning. But I want to ask a question, which I don't expect you to answer, but to reflect on, which I also am in support of LD 976. Bump stocks and ghost guns, what is their purpose? I hear about the law-abiding citizens of Maine, and which I've been a Mainer all my life. What is the purpose of these types of firearms? Do harm. They're workarounds for people who are prohibited from owning firearms, convicted felons, violent domestic abusers, and other people who are legally prohibited. So they're finding creative workarounds in order to gain access to these firearms. For what purpose? To kill people. This is pure and simple. There is a lot of research out there, not only from Everytown, but Giffords and others, that can identify that this is a growing crisis in our state. So I encourage you to support these common sense measures and take these steps to keep these guns out of Maine. I'd like to think that Maine is immune from these things. That's just naive. I've watched my state change over the years. It is not the same. And in Moms Demand Action, our goal is to raise awareness and save lives. And I hope that's your goal as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Ellis? Ms. Ellis, could you name that report again that has some information, please?
Yes, it's titled Untraceable, the Rising Specter of Ghost Guns. And it should be uploaded to your written testimony file.
Okay, great.
If you're not able to find it, I can certainly provide it to you.
We'll look for it. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Now I will recognize, whoa, who did I say next? Oh, Dan Chase.
Hi,
Hi, Dan.
this legislation was created in violation of your oath of office. You swore an oath, you took an oath, you made a promise to uphold the Constitution of the United States and this state. Within that, this main Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, says we have rights that are natural, inherent, and unalienable. What's that mean? They're natural, they come from nature, they come from nature's God, they come from Jehovah himself. They're
Dan,
inherent.
are you testifying in support of these bills?
Against it.
Well, we're not there yet. We are just taking testimony in support, Dan.
Okay, then call me later.
I shall. Thank you. And I now see Maura Pillsbury and then Jonathan Martell.
Thank you so much, Senator DeChambeau and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Maura Pillsbury. I'm a resident of Freeport and I support both of these bills, but I am here today to testify on behalf of myself and thousands of members of the Moms Demand Action Lean across the state in strong support of LD 1454. As a mother of 2 young children and a local elected official, I have watched with growing concern as gun violence has escalated in Maine and around the country. Gaps in federal law that allow the manufacture, sale, and possession of untraceable guns, which lack a serial number can be purchased without a background check, as others have mentioned, make it easy for prohibited purchasers to evade state and federal laws and access firearms that they otherwise cannot legally possess and cannot be traced by law enforcement. And I wanted to address the comments about the action at the federal level. President Biden recently called for action to address this issue through executive action, directing the Department of Justice to revise rules that have allowed the market for ghost guns to flourish. However, it will take time for federal rule changes to take effect, and those changes may well be subject to legal challenges, further delaying their enforcement. So it could be years before this issue is addressed. This bill is an opportunity for Maine to take action now by passing a strong state law that addresses the rising threat of ghost guns and ensures these dangerous weapons don't threaten the safety of our communities. Rhode Island is a leader on this issue and last year joined the ranks of several other states that have enacted a law prohibiting ghost guns. This came after Rhode Island law enforcement officials seized 11 ghost guns that were specifically manufactured for sale to people prohibited from owning firearms as convicted felons. And a woman in Pawtucket was shot and killed with a ghost gun that had a polymer frame and no serial numbers. This bill would prohibit the manufacture, possession, assembly, import, sale, or transfer of untraceable and undetectable firearms in Maine. These are, as others have mentioned, these are guns that are downloadable online and can be made at home, including plastic guns that are not able to be detected by metal detectors. And I just also wanted to add, I believe there's a provision of this proposed bill that would allow for the sale of these receivers if they were serialized and sold by licensed dealers. So I'm sure there are hobbyists who make these and still want to be able to do that and feel they have the right to do that. And I believe Representative Zager has put a provision into this bill that would allow that to happen, but it would be regulated. So these unfinished frames and receivers are sometimes referred to as 80% frames or receivers, meaning they're almost 80% completed firearms. And again, anyone can access them without restrictions. So I urge you to support LD 1454 to protect Mainers from ghost guns, and I thank you so much.
Any questions of Ms. Pillsbury? Seeing none, again, thank you. We received new information. Thank you. I now will recognize Jonathan Martell. Mr. Martell, are you with us? There you are. Okay. You could be muted. We can't hear you. We see your lips moving. No, can't hear you. We can come back to you, Mr. Martell, or is it Martell? I believe, Jonathan. All right. Ms. Fay, could you bring in more people?
I think could you ask for one
those
last time?
who wish to speak in support?
Seeing no more hands.
Okay. Let's try Mr. Martell again.
He signed up to testify against. Anyway.
Okay, so I thought so.
I'm sorry, I'm against these, so I accidentally raised my hand early.
We will be with you in one moment.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Ms. Fahey, we don't have anyone else in support who wish to testify, correct?
There's no more hands up.
Okay, thank you. So now we'll bring in people who wish to talk, to testify on either and 976 and 1454 in opposition. Excuse me. So we will recognize you, Mr. Martell. You're right on time.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Just to clarify, do I get 3 minutes for each one, or do I need to split it?
3 minutes for both, sir.
For both. Okay.
Sure.
All right. Then I will get started. I'm asking you to oppose LD 976. The only reason we're here today is due to the court cases regarding the so-called bump stocks ruling against the ATF, classifying them as a machine gun. The Sixth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that these accessories are not subject to the 2018 ban by the ATF by order of President Trump. And to quote, and because we find that a single function of the trigger refers to the mechanical process of the trigger, we further hold that the bump stock cannot be classified as a machine gun because a bump stock does not enable a semi-automatic firearm to fire more than one shot each time the trigger is pulled. In the very own words of the court, this description in the bill is an inaccurate description of how these work. This is merely a backdoor attempt at a ban on something that is not a machine gun simply because certain people don't like them. Just for the record, you can bump fire with your finger if you want to. It's just well, something people use mostly at the range. There's thousands of them out there, and there's been no crime in Maine with them. So I will move on to LD 1454. Since this is, I generally believe in recycling, but this isn't in any sense of the word green. Since this is verbatim from LD 1569, an act to prohibit untraceable and undetectable firearms in 2019, I was able to use my old notes. So an undetectable firearm is already illegal at the federal level. That's not what this bill is really about. This bill is defining an untraceable firearm as any firearm that is manufactured either by 3D printing or by machining a piece of metal or other material to make your own firearm. For example, a piece of pipe could be made into a firearm, and lots of people have done it. Also, there was a question about antique firearms, and those are not grandfathered or mentioned in this bill at all, so those would also be illegal. So there goes Grandpa's old single shot 22. It always has been legal to manufacture your own firearm and is done every day by thousands of people, either as a hobbyist or a way to save money. It is recommended but not required to sterilize a firearm that is homemade. It is also currently illegal to sell a homemade firearm it is currently illegal to sell a homemade firearm as long as it's not part of a regular business. If that were the case, an FFL would be required. Therefore, it is legal to manufacture, possess, and sell a firearm without serial numbers under current federal law. There are currently thousands, if not millions, of homemade firearms in private hands at this very moment. This bill would turn them into criminals overnight through actions of their own. An unfinished frame or receiver is nothing more than a piece of metal or plastic, like the piece of pipe I just showed you. There's no serial number. It's not controlled part any more than you require a serial number on a piece of pipe at a hardware store. Would you also require that hardware stores serialize pieces of pipe, since you could make a firearm out of it? Looks like I'm out of time.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I just ask that you would vote against this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Martell? I will ask Ms. Overton for the work session. I'd like to know if we have legislation or statutes regarding antique firearms and take a look at that. Okay, so now I will go to Mark Catrone or Catroni. You want to pronounce your last name?
You had it right the first time.
Catrone.
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, because behind me, I actually have two 3D printers, one of which is printing a 45 caliber pistol and the other is printing AR-15 magazines. Something I recently got into, something I'm very passionate about at this point. It's very fun. I just like to build things. That does not mean that I deserve to be in prison. Thank you, Representative Zager, for forcing me to take time out of my day to ask you not to incarcerate me. If you or any of your co-sponsors have called for criminal justice reform, have said Black Lives Matter over the last couple of years, this bill shows that you don't really mean it. We don't need more reasons to mass incarcerate people. Let's see. Secondly, the main issue with this really isn't a Second Amendment issue, it's a First Amendment issue. Code, the files I have on my computer, the files I might create, they are free speech. I should be able to share them with my friends, anybody around me who wants them. You know, we're all hobbyists, we're all good people. There's no reason to put us all in prison for that. And lastly, you know, this is not the first time we've come across this issue. We had another bill, as mentioned before, in 2019. I don't know how many others there have been or will be. It's kind of getting tiresome. But there is absolutely nothing that you can do to stop this. The cat's out of the bag. I'm a member of many communities like Control Pew, Deterrence Dispense, FOSCAD, DEFCAD. We're all working tirelessly to proliferate these files as much as possible. They can't stop it in Europe. We won't stop if you make it illegal here. And honestly, if anybody listening to this wants to get into it, look me up on Facebook. My name's right there. I will gladly point you in the right direction to obtain these files and give you 3D printer help. I'm very new to it, but I'll put you in the right direction. Thank you.
Mr. Catrone, like anyone else, could you tell us your residence?
I'm very sorry. I forgot about that. I've been waiting a while. I'm from Auburn.
Auburn, okay. No, and I appreciate you use the term hobbyist. And the more I'm involved in this in the last 4 years, I've met a lot of them that are hobbyists. Takes me away from the Second Amendment right, but I appreciate that.
3D printing in particular, you know, the gun stuff is really the main thing for it for me. It's got me through COVID isolation for sure. It's kept me sane this whole time.
To each his own, I guess. All right, good for you. I will then, I'm sorry, I will ask Representative Lookner, followed by Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a point of order. I'm wondering if we allow testifiers to use props and to use our committee to.
No, we don't. And it was a thin line. I truly appreciate you noticing that also.
this is my office. This is where I would do it
I know,
anyway. And these
but
things are running
even if you
24/7.
had a Confederate flag behind you or anything that's a
Well,
problem.
I wouldn't because I am not any sort of white supremacist or anything. That's
no.
what I forgot to mention. These are not the preferred weapons of white supremacists or right-wing extremists. I'm not even right-wing. This is I'm sorry, no props.
Okay.
I'm printing a rainbow gun to express my support for the LGBT community and my belief that just like anybody else, guns are for everybody, including them.
I'm responding to Representative Lookner and
I apologize for the props. I wasn't aware of that rule.
no, thank you. Thank you. That's respectful. Thank you.
And also, Madam Chair, if I may, I don't believe we allow testifiers to advertise their services.
That was another one. Thank you.
It's not.
All right, we're moving right along. Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question, Mr. Cutrone. How do you track what you make for liability purposes?
That assumes they ever leave my hands, so I have no liability. Anything, I would gladly give my friends 3D printed magazines. Those aren't serialized parts. They don't require tracking. It would be a crime already for me to distribute unserialized receivers. So that question doesn't really apply here at all.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Cutrone? Seeing none, thank you. I now will recognize, I'm trying to see, Tiffany Moody.
Can you guys hear me okay? I don't know why my camera is on.
Okay, go right ahead.
There it goes. All right, so I'm here in opposition yet again in another legislative session after a adjourned sine die. We shouldn't even be having these hearings at the moment, but that's another story.
Thank you for that.
I am in opposition to both of these bills. I don't have testimony written because it's clear that these bills are trying to be crammed down everyone's throats. So you don't really care about what we say. But the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, was written to restrict the government, not the people. And you guys all swore an oath to uphold the Constitution. And yet here we are again. Someone mentioned, gun trafficking. Where's the mention of human and child trafficking that is an epidemic right now, worse than COVID? Gun education is an issue that needs to be brought forth. Legislators are writing bills that they have no knowledge of. The kits that that were mentioned several times, you actually have to do a background check to purchase your lower receiver. It's sent to, you can order online, yeah, but it's sent to an FFL. You do a background check before you pick that up. And that's basically what makes the gun of the kit, is that receiver. Without the receiver, you can't fire anything with it. So you're still having to do a background check. So these bills are just, they're horrendous. I mean, here we are again. You guys just keep going and going and going. And like Mark, which I mentioned, it's exhausting.
We're listening to you, Ms. Moody, in your opposition. So
yep, thank you. No, I will keep going. We all will keep going to fight these bills. So
okay, you all done? That's it. So I guess there are no questions of Ms. Moody. None. Thank you. Anyone else wish to testify in opposition? Please raise your hand.
I'm bringing over Lauren LePage.
Welcome, Ms. LePage.
Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Lauren LePage. I'm the Maine State Director for the National Rifle Association. I'm here today testifying in opposition to both bills, and you will see me quite a few times throughout today, so I'll apologize in advance. LD 976 amends the definition of machine gun to include a weapon to which a bump stock is affixed. This legislation is duplicative, unneeded, and is already covered under federal law. In 2018, the DOJ, Department of Justice, through regulation, classified bump stock type devices as machine guns under the National Firearms Act and regulated accordingly. While the NRA has never believed that bans have worked to deter criminals to result in increased public safety, bump stock devices are already addressed through current federal law. LD 1454 would end the hand making of firearms, which is a tradition that goes back beyond the founding of our country. This is incredibly common for hobbyists to manufacture their own firearms. The language in this bill is vague and sets up a conflicting regime that lacks definitions and exceptions found in the federal undetectable firearms law. The definitions lack certainty, they're likely unenforceable, and in addition, the bill would criminalize items and activity that are legal under federal law. The proponents of the bill will argued that homemade guns constitute a loophole in current laws that allow criminals to own firearms. However, that argument fails to recognize that prohibited persons already can't lawfully possess firearms, whether you manufacture them yourself or you go to an FFL and purchase them. If you're prohibited, you're prohibited. And finally, frankly, there's good reason to believe that the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms is now taking active steps to revise the federal law and restrict unfinished frames and receivers consistent with President Biden's comments on April 8th. So before Maine takes action, I think we need to press pause and sort of realize that the Biden administration has made it very clear that this is something that they intend to address, which would make any state law on such items unnecessary. So on behalf of our thousands of members in Maine, we respectfully request the committee oppose both of these bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LePage. Any questions of Ms. LePage? Did you, at the beginning, Ms. LePage, I didn't hear that. Did you say, are you representing the NRA? Is that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry if that wasn't clear.
All right, thank you. I then will go to the next person. I see Dan Chase. Welcome again.
Thank you. This legislation was created in criminal violation of your oath of office, whoever wrote this. It violates Maine's Constitution by questioning the right of citizens to bear and own arms, as that was understood by the simple layman who adopted Maine's Constitution. The United States Supreme Court declared the Constitution was written to be understood by the voters. Its words and phrases were used in their normal and ordinary as distinguished from technical meaning. Where the intention is clear, there's no room for construction and no excuse for interpolation or addition. That's United States v. Sprague, 1931. Under Maine Constitution, Article 9, you took an oath that said, you do swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States in this state, and you will faithfully discharge your abilities according to the Constitution and laws of the state. And this bill is doing the exact opposite. Maine Constitution, Article 1, Section 16. Every citizen has a right to keep and bear arms, and this right shall never be questioned. You're questioning it. How dare you? You want to talk about people committing suicide by guns? They're handy. I want to commit suicide? I'll drive into a bridge. I'll get a car. You're going to outlaw cars for that reason? You're going to make it impossible for people to buy cars without a background check? Well, I can't get a car either, so I'll overdose with drugs, so I can't get drugs. Yeah, right. Okay, but somehow all drugs cease to exist, so I'll get rope and I'll hang myself. If that fails, I'll go into the middle of a lake and I'll drown myself. You can't stop me if I want to kill myself. There's no legitimate reason for this stuff to exist on a firearm. Well, there's no legitimate reason to have an Atari 2600, an Atari that's outdated, a Nintendo Wii, or an Xbox. But you know something? People do things because they enjoy it. In Maine's Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, we have rights that are natural, inherent, and unalienable. Among these are enjoying and defending life and liberty. And if I need this weaponry to do it, you cannot stop me from doing so. In Article 1, Section 24, other rights not impaired, the enumeration of certain rights shall not impair nor deny others retained by the people. In 1780 to 1820 Massachusetts, we had a right to use anything we could for a firearm without government oversight, permission, or knowledge. We retain that right today. This bill is actually denying self-defense by limiting our rights to engage in arms. It's limiting our right to engage in recreational activity that we enjoy, even if it's stupid and useless. More importantly, you're interfering with the Interstate Commerce Clause by denying the importation of perfectly legal products from one state to the other just because you don't like it. You do not have the right to limit self-defense of people by saying you cannot create a gun of your own, because we did that back in Massachusetts. We have the right then, we have it today. You cannot deny it or remove it because it's an unalienable right.
Could you
It
start
existed in
wrapping
Mass.
up, Mr. Chase? Thank you.
All gun legislation, ma'am, violates the rights of the people. The Constitution is a written document. Its meaning does not alter. That which it meant when adopted, it means today. That's Supreme Court precedent, Haddock v. Haddock, 1906. Until you respect the rights of the people to not be overseen by government in every aspect of their lives, you're violating our rights and our authority. You're stealing. Any
Well,
questions?
Mr. Chase,
Ask me.
thank you for exercising your right to testify in opposition to a proposed bill. Thank you very much. Any questions of Mr. Chase? Seeing none, thank you again. Anyone else wish to speak in opposition of either 976 or 1454? Please raise your hand. We will bring you in.
Seeing no hands, Senator.
Anyone wishing to testify neither for nor against these two bills?
Again,
Please
seeing
raise-
no hands.
Okay, thank you very much. Therefore, I will close the public hearing on 976 and 1454. Thank you. Could you give me the other two, Ms. Fahey?
Next is LD 1052 and LD 1315.
Thank you. I will take the lowest number first. I will take 1052. This is a bill from Representative Andrews, and the title is an act to protect the firearm use and possession rights of Maine citizens during an emergency. And this is emergency legislation, I believe. So do we have Representative Andrews with us? Welcome.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. It still is. Do you wish to give your testimony of your bill 1052, please?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is John Andrews, and I represent the towns of Buckfield, Hebron, and Paris in Western Maine. I am here today to present my bill, LD 1052, an act to protect firearm use and possession rights of Maine citizens during an emergency. LD 1052 seeks to protect our natural rights in statute to defend life and obtain safety as stated in Article 1, Section 1 of the Maine State Constitution. As written out in Article 1, Section 1, the Maine State Constitution, all Mainers have a natural right to defend their lives and to protect their property. They also have a federal Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. In Maine, Article 1, Section 16 of the state constitution says in Maine that that right shall never be questioned. This is especially true during a state of emergency declaration. The government has no right or authority to infringe upon the rights of the citizenry or to disenfranchise them from their constitutionally protected access to firearms. Federal firearm licensed retailers are essential businesses, and no bureaucrat, regardless of title, should ever be able to shut them down again in the state of Maine. Governments only exist at the consent of the governed, and Mainers demand that their access to firearms shall not be infringed, especially during times of crisis like a state of emergency. LD 1052 declares that the transport, storage, sale, and transfer and other activities involving firearms, ammunition, and components and accessories are considered essential businesses and services during a state of emergency declared by the governor. Furthermore, it prohibits the regulation, curtailment, seizure, or other actions to restrict otherwise lawfully owned and possessed firearms, ammunition, and related components, accessories, and related activities during a state of emergency. LD 1052 also provides protections to those who possess concealed carry licenses, as it suspends the expiration date for concealed handgun permits for the duration of a state of emergency. People of all backgrounds and political persuasions have been buying and training with firearms over the last several years. This is due to many factors, but the biggest is that people recognize the need and natural right to self-defense. They recognize this need in their daily lives, and especially when their daily lives are interrupted by times of disaster and emergency. You either believe that your constituents have a natural right to defend themselves and their families, or you don't. Voting ought not to pass against LD 1052 will show the voters in your district that you do not respect their right to keep and bear arms to protect themselves and their families during times of crisis. I would urge you to vote ought to pass to allow Maine citizens access to their FFLs and to recognize and respect their right to keep and bear arms, especially in times of emergency. Thank you for your time and your commitment to public service.
Thank you. Any questions of Representative Andrews? Mr. Andrews, I especially was looking at the term transport, and the first thing I thought of is we're prohibited from bringing a gun into a plane, aren't we, when we travel? My question to you.
I think that refers to transport of storing weapons in a vehicle going from point A to point B.
Okay, I'll double check that, yes. And then in the State House, I know the state of Maine has open carry. Could you enter the State House with a weapon?
I think rules prevent that, but by statute, I don't think there's any law that prevents that. I'd have to look into that for the work session.
I'm only asking you the same questions I asked in State and Local 3 years ago. State and Local is located in the Cross Building. And I asked that same question, and the gentleman who is a proponent of the Second Amendment, of course, and carrying guns, said he would never bring one in to Cross Building. Even they don't have, the security that is in the State House. So those are questions that are still left unanswered, but thank you for responding on that one. So no questions of Representative Andrews. I will then, Senator Seaway, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, you bring up a good point, Representative Andrews, about, during the COVID time. I kind of wondered when they said that, marijuana was a necessity, but the guns weren't. And it's when marijuana isn't even covered under the federal, but guns are. So what's your thoughts on that?
Well, furthermore, Senator, there's a constitutional right to keep and bear arms. There's no constitutional right to cannabis. I think the one would outweigh the other in regard for need of access.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just we'll be asking for people to testify in support. Mr. Andrews, you can stay if you want to, or listen in the other room. It's up to you. I will call upon Representative Buckingham, whose bill is LD 1315, an act to protect firearm use and possession rights during a state of emergency and require a 2/3 vote by the Legislative Council to declare or extend a state of emergency. Welcome, Mr. Fockingham, or Representative Fockingham, sorry.
Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I am Representative Billy Bob Fockingham, and I am here to present LD 1315, an act to protect firearm use and possession rights during a state of emergency and require a 2/3 vote by the Legislative Council to declare or extend a state of emergency. This bill declares that actually, before I begin, I want to let you know that I have put in an amendment to this bill before I start my testimony. The amendment is starts on page 2, lines 22 through 34. After lawful authority, it removes the rest of that paragraph. I don't know if that's been dispersed to you all or not. But I took out the rest of that paragraph because basically the first sentence summarizes that it covers the fact that this bill doesn't impede law enforcement, and the rest of that language was unnecessary. So
you're saying lines 22 to 34 is removed in your amendment?
yes, after the word lawful authority, which that first sentence refers to, that law enforcement can act within their lawful authority, and the rest of that language didn't need to remain after that. So that paragraph is crossed out, just for clarification.
Thank you.
Yep. So this bill declares that the transport, storage, sale, and transfer and other activities involving firearms, ammunition, and components and accessories are considered essential businesses and services during the state of emergency declared by the governor, and prohibits the regulation, curtailment, seizure, or other actions to restrict otherwise lawfully owned and possessed firearms, ammunition, and related components and accessories, and related activities during the state of emergency. This bill exempts from the provision a law enforcement officer seizing a firearm, ammunition, or accessories or components while detaining an individual for suspected criminal activity pursuant to a warrantless arrest. This bill also suspends the expiration date for concealed handgun permits for a state of emergency. This bill also makes a proclamation by the governor declaring a state of emergency in the state or renewing a state of emergency void if it is not approved by 2/3 vote of the Legislative Council within 3 days of the declaration of renewal. These aren't earth-shattering reforms to the current emergency procedures. In the first major part of this bill, we are simply affirming the people's constitutional right to bear arms won't be infringed by a state of emergency. The second major part of this bill says that if a state of emergency is going to exist beyond 3 days, that there will be some affirmation by the legislature. I have chosen that affirmation to come from the Legislative Council. The Legislative Council is made up of the leaders of the House and Senate caucuses and the Speaker of the House and the Senate President. This body can easily be convened on a very short notice and makes up the entirety of legislative leadership. This makes them the perfect body to quickly affirm or deny a governor's proclamation of a state of emergency. The question before you now is, are we a representative form of government, or are we a monarchy that can be ruled by dictatorial style leadership for as long as the governor decides to continue extending emergency declarations? I hope you choose that constitutional rights will not halt during a state of emergency. I hope that you will choose to give the legislature a swift method for weighing in on a state of emergency, and I hope that you will vote ought to pass on LD 1315. Thank you. I'll answer any questions you have.
Thank you. I don't see any hands up. I will ask you, Representative Fockingham, I'm looking at both yours and Representative Andrews. And although I've read them, I'm looking at the summary, which is the same, except yours does add the two-thirds vote of the Legislative Council. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
That the first half is pretty much the same, okay? 2/3 would be what? Is it 7? Have you figured that one out?
I believe it would take 4 to.
2/3 of the legislative council?
Yeah. But yeah, 7.
Okay.
It would take, what I meant was it would take 4 to.
It would take
sustain the third.
bipartisanship, wouldn't it? Okay, thank you. Anybody have any questions of Representative Buckingham? Thank you. You also, we'll be opening it up for those who wish to speak on either bill in support. We're looking for people who will speak in support of LD 1052 and or 1315. Please raise your hand and we'll let you in.
I'm bringing over 2 people. 3.
I might add.
Yes.
Good morning, Representative Warren. I don't know if you were there when I started, but I didn't see you before that, but good morning.
No, I know. We're going to recognize Representative Warren. Hello.
Thank you. Good morning, Representative Buckingham, and good morning to the Criminal Justice Committee. I apologize. I have been running around in Zoom land over many committees this morning, so I'm happy to be back home.
I got to tell you, I missed you. There's one spot I missed you at, so thank you.
Thank you.
I will now recognize William Phillips, followed by Jonathan Montel and Lauren LePage.
I'm sorry, I must have clicked by mistake. I'm actually testifying on LD 999.
We've already closed the testimony on that, Mr. Phillips.
Yeah, that's why I said I clicked by mistake, so.
Okay.
Senator, we haven't done 999
Oh, not
yet.
999, you're right. I was looking at 997, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Phillips, we'll get to you shortly. We're just finishing up on these 2. I will now recognize Jonathan Martell.
Good morning again. I'm Jonathan Martell from Sanford, Maine, and I would like to speak in support of LD 1052. Since Section 16 of the Maine Constitution states that keep and bear arms, every citizen has a right to keep and bear arms, and this right shall never be questioned. It is clear that this has been questioned, and the clarification is needed to prevent a repeat of the events of 2020, where the exercise of a right to self-defense was considered non-essential. Gun shops, ranges, and sporting goods stores were forced closed due to being considered non-essential by the current administration. With violence rampant over the country and many shortages, people needed to be able to defend themselves. I ask that you pass this common sense clarification to prevent a reoccurrence of the rights violation that we all saw transpire. And then I have similar remarks for LD 1315. I ask that you vote to support this legislation and that it affirms the right to self-defense in a state of emergency, which was clearly violated in 2020 with firearms and sporting goods stores as well as ranges being considered non-essential. It also minimizes the potential for abuse by a governor or of any party to continuously renew a state of emergency without legislative approval. Representatives of the people are voted to be just that, and they need to stay actively engaged in what is happening in the state. Accountability is also important, as you're elected to keep the governor accountable to the people. Ask that you would support both of these bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Martell on either one? Seeing none, thank you. I now will recognize Lauren LePage.
Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Lauren LePage, and I'm the Maine State Director of the National Rifle Association. And I'd like to express our strong support for both bills. In times of civil disorder, crisis, or uncertainty, Americans buy firearms for protection and other lawful purposes. Maine initially refused to designate FFLs as essential businesses, and establishments like Kittery Trading Post were ultimately forced to close. Similar decisions in other states resulted in litigation to allow these businesses to reopen. For example, in Massachusetts, a federal court required gun shops to open. In Maine, however, the governor reconsidered her initial stance and reclassified these businesses as essential. Eventually, the federal government began issuing revisions to its advisory memorandum, listing gun shops, ammunition manufacturers, and shooting ranges as essential businesses. The Second Amendment guarantees the right to keep and bear arms. However, when gun stores close, an individual's ability to keep and bear arms becomes hindered or rendered impossible. Over the last year, gun and ammunition sales have soared, as has the number of individuals relying on shooting ranges to become proficient firearm users. This is not limited to ordinary citizens. Members of our law enforcement tend to obtain firearms and ammunition from their local firearm retailers, as do members of the armed forces, and they need the ability to purchase firearms, ammo, and the ability to train. Finally, during these declarations of emergency, some local jurisdictions have delayed processing carry permit applications or purchase permits, which hinders individuals from exercising their Second Amendment rights at the front end. Both of these bills prohibit that and suspend the expiration date for concealed handgun permits during the state of emergency. I just want to add very quickly that according to NSSF, 8 million people bought their first firearm in 2020. So 40% of those people were women. So access to a gun shop and an FFL to lawfully purchase a firearm during 2020 became more critical than ever. And on behalf of the thousands of NRA members in Maine, I respectfully request that you support LD 1052 and LD 13. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. LePage? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony. Anyone else wishing to speak in support of either bill? Please raise your hand.
Seeing no hands, Senator.
Okay, I now will ask anyone wishing to testify in opposition of LD 1052 or 1315, either one or both. Please raise your hand, we'll let you in.
2 people are coming over.
Okay, I saw Rebecca Graham first, followed by Jeff Bickford.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of Maine's Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Rebecca Graham, and I'm here testifying in opposition to 1052 and 1315 at the direction of MMA's 70-member Legislative Policy Committee for a number of reasons to do with the language. As drafted, these bills have some really far-reaching implications for the ability of municipal officials to manage and address temporary and situationally necessary activity during other states of emergency, such as civil unrest or natural disasters or related incidents where local violent protest may be part of the balance between unchecked liberty weighed against the protections of residents' life and property. While these bills seem to be retrospective in their construction, it's really important to maintain that flexibility because not all particularly municipal emergencies are going to be long-term emergencies like a health pandemic. So while municipal officials are sympathetic to those issues that were felt during this last pandemic, we need to maintain and continue that flexibility. And also it's important to highlight that there are only 2 constitutional rights that are absolute in their application, with no ability for the government to ignore or suspend them at any time. And those are the right not to be tortured and the right not to be enslaved. There are already multiple limits on the right to own, possess, and carry firearms. And this bill proposes to treat them as absolute rights simply because of an emergency, which is temporary and geographically limited in the municipal context. So lawful use, possession, and sale of firearms includes the adherence to existing law as well as emergency temporary law, which makes both of these bills kind of contradictory in their lawful use doctrine. During an incident of civil unrest, the ability to temporarily halt the sale of weapons and ammunition could conceivably be necessary to limit access to additional firearms by the aggressors. This bill would prohibit municipal officials from closing weapon stores during a large protest, and that could potentially escalate that situation. with very little recourse to protect responders and citizens nearby. And it would also limit the ability for municipalities to ensure the prioritization of weapons and ammunition sales to their police responders over the public, which may also be necessary. In conflicts of an internal nature, police are on the front lines and must assess who a combatant is and who is a bystander without the benefit of a uniformed distinctions between those two that are found in other areas of conflict. In law and in practice, this is done by the assessment of action, but also the possession of a weapon. Lawful gun owners during a state of emergency, particularly local and temporary, need to be at home, not shopping in the community during such an incident. And municipalities need that ability to close those businesses. As municipalities and municipal emergencies pertain only to the borders of that municipality, such prohibitions are entirely local in nature and not a complete infringement on an already qualified right. Additionally, in 1315, it suggests that municipal officials should be processing concealed handgun permits during emergency as a priority operation rather than shifting the duties of staff to running shelters or securing supplies or assisting residents get out of harm's way as in other.
You wrap up, Ms. Graham?
Sure. There's quite a great deal of text that is contained within my testimony, and I urge you to review that and also understand for all of those reasons, municipal officials ask that you vote ought not to pass on these bills as drafted.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions of Ms. Graham? Seeing none, thank you again. Now I'll recognize Jeff Bickford.
Thank you again, and good morning again, Senator DeChambeau. Hello, Representative Warren. Nice to have you with us, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name again is Jeff Bickford, and I come before you today on behalf of the Maine Gun Safety Coalition, our board of directors, and our thousands of supporters across the state of Maine in strong opposition to both LD 1052 and LD 1315. I mentioned in my earlier testimony that we hear kind of the same refrains that are bandied about in a lot of these gun bills on either side, but one I hear quite frequently again hurled my way in the direction of my fellow gun safety supporters is, this is a solution in search of a problem. And when it comes to these two bills, I could not agree more. During our state of emergency last year, during this time last year, gun sales in Maine went up 69%. And as you'll hear about later, because of our porous background check system, that's just the sales that we know about. No gun stores in Maine were closed longer than a few days, and no one's ability to carry a firearm was restricted. If anything, the public emergency allowed gun sales and gun culture in our state to thrive. While so many aspects of our lives suffered greatly. But to raise the right to always be able to buy a gun during a public emergency, no matter what, whenever you want it or need it, above every other right in the state is nonsense, and it is dangerous. And Governor Mills did not find the need in this emergency, eventually after reconsideration, to restrict any ability to buy or sell a gun. But public emergency laws exist to respond to any type of emergency, those predicted and those unforeseen. We should not be in the business of tying the hands of future administrations trying ably to grapple with what would be unprecedented and serious conditions, and in their efforts to save the lives of Mainers. To make either of these bills law would to make the following things essential in this state unimpeachable during a public emergency: the ability to get food, the ability to go to the hospital, and the ability to buy and sell guns at any time and in any manner. Not work, not school, not church, not recreation, not non-essential travel. Guns, food, and medical care. Now, for some on the far right fringes of our gun culture, that may sound exactly right to them, but I would hope to prudent, wise legislators elected to serve all of Maine and all of its residents and to protect against potential future emergencies, this future hand tying would come across for what it is: dangerous, unwarranted, and unwise. I urge you to vote ought not to pass on both LD 1052 and LD 1315. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Bickford? Seeing no hands raised, thank you. I believe we only had two in opposition. I now will ask if anyone wishes to speak neither for nor against LD 1052 or 1315. Please raise your hand.
Seeing no hands, Senator.
Thank you. Seeing we've heard testimony, I will close this public hearing on both LD 1052 and 1315. And again, I believe the work session will be this coming Friday. Thank you. I think the next one is that 999? Yeah. An act regarding background checks for the sale of firearms. Is the sponsor here, Rachel Talbot Ross?
Yes. One moment.
Thank you. Welcome, Representative Talbot Ross.
Thank you kindly. I'm going to say good afternoon. It's 11:55. Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren and the distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross, and I represent House District 40, which comprises the neighborhoods on the peninsula of Portland. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present LD 999, an act regarding background checks for the sale of firearms. You will hear some of those testifying today refer to this bill lovingly as Darian's Law. So I want to begin by sharing why. Darian Richardson was a kind, outgoing, and motivated young woman. She grew up in South Portland, graduated from Bowdoin College, and stayed in Maine to start her career. Darian was beloved and had so much to offer our state and our communities, but her life was cut short by gun violence. On January 8th, 2010, armed intruders broke into Darian's home in Portland. They opened fire, and Darian sustained 2 gunshot wounds, one to her hand and another that traveled from her knee and into her hip. Darian struggled for weeks to recover from her injuries and trauma, but she died from complications on February 28th, 2010. She was just 25 years old. As a mother, a friend to the Richardsons, and a member of their community, I know I cannot fully convey either the bright light that Darian represented to all of us, or the devastation in the wake of her death. Her parents, Judy and Wayne, are here today to speak about the person Darian was and what this loss has meant to them and to all who knew her. More than 11 years after Darian was murdered, her family is still waiting for answers and her killer to be held accountable. And we have still not moved forward with implementing the policies that may have prevented the firearm used to kill Darian from being sold. Law enforcement recovered that firearm at the scene of another murder, which is how we know that it was sold privately at a gun show shortly before the shooting that took Darian's life. No background check. No records to indicate who bought the firearm that would soon be used in multiple murders. And it was all perfectly legal under current statute. As members of this committee may know, background checks are not currently required by Maine law for private sales. That means gun shows and other private sales can be and are specifically targeted by people who would not be able to pass a background check by a licensed dealer. LD 999 would change that. It would require background checks for sales at gun shows or advertised sales. This would mean engaging a federally licensed firearm dealer, or FFL, to perform the background check. Many gun shows already have FFL on site to conduct background checks. For private sales, the buyer and the seller would meet at an FFL's location, such as a gun shop, to complete the background check. I really want to be clear. I want to be clear about what LD 999 does not do. It is very important to understand that this bill does not require background checks for sales or transfers between friends and family members. It does not require background checks for sales or transfers between friends and family members. It does not prevent anyone from lending their shotgun or rifle to a friend or family member for hunting or other sporting purposes. It specifically targets situations where the seller does not have a relationship with the buyer and therefore has no way of knowing if they are legally prohibited from possessing a firearm under state or federal law. In this way, it is significantly different from the 2016 referendum question that Mainers rejected, and I believe removes the portions to which the vast majority of those who voted against that proposal objected. In fact, overwhelming majorities of Mainers have supported the proposal within LD 999 in the recent past. When a similar bill was introduced in the 129th legislature, statewide polling showed that 82.1% of registered voters approved. That included majorities from both parties and among unaffiliated voters, as well as in both the 1st and 2nd congressional districts. In this age of partisanship, there are very few policies that earn that kind of approval across the board. Mainers recognize that, at most, this presents a minor inconvenience to someone who is buying or selling a firearm from or to a stranger. It would neither interfere with any law-abiding gun owner's ability to buy or sell a firearm. It does not compromise our state's proud sporting heritage. It is, in fact, an incredibly small price to pay to save lives. If this proposal had been law, the gun used to kill Darian may not have been sold to her killer. When you hear from Darian's parents, you will hear why no other family should have to go through what they experienced with the loss of their daughter to senseless violence. I truly thank you for listening. I know you've had a long day already, but I would be happy to answer any questions. There are folks who are coming after me that have technical answers for you on many of this. Bill, I want to just add one personal note before I close, and that is I was about 12 years old when I first, heard about guns and the violence that ensues from them. It was because my father, Gerald E. Talbot, who served in the state legislature for 3 terms, introduced background check legislation on what we used to call Saturday night specials. He was targeted at the time, and I remember picking up the phone numerous times at my home, house where I grew up, because they were giving death threats to him for him introducing that legislation. That was my first encounter with gun control legislation and the use of guns, was picking up the phone and hearing someone threaten me with a gun because of my father's stance at that time. I hope we've come a long way in debating this issue and in thinking about what sensible gun safety looks like so that we ensure sensible, dependable public safety in our state. So I want to, again, thank you for your time. And I just want to say I am so proud to be able to present this bill on behalf of Darian and her family, who are just extraordinarily beloved in our community, and I dare say across the country. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Talbot Ross. Any questions for Ms. Talbot Ross? I do have a question. I keep reading this. I'm wondering if it's written this way because it's supposed to be, but it says, I'd like to know the difference between involving the transfer or sale. What's the definition of transfer if it's not for sale?
You can transfer anything to a family member or to that's it. It's just a transference of the ownership of the firearm by a family member. It's
I thought of that when I first read it, and then, but the first paragraph where it says requirement, it says if neither the seller nor the buyer in a transaction involving the transfer or sale of a firearm is not a federally licensed dealer, the dealer shall perform a background check. So it just leaves the door open. And I'm just throwing out to you the same arguments we've been hearing for a couple of years. Because you also said this does not prohibit Grampy giving his favorite rifle to his grandson. I don't see it in this bill. There are exemptions, but a lot of it is law enforcement. So
well, thank you for the opportunity to clarify that, Senator. Transfer does not involve money. That's the distinction.
It does not involve money.
That's correct.
I'm still reading it like Grampy has to have a federally licensed dealer, but you're saying no.
Okay. I am unequivocally saying no. It is around the transfer is based on a monetary exchange. So this does not touch Grandpa in any way. And it's really an important point for the committee to understand. Transfers don't involve money. And this does not involve Grandpa giving a treasured firearm to a family member, not at all, or a friend, as long as it doesn't involve money. So it's a very important point for you all to understand. Thank you, Senator, for the opportunity to make that clear.
Any questions? None? Thank you.
Thank
and now
you.
we'll ask if there's anyone who in the legislature is here who would like to give testimony on LD 999. Representative Dudera.
Thank you very much. Let me lower my little hand here. Greetings, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. It's nice to see you again, a second time today. I'm Vicki Dudera, and I represent House District 94, which includes the towns of Camden, Islesboro, and Rockport. I'm here today in support of LD 999, an act regarding background checks for the sale of firearms. This bill requires background checks of purchasers of firearms for private sales at gun shows or private sales, subject to certain exemptions. You've heard the particulars of the bill and the numerous exemptions, and my testimony today will be brief. When we ask ourselves how criminals get their hands on guns, criminals, not law-abiding, responsible people, but bad actors and people who should not have guns, when we look at how, despite our rules and regulations, they manage to access firearms and do harm to innocent people, this is how they do it. They meet someone in a parking lot, someone who doesn't know them and who won't ask questions, not even their name, and they purchase a gun without a background check. They don't go through the proper channels that you and I would go through. They take advantage of a gaping loophole, a dangerous chasm that this bill seeks to close. You will hear today of the impact this loophole has had on families in Maine. Guns bought at private sales without the use of a background check have been used to commit crimes and cause unspeakable heartache in our state. And they are trafficked to other states where laws are more stringent. You will hear the tragic story that Representative Talbot Ross told a little bit about of Darian Richardson of Portland, an athletic 25-year-old woman with a bubbly personality who was climbing the ladder at her job. She was murdered in 2010 by someone using a gun that was bought at a private sale, a gun that cannot be traced. Her murder remains unsolved, but her family, friends, and law enforcement have not stopped seeking justice. And this bill is a piece of that process. We have the chance to solve a real problem, a horrible problem that affects real people and real Mainers. Please take the bold and brave step to tighten up the procedure for private sales of firearms and help keep guns out of the hands of those who seek to do harm. I'm happy to answer any questions, but as Representative Talbot Ross alluded, there are going to be folks coming down the aisle who have more technical expertise on the bill itself. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of Representative Tudera? Seeing none, I will now go to the public. Please raise your hand if you wish to testify in support of either bill, or I should say the bill 999.
I will start, there's many hands. I'll start bringing them in groups of 3.
Thank you. I will recognize the first one I saw. I believe that's the Honorable Janice Cooper. I'm guessing. There you are. Welcome. You're muted, Ms. Cooper. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, there were two things to click. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren, if she is here. Yes, she is. And other distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I am Janice Cooper, a resident of Yarmouth and former representative for that town, along with the towns of Chesapeake Island and Long Island. As some of you know, I served on this committee in the last legislature and was a member of the House for 4 terms. So I am very familiar with the support for background checks within my communities, as well as the nature of objections that have been voiced in the past to previous versions of background check bills. I have one thing that I've learned, which I want to focus on today, is that it's a mistake to try to craft a bill that anticipates every legitimate or even frivolous objection that may be raised. These exceptions often create more problems than they solve, and opponents latch on to those exceptions. Previous iterations of universal background checks tried to do this, and the result was that opponents seized on details that arguably could have caused confusion as to whether the bill would or should apply. For example, loaning a weapon to a friend or member of your hunting party or a relative, unadvertised sales between parties who know each other, often quite well, and so forth. To include such sales might prevent a sale to a person who would be found unauthorized to possess a firearm, but it also ensnares trustworthy people. It was objectionable to some members of this body because it got too close to dealings with neighbors and family members, people the gun owner and seller knew and trusted, too close to the ordinary way of living with firearms. This bill instead leaves out those transactions and instead focuses only on stranger sales and only those involving a seller who was in a position to understand how to easily access the background check process. If he or she sells at a gun show or by advertising, that person is sophisticated enough to know how to easily and quickly get a background check completed. Moreover, the bill does not apply to sellers and buyers who are clearly knowledgeable and trained in firearms, such as members of law enforcement, military, or licensed security officers. And I'd also like to point out, in response to the point made by Senator DeChambeau about whether or not grandpa giving his a favorite rifle to his grandson would be covered, I refer you to Section 2 of the bill, which makes it clear that this bill only applies to gun sales and sales offered through advertisements like Mr. Uncle Henry's. So a casual transfer between family members, for example, or between neighbors or friends is simply not covered by this requirement. So with that, I will end, and thank you for your attention and welcome any questions you have. You're muted, Senator.
Muted, yes. I want to thank you for showing that. That's exactly what I was looking for, and I skipped over it. Thank you. Any questions? I see Representative Lookner has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Cooper. So yeah, that was really my question there. So this just limits the sales to advertising, like things that are advertised. That's really the core component here, right? That's like what differentiates, you know, because grandpa is not going to advertise, you know, if we're using grandpa as the example, he's not going to put it in Uncle Henry's and say, I have a old 30-06 for my grandson. That's kind of the core here, right?
That's correct, but and also gun shows. But even there, gun shows are defined, so they're not miniature little gatherings. They're pretty large in size according to the statute of the bill.
Great, thank you for that clarification.
Seeing no other hands, thank you very much, Ms. Cooper.
Thank you.
I now will recognize William Phillips. You're in the right room at the right time.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is William Phillips. I'm a retired physician, formerly at Central Maine Medical Center. I have lived in Auburn, Maine since 2002. I've owned guns, have completed a hunter safety course in Maine, and have in the past gone hunting. My father was a munitions expert during World War II. My uncle was an avid sportsman. I grew up with guns in our house, went target shooting, skeet shooting with my dad, uncle, and grandfather. I'm not in favor of taking away the Second Amendment or of outlawing guns. However, it is obvious that America has a gun problem. The proliferation of weapons designed for killing other human beings has led to more gun deaths in our nation than any other civilized nation on earth. As a country, we are strongly trying to prevent the proliferation of nuclear weapons, and we have fought wars trying to prevent the manufacture of weapons of mass destruction. Yet in our own country, we allow the manufacture and sale of thousands of weapons of mass destruction with unsatisfactory controls of who can purchase, sell, or own them. Expanding simple background checks to safeguard our communities, our children, and our own lives is supported by a substantial majority of Mainers and in fact all Americans. Yet our representatives have failed to act. Is the fear of losing the next election greater than the fear of losing a child, a friend, or a neighbor to senseless gun violence? It's time to pass this sensible legislation and live up to our motto, Dirigo, I lead. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Any questions? Again, thank you. Now, Jeff Bickford.
Thank you. I'm back. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. Again, my name is Jeff Bickford. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Gun Safety Coalition. And for the past 3 years, I've had the honor of leading that group as Executive Director. Now, the job offers many rewarding aspects, but none surpass the warmth I feel from having had the opportunity to grow close to two of our board members, Wayne and Judy Richardson. Fighting for common sense, life-saving gun safety measures here in Maine or in Washington, D.C. has allowed me to experience their bond up close. Maine had done what it should have and what it should do this very day and required a background check at a gun show. When two complete strangers traded cash for a deadly weapon, then maybe the person who bought that gun would not have passed a background check and would have not been able to possess that gun. And maybe that person wouldn't have had that gun when they broke into Darian Richardson's home in Portland in the middle of the night and shot her. shots that led to bullets being lodged in her body, shots that would lead to her death. Maybe Darian, young and full of life, a teacher of other brilliant young Mainers, a Bowdoin grad, a daughter, a sister, a dancer, would still be inspiring our kids and making her parents laugh today, May 3rd, 2021. Then maybe Judy and Wayne wouldn't, brokenheartedly, full of loss and pain, have spent the last 10 years fighting with everything they have, missing work, missing home, to trudge to Augusta and Washington, D.C. so regularly to beg you to make sure another parent never feels the way they do every day when they wake up and realize that one of the best parts of them is gone. Maybe then Judy and Wayne would not have joined the board of Maine Gun Safety Coalition and continued this fight in Maine. And I wouldn't have met them. And I wouldn't be here today. And I wouldn't be here today talking about how I wish they weren't here today. Sadly, I have met Judy and Wayne, and I love them dearly. It's too late for them, but it's not too late for every other parent in this state. Today, I ask you to use your power as lawmakers and protectors of your constituents and the people of Maine to say no more maybes, no more Darians, just yes. Yes, in Maine, if you are selling a gun to a complete stranger, you must have them complete a background check, a 10-minute, $15 background check before you sell them a gun. Yes, you must take the 3 minutes to walk to the other end of the gun show to the federally licensed firearm dealer and have them run a background check for a stranger before they can carry the gun you agreed to sell them out of the facility. Yes, if you have no fear of passing a background check, then you have nothing to fear from this law. Yes, if you worry the person you are selling a gun to may be a prohibited person, you should not be selling them a gun without a background check. On behalf of the Maine Gun Safety Coalition, our board of directors, and our thousands of supporters across the state, please vote ought to pass on LD 999, Darian's Law. Please don't force another set of brokenhearted parents to come before you in 2 years or 10 and ask why we need a bill in their daughter's name. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Bigford? You know, I do have a question because you mentioned, I didn't even know there was a cost, but $10 or what have you. Does this bill state, I mean, reading it, I guess it does, if there was an event and a show, and I've seen them in my own town, and if this bill passes, there would have to be, therefore, a licensed firearm dealer there to do the transaction, would there not be?
Yes, at a gun show, yes, and it should be made very clear that I think all, if not the vast majority of gun shows in this state already have a licensed dealer on the premises. That's required for liability and insurance purposes for the event sponsor. And so any argument that this is an inconvenience or some radical change to the way that we conduct business at gun shows in this state is absolutely false.
That's great, good, thank you.
And I'll just say in response to your comment about the dollar amount, you know, there's nothing in this bill that says what the dollar amount would be, but in states, the 25 or so states that have similar laws, they do allow a reasonable fee for an FFL to run that background check just for their time. If you buy a gun at a gun store right now, there's no charge.
Thank you very much. Now I will recognize Judy Richardson, followed by Mark Seeger, and then Camilla Shannon. Welcome, Mrs. Richardson.
Hi. Thank you, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee for allowing me to speak today. I am Judy Richardson, mom of Darian Richardson. I'm here to speak for my daughter and other victims of gun violence who are unable to speak for themselves. I'm here to testify in favor of LD 999, an act requiring background checks for the sale of firearms, and we refer to it as Darian's Law. Darian was born, raised, educated, and remained in Maine for her career. Darian was a kind and loving little girl who was outgoing and friendly. She always had a big, beautiful smile on her face and like a magnet attracted everyone to her bright light. Those qualities remained as she grew into a lovely young woman. Darian graduated with honors from South Portland High in 2002 and from Bowdoin College in 2006 with a degree in sociology and education. Darian had a steadfast demeanor and hardworking, fun-loving. Darian was also a social butterfly who loved music and loved to dance. Darian had a happy and vibrant personality, and was much loved by all who knew her. She loved life and people and sought out and found only the good in everyone she met. Darian left the world and those she encountered better in her wake. On January 8th, 2010, masked intruders burst into Darian's home and opened fire. One of the bullets struck her left hand and blew off her thumb. As she tried to roll off her bed, the second bullet entered by her knee, traveled the length of her leg, and lodged in her hip where it was to remain. She spent 3 days in the ICU and 18 more in critical care, and spent weeks following that trying to recover from severe trauma, emotionally and physical pain. Sadly, 51 days after she was shot, she died from delayed complications from her gunshot wounds on February 28th. She was only 25. Darian's death devastated me and my family and all who knew her. Not a day goes by that I don't feel my child's absence in the world and a hole in the space where she should be. To compound this tragedy, Darian's homicide has never been solved. This is due in part to the dangerous loophole we have in Maine. Those who purchase a firearm at a private sale, at a gun show, or from things like Uncle Henry's do not need to pass a background check. Darian was murdered with a .45 caliber semi-automatic handgun. That gun was later recovered at the scene of another murder in Portland on February 10th, 2010. After Darian's death, the police recovered the bullet from Darian's hip, and the ballistics confirmed that it was from that gun. The gun was traced to a Maine resident who bought the gun at a retail establishment where he was required to undergo a background check. But soon after, he sold it at a gun show to someone he didn't know, asked no questions, and kept no records. Since that was a private sale between an unlicensed seller and a buyer, the law required nothing. Just an exchange of cash for a gun. This Maine resident either knowingly or unknowingly put a gun in the hands of someone who shouldn't have one, and that gun was used in 2 shootings within a month's time of 2 young Mainers. He may well know, but if he does, there's no legal recourse for him to tell the truth. These 2 murders were unrelated except for the gun. This is an example of how guns get into the infamous black market. There are millions of people legally excluded from owning a gun, like those convicted of felony offenses. But unless they buy their gun from a licensed dealer, there's no way to prevent them from completing the sale and no way to find them later if they commit a crime with that gun. The person who violently entered Darian's bedroom in the middle of the night and shot her is getting away with murder. That is a public safety concern. Gun violence is a public safety issue, and it's also preventable. If we can save lives without infringing on this constitutional right to own a gun, why aren't we doing so? We have background check systems, so why do we allow this gaping hole in the law? We have a moral responsibility to do whatever we can do to make it more difficult for guns to end up in the wrong hands. We are very private people, and we never anticipated that we would become advocates for victims of violence crime. Since Darian's death, we have advocated in Maine and nationally for gun violence prevention, and other people who were shot and survived, like Darian did for a while, but have lasting physical, mental, emotional, and financial issues. Sadly, in this time, all I have seen is the few gun laws we had in Maine diminish. The gun lobby would like you to believe that the gun violence doesn't happen here in Maine. But if you believe that, you're either not paying attention or it hasn't affected you or someone you love yet. We have met many people in Maine whose families have been impacted by gun violence. Parents like us whose children have been murdered. friends who have been shot and live with lifelong issues, people who have had a relative complete suicide with a gun, people who have others who had siblings who get a hold of an unsecured gun, women who have experienced domestic violence. In fact, according to the federal CDC, Maine's gun death is 11.5 deaths per 100,000 residents. That is higher than every other northeastern state except for Pennsylvania. It's not easy to talk about this issue publicly in Maine. And it's really not easy when you have to do it on this time limited that I realize I am over. It's so difficult. It's hard to have your loved one re-victimized again by the gun lobby and those who follow it. I'm aware it is really hard to understand what it's like and how we feel, because there are no words that can really adequately describe this pain. Mainers are outraged all too often by the mass shootings in our nation. Suicides, unintentional shootings of children, domestic violence, all shooting deaths leave behind the same pain as the mass shootings that are more likely to catch your attention. Every single shooting is devastating for the victim and those who love them. It is a pain forever rooted in the soul of someone who has lived it. It is the same trauma. Our response to this pain and trauma should be the same. Our empathy for each victim should be the same. It is too late for us. We can't have Darien back, but it is not too late to prevent more tragedies in Maine. Lives matter more than politics. One victim of gun violence is too many. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Richardson. Powerful testimony. Thank you. I have Mark Seeger, followed by Camilla Shannon. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, for the opportunity to testify in support of Darien's law. I'm Mark Seeger, resident of Freeport, formerly of Portland. I've been a teacher, a school administrator, a parent, a father, and now a grandparent. I met Darien when she was an assistant teacher at the school where I worked. I remember her incredibly positive presence with children. Her murder was a tragedy, and I'm glad that this vitally important bill carries her name. This bill will make Maine citizens safer by closing a dangerous loophole. Let me skip over some of my testimony in the interest of time and speak just to the loophole question. The word loophole, centuries ago, loopholes were cut into walls, narrow openings that allowed weapons to be fired through the protective wood or stone walls of a fort. A loophole was an opening designed for a weapon, first arrows, then guns. Originally, a loophole protected soldiers, defenders of public safety. Today, the opposite. Today, instead, this loophole in Maine is one that criminals can and do exploit. It's important for our communities to be protected by a background checks law that closes loopholes, that applies to private purchases by strangers, to advertise sales outside of licensed dealerships. The bill, as you've heard, is very specific. Its restrictions apply only to certain kinds of purposes. It can be easily implemented and at little or no cost. It regulates individual behavior in ways that promote public safety and preserve individual rights and individual lives. It's time to close this dangerous loophole. Almost half the states in our country already have this kind of law. Maine should too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Seeger. Any questions of Mr. Seeger at all? Seeing none, again, thank you. I have Camilla Shannon, followed by, I believe, Jonathan Stopek squeezed in here. We'll go with Camilla Shannon.
Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Cam Shannon. I live in Yarmouth. I'm here today in support of LD 999, an act regarding background checks for the sale of firearms. This bill is also known, as you've heard, as Darian's Law. It's named in honor of Darian Richardson, who died from the injuries sustained in a home invasion in 2010. Darian was 25 when she was murdered. She was a Portland resident. She was a Bowdoin College graduate. She was a teacher at Waynfleet. She had so much promise, so much ahead of her, so much left to give. But she was murdered in the middle of the night, lying asleep in bed, shot by a gun purchased without a background check. Had Maine passed a background check bill just over 10 years earlier, Darian might still be with us today. Background checks already govern the sale of firearm purchases at federally licensed firearm dealers in Maine. Background checks prevent those legally prohibited from purchasing and owning a firearm from doing so. They work simply, efficiently, and well. Individuals seeking to purchase a firearm submit an ID and form to the firearm dealer. The dealer electronically submits this information to the FBI. The FBI checks the information against a relevant database and typically responds within 10 minutes, notifying the seller if the sale can proceed. Unfortunately, there is a loophole in this life-saving common sense measure. Background checks are not required for guns purchased at gun shows or through private sales. This accounts for 40% of guns sold in Maine. LD 999 seeks to close this loophole. Much like the Manchin-Toomey Amendment, which received bipartisan support in the US Senate, including a vote from Senator Collins, LD 999 only requires background checks for the sale of firearms between strangers. No background checks are required for transfers among family, friends, and hunting buddies. Background checks work. According to the Giffords Law Center, more than 3 million people have failed background checks. 35% of these were convicted felons since the federal background check requirement was adopted in 1994. Background checks prevent illegal gun trafficking. States like Maine, without universal background checks, export crime guns across state lines at a 30% higher rate than states in which all gun sales require a background check. Please save innocent Mainers like Darian Richardson and their families from suffering the heartbreak that Judy and Wayne have had to face. Please vote ought to pass.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Shannon? You've done a lot of study, I'm sure, on this. Do you know, or else I'd ask someone else, of the states in New England that have a similar law?
Do I know off the top of my head which states have them? I know Massachusetts does. I am not sure, and Connecticut does. I'm not sure of all the New England states. Actually, sorry, all but New Hampshire.
Yeah, we'll look at that. Question I have. Thank you. No question. I would now welcome DA Jonathan Stopek. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I'm Jonathan Sarbek. I'm the district attorney here in Cumberland County, and I'm here in support of LD 999. Thank you very much for having me, and thank you to Representative Talbot Ross for bringing this forward. I'm addressing this from a public safety perspective because, as we know, when criminal actions happen, when guns get put into the wrong hands, and here in Maine, it is you are prohibited from having firearms if you are a convicted felon. Unfortunately, things can go wrong and tragedies can happen, as we've all heard today. We are here in support of LD 999 as a simple public safety measure, one that is not too compelling or too difficult for people to actually abide by, and that you've also heard that there are exemptions within the law that do protect private citizens making transfers among family and friends. So from a public safety perspective, myself, I'm in support of LD 999. I think that it does take those measures that one, prevent tragedy, but also if a tragedy does occur, then it will make it much easier to gather evidence, gather information, and hopefully prosecute those individuals responsible. And as we know, was not available in the case of Darian and her family due to the fact that that gun was not traceable because that sale was basically that information was not available from that sale. So I'd be happy to answer any questions for the committee.
Thank you. Any questions of DA Starbeck and Representative Morales?
Thank you so much. And thank you, DA Sarbeck. And I don't know if you'll have this information or if someone else does, but I just thought of it. I had once seen a statistic around the number of sales in Maine, sort of the percentage that goes through background checks, and then the numbers that go through, private sales, without the background check. Do you have any idea of what that percentage is? And I could certainly ask others.
I do not. The presenter before me seemed to have a lot more information from the data that's available, but I don't have that information offhand, Representative. I apologize.
No problem. Sorry to ask it of you then.
No
Thank
problem.
you.
Seeing no other questions, I now will welcome, I've got Nicole Palmer. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Nicole Palmer, and I live in Bowdoin. I'm an educator, a professional singer, and now I'm a new mom. Last night, as I was putting my baby down to sleep, I kissed his cheek. And in that moment, I thought of Judy and Wayne Richardson, who probably remember the days when their beautiful and vibrant daughter, Darian, was that little. How they must have kissed her cheek while she slept, how they must have dreamed of the best possible future for her, and then raised her to follow her dreams and to give back to her community as a teacher, to be an extraordinary human. I can hardly believe that I have to be here today to beg you to vote for background checks, because the logic behind them is frankly so elementary that it begs the question of why anyone would need convincing. Background checks are not controversial. Most Maine gun owners readily and easily undergo them already. They are so obviously logical that they used to be supported by groups like the NRA and the Sportsmen's Alliance of Maine, back when those organizations cared about the safety of humans and not just about making money for gun manufacturers. Of course, people should have to go through a free 10-minute examination of their past before they are handed tools that can kill people. The only people this bill would negatively affect are criminals who really want to buy guns but wouldn't pass a background check. Right now, criminals know that they can easily and legally buy a gun in Maine from a private dealer. That's why Maine is literally known as the place criminals can come to get their guns. Opponents of this bill will tell you criminals will be able to get their guns through the black market anyway. Y'all, this is the black market. This is where it starts. Only here it's not called the black market. It's just called the market for guns. It's just called Uncle Henry's or the private dealer at the gun show. Why in the world would you not want to stop that? With the current law, we might as well have an addition to the welcome sign at our southern border that says, criminals, get your guns here. When I think about the patently untrue but oft repeated phrase, we don't have a gun problem in Maine, I think of Judy and Wayne and all the other parents who have lost beloved family members to guns here. I think of the death threats Judy and Wayne receive for being outspoken in their efforts to prevent gun violence, the horrible, nasty comments from anonymous bullies who say things like, don't let your daughters sleep with drug dealers, and F you and that hellspawn, I'm glad that piece of S is gone. Get the F out of the USA and take that ape you call husband with you. I'm sorry, Judy and Wayne. They shouldn't have to endure that. They shouldn't have to be here today begging you to do what is obviously right. For Judy and Wayne, there is no healing the pain that they've been through the past 11 years. There is only the hope that in doing so publicly, they can keep other families from having to go through it too. You have a role in making that happen. I hope and pray that you will vote ought to pass on LD 999. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Any questions for Ms. Palmer? Seeing none, thank you. I'll recognize Hillary Shende.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Hillary Shende from Brunswick. Thank you for listening to my testimony today. I'm here today because I want my freedom back. I want the freedom to go to the grocery store without worrying that some crazy person will open fire on me while I put breakfast cereal into my grocery cart. I want the freedom of having no knots in my stomach when I drop my kids off at school because some crazy person might decide he's had enough of whatever's eating him that day and he's going to shoot up the school. When COVID is over, I want the freedom to be able to travel to visit family without worrying that some crazy person with an untraceable, undetectable ghost gun could walk right through the metal detector with his plastic but fully lethal weapon and get on the same plane with my kids and me. Where on earth is my freedom? 82% of Mainers from both parties and from both congressional districts are asking the same question, and we all want the same thing: common sense gun safety laws like universal background checks. I can show up here in the middle of the work week to testify for Darien's Law and other common sense gun safety bills because I happen to have been laid off during the pandemic and can spare the time to show up for these important bills. Most people can't. They have to work. That's why it's incumbent upon our legislators to understand that for every constituent testifying in favor of this bill today, there are tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of constituents who agree with our statements, and it is the duty of the legislators to represent our interests whether we show up here or not. That's how representative government is supposed to work. It's utter insanity that someone who doesn't want to undergo a background check, perhaps because he couldn't pass one, can nonetheless acquire a deadly firearm through a private sale, and it's perfectly legal for that to happen. It is a gaping hole in our public safety laws. It is how a young woman with a bright future named Darien Richardson lost her life. It's how so many other murders take place all over the Eastern Seaboard. The iron pipeline, where drugs are traded for guns up and down the East Coast, is made possible largely by the lax gun sale laws in Maine and in South Carolina. Many on the other side will say, well, these people are criminals. They're going to go around the laws anyway. To those people, I would say, maybe. But why should we be making it so easy for them? People break speed limit laws too, but I don't see anyone saying we might as well abolish speed limits. You know why we don't abolish speed limits? Because they work. They save lives. Universal background checks save lives too. That's why about 800,000 Mainers, myself included, want them. Please, I beg you, listen to your constituents. The overwhelming majority of us urge you to pass Darien's Law, make background checks universal, and get rid of Maine's black market for guns. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. Any questions of Ms. Shende? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. Richardson, I'm sorry if I missed you. I didn't see your name on the list. So you wish to testify? Oh, you're muted.
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee for allowing me to give testimony in favor of LD 999, an act requiring background checks for the sale of firearms, referred to as Darien's Law. My name is Wayne Richardson of South Portland, Maine. I'm a gun owner, lifelong hunter of deer, turkey, and other wild game. Most importantly, I'm a husband and a father. I'm also a broken father of a daughter, Darien, who was killed by gun violence in 2010, right here in Maine. Her home invasion, shooting, and murder unsolved to this day. I'm committed to preventing others from living with the pain caused by gun violence. There are many things we can do to prevent gun violence. This bill is one of them. I was born and raised in Portland. My father taught me and my brothers to hunt at a very early age. In fact, he taught hunter safety classes and was a member of the Falmouth Rod and Gun Club. My father was also a licensed gun dealer. He was also a Cumberland County deputy sheriff. He taught me and my brothers how to handle firearms and the respect and responsibility that comes with it. He also taught me about the Second Amendment, the responsibility that comes with it. Maine has a long history of families like mine getting together, enjoying the wonderful sport of hunting. Maine also has a long history of responsible gun owners like me and my family. One responsibility is being able to pass background checks. I have had a background check on every firearm I have bought, and it is not a hardship, it is not an inconvenience. As an experienced hunter, I know the damage caused by bullets and how lethal guns are. As a dad, I've also seen the damage that 45 semi-automatic handgun can do to the human body. I witnessed the pain and suffering my daughter Damian endured after being shot before she died as a result of a gun. Responsible gun ownership and gun violence prevention are not incompatible. As a gun owner, I believe in safety first. Background checks work. Since the federal background check required was adopted in 1994, known as Brady Bill, over 3 million people legally prohibited from possessing a gun have been stopped or denied a permit to purchase one. So why do we continue to allow this loophole in the law that potentially allows those who should not possess a gun get around the law? This is how the person who shot our daughter, Damian, got the gun. The person has never been caught, which means he's out there getting away with murder. I will never get over the violent death of Damian. I will love and miss her every single day for the remainder of my life. I miss seeing her beautiful smile, and I miss hearing her lovely voice. I can assure you that this is no way to live. Damian's law would save lives. It would prevent other families from living with this heartbreaking pain. If we can save even one life, isn't it worth it? I urge you to vote past LD 999, Damian's law. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Richardson. Anyone wishing to ask Mr. Richardson any questions? Thank you. I now have 3 others who wish to testify in support of 999. So I'll begin with Judith Feinstein, Linda Kramer, and Holly Travers. Judith Feinstein?
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes, go right ahead.
Well, good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. And thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of Darian's law. My name is Judy Feinstein. I'm a semi-retired public health professional, and I live just down the road from where you would be in Hollowell. I want to say that I am not anti-gun. I don't own one, and I probably never will, but I have fired guns. It was just one afternoon at a rod and gun club years ago and in another state, where I accepted an invitation that was basically a double dare from my favorite brother-in-law, who was a hunter from a hunting family. He was getting ready for deer season, and he wanted to sight in his rifle and a couple of other guns. And I have to admit that I had a great deal of fun once I got used to it. And he said I could probably be a good shot. And I was certainly a good sport for coming along with him and not insisting that he take me back to the house. My brother-in-law, his 5 brothers and their families, and my very precious niece are responsible gun owners and buyers. If they had an opportunity to vote to close loopholes in background check laws, I am completely confident that they would do that. Before background checks went to public referendum in 2016 here in Maine, I collected signatures in my neighborhood to put that question on the ballot. I remember that with some apprehension, I asked a close neighbor to sign that petition. We are the same age, and I expect we've never voted the same way, or rarely, I should say, voted the same way in our adult lives. I know we've done it a couple times. But he and his family, in spite of that, are absolutely the best neighbors I could ever have asked for. He declined to sign that petition. I asked why, reminding him that the petition was not to support the measure, but just to put it to a vote. And I said that I really wanted to understand his thinking. We talked for quite some time, but I don't remember much detail from the conversation, except that he used the phrase slippery slope and maybe said that he had concerns about government overreach. I didn't argue because I wasn't there to change his mind, but what struck me and what I remember very clearly as I walked away is that what we agreed on and that what we had then and still have very much in common is that we both want to live in a safe neighborhood, in a safe community, in a safe state that will support our rights and protect the rights and protect the people that we love and that we care about. We just had different ideas about how to get there. Darian's Law is important to that common value by closing loopholes in existing statutes. Background checks don't eliminate crime. They don't eliminate suicide or irresponsible gun use, but they help. And the data proves that they make a difference. There's great
Could you
common
start
ground.
wrapping it up?
I can't believe how fast that goes. There's great common ground throughout our state for this bill, and overwhelming majorities of Mainers support it, as you've heard. Please support LD 999 and vote ought to pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Feinstein. Any questions? Thank you. I now will look to Linda Kramer. Welcome.
Thank you. Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and hardworking members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name's Linda Kramer. I live in Harpswell, and I'm honored to present testimony from Catherine Murray, who is unable to be here today. These are her words. Thank you for your service, and thank you for the opportunity to provide my written testimony in support of LD 999. Obviously, you're hearing it. An act regarding background checks for the sale of firearms, AKA Darian's Law. My name is Catherine Murray. Among other things, I'm a retired guidance counselor who worked in several high schools in central Maine. My family and I currently live in Hallowell, Maine. First, I would like to tell you why I support this bill. Second, I would like to tell you what I learned when I went door to door in 2016 and talked with folks about background checks. In Maine, we have wisely determined there are some people who should not be in possession of a firearm temporarily or permanently because they pose a clear danger to self or others. As a guidance counselor, I worked with several students whose mothers had been killed by their husbands/partners. I was very grateful that Maine passed laws to prevent more of these deaths by removing guns from the subjects of protection from abuse orders. But the gaping loophole allowing gun show or Uncle Henry type sales without a background check severely weakened this protection for Maine families. I became even more alarmed about this loophole because of a student I cared about. Back in the 90s in a central Maine high school, one of our students came to school with a firearm and significant amounts of ammunition and took some of my colleagues hostage while roaming the school corridors. I sheltered more than a dozen students in my office under the desk and behind bookcases while the drama played out. I could tell you many stories about the heroes of that day, students and staff both. Thankfully, no one was shot and the police didn't shoot the armed student either. But he is the one I worried about when I thought about the gun sale loophole. Much of that awful day was about his interest in shooting himself. As a condition of his sentence, he was banned from owning a firearm for life. But who would know that a gun sale or a private sale? No one. And I'll tell you what happened. It was because of that student in particular, on top of my domestic violence concerns, that I worked to get the referendum on the ballot in 2016. No one paid me. No one out-of-state interest recruited me. I did it for my students and families right here in Maine. When I went door to door about the referendum, I found overwhelming support for background checks at gun sales or Uncle Henry type sales. Truly overwhelming support. But the details about antique guns, emergency sharing of guns, et cetera, so well described by our late and well-respected George Smith, were going to stop them from voting for that particular bill. Sadly, I understood where they were coming from, but they and I still wanted to close the gun sales loophole. LD 999 addresses all those problems that George Smith pointed out. It keeps the focus where it needs to be to require background checks when people who do not know each other sell or purchase a firearm. All the needed exceptions are in this bill, re antique guns, law enforcement purchases, etc. LD 999 is too late for my student. He managed to obtain a firearm and shot himself. It doesn't matter how he got it. We know that it would have been easy under current law. Please
Could we wrap it up there, Ms. Kramer? Thank you.
Please vote for LD 999. Close the loophole. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions? Probably not of Ms. Kramer. She's doing someone a favor, and thank you for doing that. Holly Travers?
Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I am Holly Travers and I live in Westbrook, Maine. I am speaking in support of LD 999, an act regarding background checks for the sale of firearms, which is also called Darien's Law. Gun violence kills about 40,000 Americans a year, or about 1,000 more than vehicle accidents. In the case of cars, the death rate has gone down with improved regulation and safety measures. In contrast, shootings and gun violence have been increasing. It doesn't have to be this way. Gun laws can make a difference. Consider 2 states and what happened to their homicide rates. Connecticut tightened licensing laws in 1995 and homicide rates dropped 40%, while Missouri eased gun laws in 2007 and homicide rates rose 25%. Background checks stop guns from getting into the wrong hands, yet gun shows and advertised gun sales in Maine present a rather large loophole for criminals to obtain guns. A 2017 report in the Annals of Internal Medicine stated that 96% of inmates who were prohibited from possessing a firearm at the time they committed their crime had obtained their firearm from an unlicensed private seller. Darien's Law, or LD 999, closes this loophole yet allows sales between family members and friends. Statistics can be helpful, but gun violence is also measured on a personal scale. Incidents that happened rarely and not in my town now seem possible. I live on a tree-lined street with stately century-old homes. There are 4 blue weather-beaten ribbons tied around the trunk of a neighbor's tree. They are a remembrance of a person killed there. It was a murder-suicide committed on a Thanksgiving holiday weekend. We can do better. We can pass Darien's Law. 82% of Maine's registered voters support this law. It's time we hear their voices and act to make us all safer. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Travers. Any questions of Ms. Travers? Seeing none, thank you. I have 3 others who came in. First one I saw is Timothy Waring, I believe, followed by the Honorable Jeff Gratwick and Sheriff Joyce. So, Mr. Waring.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, members of the committee, Representative Talbot Ross. I am from Orono. As you know, gun violence is a pressing matter nationally and in Maine. And the issue is now before you as our elected representatives. And you must balance the requirements of the Constitution on one hand with the necessity for public safety on the other. As you know, you've seen a range of bills today. This bill, LD 99, Darien's Law, is by far the most reasonable and balanced of the bills you've seen. It neither overly restricts access to firearms, nor does it vastly extend the guarantees to be able to buy firearms in any condition, in any situation. It hits a reasonable balance, and background checks work. My plea Here's my plea. My plea is for you to do something. Maine is a wonderful place to raise children. I'm a father of 2 children. I would like you to help me keep my children safe. My plea is for you to keep our schools safe. We are asking you to do something. We're asking you to take steps to secure the safety of our children. And it's this law that can stop criminals from getting firearms. Please vote to forward this legislation into law. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Waring. Any questions for Mr. Waring or his 2 good-looking sons behind him? Thank you. I now have Jeff Grantwick.
Thank you very much, Senator Deschambault. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Good. Excellent. Well, good afternoon to you and to Representative Warren and honored members of the committee. I'm the Jeff Grantwick, a retired physician and live in Bangor. I'm testifying in favor of 999. The basic question that's being asked here, is it appropriate for our government to place restrictions on certain of our rights? Now, I'm going to present an analogy between background checks for guns and prescribing narcotics for patients. I believe that patients have a right to own gun. Excuse me. I believe that people have a right to own guns, even if there are no Second Amendment. People have a right to own guns. I also believe that people have a right to health care. I worked very hard on this issue during my time in the legislature and fiercely advocated for the rights of patients for health care. However, neither the right of a patient to get specific health care nor the right of the doctor to give treatment is unrestricted. An example, my patient has terrible pain. He wants narcotics. He has had them before. I would like to give them again. However, when I write my prescription, the pharmacist checks Maine's prescription monitoring program, so-called PMP, prescription monitoring program, to see if there's a potential problem. This prescription monitoring program, or PMP, has been adopted by 49 states. It's secure, used by docs and pharmacists, and it works. Has there been any abuse, overuse, any issue at all? If the PMP is clean, the patient gets his treatment. If the PMP shows that a patient has been doctor shopping, got a prescription 3 days ago from another doctor, has a history of selling pills, whatever it be, the patient doesn't get the refill. Rather, he gets what he really needs, a referral to a pain clinic, counseling, careful supervision, physical therapy, really proper care. We are in the midst of an epidemic of drug abuse. Has the prescription monitoring program, the PMP, been perfect in counteracting this epidemic? No, of course not, but it has certainly helped. We even have a greater and more deadly epidemic of gun violence. Will background checks be perfect? No, but they will help. Guns are potentially lethal, just like narcotics. It makes good sense that there be an equivalent to the PMP, the prescription monitoring program for gun sales. Please vote for LD 999, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grantwick. That was interesting. Thank you. Any questions of the Honorable, still is, Jeff Grantwick? None. Again, thank you. I now will ask Sheriff Joyce to testify. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Kevin Joyce, and I'm the Sheriff of Cumberland County. I'm testifying on this bill as the Sheriff of Cumberland County, and by no means want to confuse my support for this bill with it being endorsed by other members of the Maine Sheriff's Association. Again, I'm not speaking on behalf of the Maine Sheriff's Association. I do support LD 999, an act regarding background checks of the sale of firearms, because this bill makes sense for public safety. First of all, I want to acknowledge the common refrain for bills like this with similar intent, that this will not stop criminals from getting firearms and committing crimes, injuring people, or worse yet, killing people. That is correct. I've yet to hear one solution that's absolute, but it will help. However, when I go to an established firearms dealer store, I must go through a background check. This protects the dealer and society. This bill attempts to fix the proverbial loophole that gun sales at gun shows and private sales are somehow exempt. Even though a criminal may be able to access a gun on the street as a tool to commit their crimes, currently those wanting a firearm for other criminal purposes can still effectively acquire a firearm at a gun show or by private sale, and this bill would address that avenue of acquisition. Several years ago, as a young police officer, I purchased a shotgun from the Kittery Trading Post. I had to pass a background check to make the purchase. For several years, I carried that shotgun for work purposes only until my agency actually purchased the shotgun. When the agency started to provide shotguns, I sold mine by private sale. To date, I cannot tell you who I sold the gun to or for how much, but I often wondered whose hands that gun fell into. Since it's possible the gun has changed hands again by private sale, the last person that firearm is registered or linked to is me. That is concerning, since what if the gun is utilized in a crime upon searching, the last known operator is me. Knowing what I know now, I would have done things much different. I welcome the opportunity to make sure that the individual person purchasing the firearm, to the best of my knowledge, was suitable and to own a firearm. To see this bill and others is not a panacea, but it will likely keep a few people from acquiring a firearm who really should. Lastly, Judy and Wayne Richardson, whose daughter Darian was murdered 11 years ago, reached out to me recently asking for support for this bill. This case remains unsolved. It is my understanding the investigation or the investigating agency has the firearm involved, but they don't have the person who pulled the trigger. Could the firearm been acquired through a theft or a trade in some parking lot whereby the intent of this bill would have no impact? Sure. But maybe the firearm was acquired through a well-intended transaction, such as a private sale or gun show, and there could have been some prevention of this horribly tragic event. Maybe if the law were in place 11 years ago, the Richardsons might have some closure. I always hear the comment, guns don't kill, people do. So let's make sure that we make every attempt possible to determine that only those who deserve to possess a firearm actually do. Again, this is not perfect, nothing is, but it's a step in the right direction. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Question from Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Sheriff Joyce, for being here today. I wanted to ask you a question about the lifespan of firearms. Do you have any expertise around that? How long are they used?
First of all, I don't have a lot of expertise on it. I can tell you for what we use them for, they do have a lifespan of several thousand rounds, depending on the firearm. But somebody that's shooting it a long time or a lot will put a lot of wear and tear on the gun, but that doesn't mean that it has a lifespan or shelf life.
I guess that's a complicated question, huh?
It really is. I mean, I think a gun manufacturer could probably answer it a lot better than I can.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
It's too long anyways. That's so any questions of Sheriff Joyce? Seeing none, good. Oh, I see more people. Karen Heck, followed by Sandra Lovell. Karen, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you're on. You wish to give testimony?
I do, thank you. Good morning, Senator, or maybe it's now afternoon, Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, Senator Steerway, my own senator, and other distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Karen Heck, and I'm here to testify in favor of LD 999. While I've testified before many committees in my 40 years of activism, particularly when I was mayor of Waterville, I have not yet had the pleasure of testifying in front of this committee. And I asked myself why I hadn't, because I was appalled at the lack of federal action on gun safety when President Reagan, Jim Brady, and 2 law enforcement officers were shot in 1991. And I've remained stunned at the lack of political will on this issue over the ensuing years after the school massacres beginning with Columbine. I don't really have an answer to the question about why I've never testified on this issue, but I'm here now because it's past time to make my voice heard. When I was young, in the 50s, we were taught to scramble under our desks with our hands linked tightly together over our necks at the sound of the alarm that would signal a nuclear attack. Laughable now, 60 years later, but scary for us as children, and I think we can agree, not an optimal classroom experience. Why then are we now willing to accept active shooter training as part of our children's and grandchildren's education experience? There is overwhelming political will in this state, both in the 1st and the 2nd districts, for gun safety legislation like this bill for background checks that will keep our children safe. I ask you to please be buoyed by the fact that the overwhelming number of your constituents want you to do the right thing, whether it's banning bump stocks and ghost guns or any piece of legislation like LD 999 that will keep our kids safe. Sensible background checking is the right thing. Background checks will keep guns out of the hands of criminals and save lives. So I ask you to please vote ought to pass. And did I mention that my husband is a longtime owner of a handgun and a shotgun? So it's not that I come from an anti-gun household. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heck. Any questions? Ms. Heck, seeing none, I will then go to Central, followed by Chris Campbell.
Good afternoon, Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Sandra Lovell from Portland, and I'm here to be one more voice testifying in favor of LD 999. We so often hear that Maine does not have a gun violence problem. It's patently untrue. It may not be as present on the news and on the front page of the papers as it might be in other states, but it is most definitely here. It lurks in quiet moments of desperation, alone in a bedroom, or is whispered across a small community. It is real, and like Darian Richardson, it has a name, a face, a family, and a story. I would like to read the names of just a few fellow Mainers who have been lost in the recent past from firearms, each of whom has a story. Our neighbors, our family, our community. The list is long and goes on. So I ask you, I trust Senator Deschambault that you will cut me off when my time is over, and I appreciate your willingness to listen. I am starting with an 8-year-old child, Parker Stevens, from Oakland, unintentional discharge. Renee Clark, 49-year-old woman, domestic violence, Hamden. Jack Wilson, homicide, 45, Portland. William Derrick, domestic violence, Sabattis. John Corneal, Oakfield, 54-year-old man. Kimberly Miranovas, 47-year-old woman, homicide, Litchfield. Marie Lancaster Hale, domestic violence, murder, suicide, Norridgewock. Gary Picard, suicide, Norridgewock, a month after the last one. Jesse James Mellinson, 33-year-old, suicide, Richmond. Paul Helinski, 79-year-old domestic violence homicide, Bridgewater. Israel Lewis, homicide, Bangor. Jesse James Melanson, suicide, Richmond. I've already read that, sorry, I apologize. Michelle Massey and Thomas Massey, 59 and 60, domestic violence, murder, suicide, Temple.
Your time is running out.
Thank you. The list is long, and I just want to say I appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and I hope you will vote to pass LD 999. Thank you for your time. I know it's been a long day.
The last couple you mentioned is the son and daughter-in-law of a lady I know very well. Tragic. Chris, any questions? But thank you for honoring and respecting the deceased.
Thank you.
Chris Campbell, you're on.
Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, now present, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I appreciate your giving me a second chance to speak about needed gun legislation. I'm Chris Campbell. I live in Belfast, and I'm a retired professor from the University of Maine, Orono. Controlling who and where firearms can be used are important public health issues. The best method for dealing with these issues is background checks. LD 999 is a background check law that its sponsors are referring to as Darien's Law. We've heard a lot about how wonderful a person Darien Richardson was, how tragic her loss has been for her family, and how much it could have meant, if it hadn't occurred, it could have meant to Maine through her life. Maine needs a background check because our state has a regionally high firearms mortality rate. This is mentioned several times, but it clearly measures the magnitude of our firearms mortality rate in the state. Another point about this is that in 2016, when the universal background check referendum, question number 3, was defeated, Maine's firearm mortality was 8.3 as opposed to 11.5 now. It has increased since 2016 by almost 40% up to the year 2019 when the CDC current data was available. Maine needs a universal background check because Mainers want them. You've also heard this. A very strong consensus for background checks was indicated in a poll in 2019. Maine needs universal background checks because they are effective. This also has been noted by a large volume of data referenced in Giffords Law Center. Maine needs universal background checks because of a loophole in federal laws has not been closed. The current law, the law that's being proposed, Darien's Law, is built on the law that U.S. Senators Pat Toomey and Joe Manchin proposed in 2013. They wanted an amendment for criminal and mental background checks at gun shows and online sales. The amendment was defeated, but Toomey's summary emphasized 2 key elements of this amendment. The first was, this is not gun control. And the second is, this is common sense. Darien's Law is modeled after this common sense amendment. And we've heard very clearly that the focus of Darien's Law is something called stranger danger, which is about keeping guns away from people who should not have them. People like Darien's murderer.
Could you start wrapping it up, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
I wrap it up by saying that I urge you to pass LD 999 and take care of Maine's need for universal background checks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Campbell? Seeing none, thank you again. We have 3 new people came in. Very pleased to announce the Honorable Mark Dion. Nice to see you. Welcome.
It's a pleasure to see you, Senator, and all the members of the committee. I apologize that we're doing this on YouTube. Had I been there, I would bring my gifts to the committee as a former member. So I will write down a rain check for that. And when we're all together again, I'll make sure to honor that responsibility. Well, let me begin. Good afternoon to all the distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, and the same to my dear friend, Representative Warren. My name is Mark Dion. I'm a resident of Portland, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 1999, an act regarding background checks for the sale of firearms. I would ask that this committee pass favorably on Representative Talbot's proposal to create mandatory background checks for firearms sold or transferred among individuals in the context of a private sale. That requirement exists for commercial transactions, but excludes purchases between private individuals accomplished outside the participation of a federal firearms licensee. As Yogi Berra once said, this hearing is deja vu all over again. I sponsored a bill in 2016 that was in many ways quite similar to the proposal before you. Let me repeat the comments I published on May 3rd, 2016. Unfortunately, they are still relevant. An allegiance to the principles of the Second Amendment is not a permission slip to allow us to sidestep the serious issues involving firearms in our state. As a career law enforcement officer, I was trained to respect the lethality of that tool and the hard reality that gun violence rears its head as the consequence of unthinking and often irrational human decisions. In that sense, I'm hard-pressed to believe that the values of safe use and personal accountability that underscore responsible gun ownership are incompatible with our expectations surrounding access to firearms. This isn't about gun control. It's about promoting shared values that defend our right to be safe from the often tragic and irrevocable outcomes that spring from the use of firearms by people who, by any measure of common sense, should never have been provided access to firearms in the first place. Under the current background check system, over 5,000 felons, domestic abusers, and other dangerous individuals have been blocked from buying guns in Maine since 1998. But the current law's blindness to private sales makes it easy for those same criminals to anonymously buy guns from private citizens, strangers who meet online or through classified ads with no background check and no questions asked. If the adage is true, guns don't kill, but people do, then every sale should be held to the same legal scrutiny as that placed upon a law-abiding citizen when they purchase a firearm from a licensed dealer. After all, a sale is a sale is a sale. Thank you for allowing me to provide my thoughts on this very important question, and I urge passage. Thank you. I can't hear you, Senator.
I want to thank you, and I'm just a little jealous you referred to Representative Warren as your dear friend.
Well, you are.
I know we go back the 80s, maybe in the 70s. So, you know, I just had to throw that in there. That's okay. I'm kidding. I know this is a serious subject, and I apologize for even throwing that in there.
That's okay.
Okay. Any questions? And I see Representative Lipner's got a question for Mr. Dion.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator, Sheriff, and Councilor Dion. Did I hear earlier in this, you know, that half of homicides in Portland go unsolved? Did I hear that correctly? And in your experience as a police officer and sheriff, do you think that this law would would increase the number of solved when there is a homicide that would help that problem?
I don't, it would definitely have helped in terms of Darian's murder, because in that particular case, the firearm was recovered, but the trail to the actual trigger person was not available. I'm not going to say that half of the homicides in Portland are unsolved. There is a significant number who remain open cases, which is a tragedy for the families of the deceased. But my point is, if you look at federal data, many firearms used in crimes in southern New England originate in Maine because of the ability to purchase either through a publication or an internet connection. In terms of gun shows, I think there's been great strides forward in managing those transactions within that space, but it doesn't preclude private parties from conducting business out in common public parking areas. So the question is, either we have background checks or we don't. Right now, we're saying for law-abiding citizens who follow the rules, they must comply. If we have universal background checks, then it should limit the illicit market from offering those weapons for sale.
Makes sense. Thanks.
Representative Renicky.
Madam Chair, I would respectfully ask that we treat everyone the same with the clock and not to give special treatment to folks. If we're going to use the clock, we need to be fair across the board. Thank you.
Representative Renicky, I noticed the clock wasn't running. I kept time just as he was wrapping up, but I appreciate that. I think we all appreciate what our clerk is having to juggle too. So when she misses, I'll watch it. So no other questions. Thank you. And thank you, Honorable Mark Dyer.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, members of the committee. Have a good day.
Thank
Good to see you, Senator.
I've got Sue Kisten Marker, followed by Andrea Mancuso. So Sue, thank you. Oh, you're muted. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name, as you heard, is Sue Kistemacher, and I live in Farmingdale, Maine. And I'm here testifying in support of Darian's Law. You've heard a lot today, I know. We're all tired and hungry, and it's getting late. And I suppose many of you already made up your mind. Maybe you had made up your mind before you came in this morning. But I'm asking you, as all of us are, to do something really important. And that's why we're here. We know that background checks work. We know that they keep guns off the street that shouldn't be there, and people without guns that shouldn't have them. And we know that Mainers support that. The majority of Mainers support having background checks. So we're asking you to please do something to help this problem. Background checks only provide a very small inconvenience for people who are buying a gun, and isn't a very small inconvenience worth it to save a life. Please support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no hands raised, I will now, Andrea, welcome. Andrea Mancuso.
Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the committee. My name is Andrea Mancuso. I'm here today on behalf of the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence in support of LD 999. You've heard domestic violence referenced a bunch of times this morning. Over the last 20 years, the majority of perpetrators of domestic abuse homicides in Maine used firearms to kill their partners. The Maine Domestic Abuse Homicide Review Panel released its 13th biennial report last week. If you haven't already, I would really encourage you to read it. It's a page turner. Of the intimate partner homicides reviewed by the panel in its most recent reporting period, 70% were committed with a firearm. Recognizing the importance of keeping firearms out of the hands of those in our communities who have committed domestic violence, Both state and federal law, together and individually, act to prohibit possession. Our laws prohibit possession by those defendants who have been convicted in criminal court of having committed domestic violence, sometimes permanently, and also can temporarily prohibit certain defendants who are subject to a civil protection from abuse order for a length of time that a court has determined to be appropriate. However, the current gaps that exist in Maine's laws around background checks leave holes that act to make these prohibitions less effective. In its most recent report, the Homicide Review Panel observed yet again that removing firearms from dangerous individuals, people known to be legally prohibited from possessing them, can enhance safety and minimize the risk of both injuries and lethality. This bill would work to close some of the current gaps, subjecting important firearm sales to background checks that would flag whether a person has recently become prohibited due to domestic violence. Keeping guns out of the hands of domestic violence perpetrators does more than just protect that person's intimate partner. A recent study of more than 700 mass shootings over the past 6 years found that 60% were either domestic violence attacks themselves or committed by men with histories of domestic violence. Closing loopholes that allow domestic violence perpetrators to continue to access firearms when a background check would reveal them as a prohibited person not only increases safety for the person who they've been abusing, but also increases the safety of those in proximity. Background checks for all firearm sales are essential to ensuring our own statutes around prohibiting firearms from domestic violence perpetrators are appropriately enforced. I know you've had a long afternoon. Thank you for letting me add my voice to those in support of this bill. Of course, MCDV and our member programs would be happy to serve as a resource for you as you continue to entertain this proposal.
Thank you very much. It's an important voice to hear, and thank you for speaking on behalf of your organization. Anyone have any questions for Andrea? Thank you. I now have 3 other people that came in. I'll begin with Betsy Ramage Healy, Kathy Harris, and then Karen Simpson. So Betsy, there she is. Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you, Senator Deschambault and Representative Warren and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Betsy Ramage Healy. I'm from Peaks Island, and I am here to testify in support of LD 999. Less than 3 weeks ago, April 16th, 2021, authorities raided a man's home in Oxford County. You may have read about it. They found piles of cocaine, they found piles of cash, and they found 129 guns. 129 guns. Picture that arsenal. Was this guy just a super avid gun collector? I don't think any of us would say that. And there's nothing hypothetical about this situation. It's real, very recent, and in our state. The guy was trading guns for drugs. Drug dealers from New York and Massachusetts are happy to drive to Maine for guns because they can't get them at home. New York and Massachusetts have universal background checks. Those guys would not pass them. So they come to Maine and it's gun sale loopholes. They bring us drugs, they take home murder and mayhem. Universal background checks could catch a small number of people prohibited from owning firearms because of mental illness. But let's be clear. LD 999 is primarily aimed at closing loopholes that currently allow criminals like those guys in Oxford County to get guns. The tired old saying goes, if guns were outlawed, only outlaws would have guns. The main reason for universal background checks is to outlaw the outlaws. Who can argue with that? Outlaw the outlaws. honor Darian Richardson's life and memory, please vote to pass LD 999. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions? Raise your hand. Seeing none, thank you. I now will look to Kathy Harris.
Good afternoon, and thank you again for allowing me to speak, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and the distinguished members of the Council of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I am Kathy Harris. I live in Mechanic Falls, Maine. I am a retired school teacher, and I am a mother of 3 grown children. I wanted to add that my father was a hunter. I've shot guns before in my life. I certainly don't oppose gun ownership, but I am in favor of speaking about this law, LD 999, also known as Darian's Law. I was alarmed when I was finding out about this, that the state has this loophole in background checks for gun sales. It's frightening to think that people can sell a gun through a private sale to a complete stranger and that they're able to avoid a background check. This is a way criminals are able to buy guns in Maine and take these guns to other states, as the person before me spoke about, these other states that have stricter gun laws. It's unacceptable that our beautiful state is a black market for gun sales without background checks. Due to this loophole, a person could buy a gun at a gun store and then sell that gun, which could then be sold again and again and again without a trace of where it came from, or without any idea who the stranger is that is buying the gun, and if that stranger is a felon. I have family members who are in law enforcement, both in the state of Maine and in other states. This loophole makes their job more dangerous. It makes those people I love who go to work in law enforcement, it makes their job more dangerous. I feel for Mr. and Mrs. Richardson, who lost their daughter from a gunshot in her home. I have children too, grown children living in their own homes. We have to pass this bill. We cannot allow criminals who would fail a background check to be able to obtain a deadly weapon from a private sale. We can't allow this to happen in this state. This is the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. Darian's family have not had criminal justice because her murder remains unsolved. And we need this bill because the public safety of the citizens of Maine and of other states are at risk. I urge you to pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. No hands up. Thank you. Karen Simpson.
Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I'm here to support LD 999. I'm a retired teacher. I taught my whole career in Hollowell. My initial firsthand knowledge of gun violence came when my first grade student, Emma, witnessed the shooting death of her mother and grandmother and grabbed her little brother's hand and ran to safety. After that, she went to live with relatives and I never saw her again. But I believed then and believe even more now that we need stronger gun safety regulations. And LD 999 is a small step in exactly the right direction. In 2016, I volunteered to collect signatures to put question 3 on the ballot. In the couple of hours I worked, 20 or 30 people signed the petition. People were positive, nobody refused. I was heartened that we were at last on the road to gun safety. Unfortunately, the bill did not pass. On my way home that day, I saw my neighbor out working in his yard. He's an ardent hunter and sportsman, and I suspected he wouldn't sign, but I tried. It's just a tiny step, I said, and his response was, "It is, but in the wrong direction." I get it. Hunters don't want to lose their guns, nor should they. But this bill is not about that. It's an obvious choice to keep our children, our Emmas, our families, our coworkers, our neighbors safe from the sale of guns between two strangers. This bill has already passed in 22 states and Washington, D.C., and has helped to mitigate gun deaths. Please listen to the overwhelming majority of Mainers who support this legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. I don't see any hands raised. I now will, I welcome, I've got Carol Salzberg, followed by Barbara Arsenault.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the committee. And thank you for your patience and your keeping your hunger at bay here. I am from Elliott, and I am here to testify on behalf of LD 999 Darien Law. And as always, I am going to advise you that as of an hour ago, there have been 14,471 gun deaths in the country. Now, it's easy to assume that those against background checks must have something to hide. Why else would you be against closing loopholes on such an obvious common sense requirement? 4 years ago, the question 3 referendum on background checks lost by only 3.6%. From 2010 to 2019, there was a 45% increase in Maine gun deaths, much higher than the nationwide rate and the highest in all New England states. In just 4 months of this year, just the first 4 months, the FBI NICS reports 12,452,319 background checks, totally unrelated to the numbers of gun sales. And this is all through loopholes. The country doesn't let you fly because you're deemed dangerous, but you're still allowed to buy a gun. You wouldn't drive if those driving around you were unlicensed. What if your police, firefighters, doctors, electricians needed no license or training? You need a passcode to get into your phone or computer, a username and password to get on a website. You need a license to go fishing, to go boating. It's all about safety. What is the downside of requiring those handling life and death weapons, loopholes or not, to meet safe, simple standards? In most cases, you're checked out in 24 hours. You are all very busy, hardworking lawmakers in Maine, and you are holding hearings because an overwhelming number of Mainers are asking you to upgrade the safety levels. You're hearing us again and again and again and again. For saving lives and sensibly voting for Darien's Law LD 999. Now you are free to go to lunch, I think.
Not quite.
Not quite.
Thank you, Carol. Any questions? I don't see any. And now I'll recognize Barbara Arsenault. Good French name.
Yes, thank you. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I am Barbara Arsenault, and I live in Rumford. Rumford is also the place where Judy Richardson, mother of Darien, who this bill is named, spent her early childhood. Judy still has family in our area. Thank you for the opportunity to testify for LD 999. My legislators are Representative Josanne Dolliff and State Senator Lisa Kine. A couple of towns over in Dixfield is Representative Richard Pickett, who I appreciate his service on this committee. I have read this bill with the eyes of someone from Northern Maine who lives in a gun-owning household, whose husband used to belong to the NRA, and who believes in the Second Amendment. I believe that LD 999 has the right balance of safety measures with purchases of firearms and the common sense exceptions. For example, it does not eliminate gun shows, but requires that a federally licensed firearm dealer performs the background check at the shows. Already, federally licensed firearm dealers are commonly at gun shows. Please note that this bill does not require background checks from sales or transfers between friends, families, and loans for hunting and sporting purchases in emergency situations. This is an important point, as there was a lot of information previously on question 3 from the 2016 referendum, especially in my area. I am also for this bill, as it would hopefully address the gun violence issues that we have in Maine. In 2020, according to Bangor Daily News, all of the homicides that involved gunfire occurred in the 2nd Congressional District. This bill respects the rights of gun owners while closing a dangerous gap in our background check system. Maine has a long history of responsible gun ownership, and the gun owners that, with their right to own a firearm, comes a great responsibility to ensure that it remains in safe hands. Thank you for your time today. I encourage you to support LD 999. Thank you.
And I thank you, Barbara. Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, again, thanks. I would like to ask our clerk, we've got one more, I'm looking. So welcome Desti Homan Sprague, I believe. Yes, it is Sprague. Good guess. All right.
Dear Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, my name is Dania Faleo, and I am speaking on behalf of Desti Homan Sprague. I join you today on behalf of the Maine Women's Lobby. For over 40 years, the Maine Women's Lobby has advocated for public policy which increases the health, wellness, safety, and economic security of Maine women and girls, with a focus on the most marginalized populations and communities. We are here today in support of LD 999, an act regarding background checks for the sale of firearms, and we thank Representative Ross for sponsoring this bill. Women in the United States are 21 times more likely to be murdered with a gun than women in other high-income countries, and access to firearms is a key driver of that murder rate. 92% of all women killed with guns in high-income countries in 2015 were from the US. LD 999 can change this trajectory. Background checks impose virtually no inconvenience on law-abiding citizens. They are widely supported, easy to comply with, and most importantly, they save lives. In fact, 8 in 10 firearms purchased for criminal purchases were purchased from an unlicensed dealer. For too long, the safety and very lives of women and children have taken a backseat to the interests of the gun lobby. We know that limiting access to firearms saves lives in cases of domestic violence. That is why we have had limits on purchase and possession of firearms for abusers in Maine for years. We know that background checks work. That is why we have had background checks in Maine for years. And we know that we can close these loopholes and create universal background checks without infringing on the rights of people to purchase guns. It is time to put safety and common sense first and extend our existing laws to cover all buyers and sellers of firearms. This is an easy way to save lives. We hope you will vote ought to pass on LD 999.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else new here. Ms. Fahey, would you check? We're still, if anyone wishes to testify in support, to raise their hand, or else I'm going to the next round.
I see no further hands.
Thank you. Now I will request those who are here who wish to testify in opposition of 999. Please raise your hand and you will be welcome in. Okay, yep. I will recognize Jonathan Martell, followed by Lauren LePage, and then Dan Chase.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hello again. My name is Jonathan Martell. I'm from Sanford. I grew up in Maine, and question 3 is what pushed me to get more involved in the preservation of my rights. I'm an electrical engineer, gun owner, board member of the Sanford Gun Club, head of the Southern Maine chapter of the Gun Owners of Maine, and Sanford City Councilor. Please vote against this bill. Once again, we see a familiar bill that was previously voted down brought up again. Something I'd like to see is a 5-year limit on how often these bills come up, but I digress. This is the infamous question 3 all over again. Even Representative Dion basically said the same thing. Mainers have already voted against universal background checks and have come to this very committee multiple times to express this fact each and every time one of the bills is submitted. All of the gun shows I have attended have been sales through FFL dealers only. This is a solution looking for a problem at gun shows. There is no gun show loophole that Bloomberg and his like would have you believe. If you are regularly selling guns, you are required by current law to have an FFL, regardless of whether or not you are at a gun show. Also, less than 1% of criminals get guns from gun shows. Studies have shown that almost all guns used in crime are either stolen or straw purchases, and that's direct from the Bureau of Justice Statistics survey, prison inmates from 2016. Part B also would, in fact, affect almost all private sales, as any form of communication other than verbal would require an FFL background check. This is universal background checks, as any communication, which is most electronic these days, is under this law. If grandpa wants to give his 22 to his grandson, if it is even mentioned on the phone or via text, it would require a background check. During 2020, the FBI background check system was down numerous times due to the volume. Do you really want to rob a domestic abuse victim a reasonable means of self-defense and violate her or his rights? According to the GOA site, 95% of failed NICS checks are false positives, which means there's really not an issue. They're not a criminal. A report by USA Today, a 2017 report from the FBI showed that only 12 out of 112,000 attempts to purchase were even prosecuted. Lastly, the FFL can set any fee that they wish. It could be $10, $1,000, $100,000. There's no definition of what is considered reasonable. How is this not a tax on a right? Poll taxes were abolished as unconstitutional, and this is certainly violating the Maine state and U.S. Constitution. Again, Mainers do not want universal background checks. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any hands. I do have a question for you, Mr. Martell. I think in your testimony you said all the gun shows you've attended have had, are you making reference, have had the licensed firearms, the federally licensed firearms dealer? Is that?
Yeah, that's correct. All of the gun show advertisements, if you look at them, the flyers, they will say, you know, FFL dealers only, no private sales. So this is really all about universal background checks and making sure that people can't buy through private sales. This is question 3. I'm sorry?
No, you've attended those shows in Maine?
Yes, I've attended multiple shows in Maine.
All right.
In fact, I do enjoy going to them, so I try to go when I can.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Now I will go to Lauren LePage.
For the final time today, Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the committee, my name is Lauren LePage. I am the state director for the Maine for the National Rifle Association in Maine. I'm here to express our opposition to LD 999. This bill does not exempt family, friends, or neighbors. Under this bill, if the sale occurs at a gun show or through an advertisement, even if you know the individual is not prohibited, you're required to undergo a background check, regardless of who the sale is taking place to, whether it's immediate family, neighbors, or friends. There's no specific exemption for immediate family. FFLs are already required to perform background checks, as we've heard numerous times, regardless of where the sale takes place. As a policy, many gun shows require background checks anyway, as it is. And then lastly, criminals violate these universal background check laws. As you just heard, according to DOJ and studies done by how prison inmates acquired firearms, less than 1% reporting acquired them at gun shows. The vast majority are the black market, straw purchase, and theft. And additionally, ATF has reported that nearly all illegally trafficked firearms alone originate through straw purchasers. Lastly, expanded background checks are unenforceable without firearms registration schemes. A 2013 internal Department of Justice memo summarizing violence prevention strategies during the Obama-Biden administration stated that the effectiveness of background check laws depends on requiring gun registration, quote, requiring gun registration, which is currently prohibited under Maine law. On behalf of our members, I respectfully request that you oppose this legislation. Thank you so much for your time.
My question is somewhat the same, Ms. LePage. If you yourself say that many shows have licensed firearms dealers, why do some do and some don't?
So I would actually say, as a matter of common practice, if you're going to a gun show, I've never been to a gun show where there wasn't an FFL. In fact, the vast majority of vendors are FFLs, because the definition of requiring an individual has to be an FFL if they are in the business of selling firearms. So unless you are making the occasional private 1 or 2 sales, generally that's a pretty wide net. So if you're profiting from selling firearms, you're required to be an FFL, which means the vast majority of firearms that you're purchasing at gun shows are from FFLs that are required to do a background check, whether the sale takes place at a gun show or in a gun shop.
Okay, thank you. Now I will recognize Dan Chase.
Hi, there is a maxim of law that says a conclusion about the use of a thing from its abuse is invalid. Everything I've heard about today is talking about the abuse of an item. When you take and declare that a gun is dangerous because some people abuse it, that's no different than saying we need to outlaw automobiles because people get killed by them. Let me tell you about Will Elliott. He was a kid in his early 20s. Somebody came up to his front door, knocked, and shot him dead. He couldn't live because he got a bullet right through the carotid artery. Now, what if the day before Will would have gone to somebody that had a 45 for sale and he'd have answered his door with that 45 handy? He might still be alive. Background checks can prevent people from living. Many people do not like the idea of background checks for the reason we don't like registrations, for the reasons we don't like gun control, period. Because gun control violates the rights of the people to have arms equal to what the military had. That's what the founders understood. That's what we had. When you go back to Old England, the people had a legal right, not a right, a duty to be armed. Depending on your income level, your asset level, you either had to have a staff, which was a wooden pole, or a bow and arrow, or knives, or a sword, or if you were really rich, you were legally required to have armor, shield, helmet, and sword, the best military weaponry you could get. And that's a Maine Constitution, Article 1, Section 24 right, to have the best weaponry available, without question. We had it in England, we've got it today. Background checks violate our rights, there's no question. Questioning my ability to carry a gun is without authority. To buy it is without authority. And to say we don't like you, that's denying my right of self-defense. It's guaranteed in Maine Constitution, Article 1, Section 1. You're denying my right to have my right to own and bear arms. You're questioning it. And that's a violation of Article 1, Section 16. In Massachusetts, between 1780 and 1820, we could buy any weapon that was available for sale without government knowledge, oversight, or permission. And we did the same thing in the colonial era. That cannot be denied by you. And I don't care what any number of lawyers that you put on a court, and judges or justices say, the people never consented to it being this way. By implementing a background check, as you want to do, you're interfering with interstate commerce. Furthermore, you're actually lowering the value of my stuff that I own. I've got 100,000 guns. I don't know how I got them, theoretically, and I want to sell them. Now I have to have an FFL for each one because I've got 100,000 guns, and it's $20 to get the gun dealer to agree to do it. This is what they say on Uncle Henry's. That's going to be $2 million you're taking out of my pocket just for this. You don't have a right to steal my money.
Wrap that up, Mr. Chase. Thank you.
Your legislation is going to cost lives. Somebody is not going to be able to buy a gun because of this nonsense. It's going to be a matter of timing. And if it saves just one life not to have a background check, isn't it worth it?
Thank you.
Any questions?
I don't see any. No. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in opposition?
Seeing no hand. Oh, yes, there's a hand. One moment.
Tiffany Moody, welcome.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to start my video. There it goes. Hi again, everyone. I'm Tiffany Moody. I live in Lewiston. I just have a few things I wanted to point out. You know, I feel horribly bad for anybody that has gone through any type of gun violence. But in this current age that we're living in, I see more and more victimhood being pushed than preventing a person from becoming a victim. And you know, I have kids, I have grandkids. My daughter-in-law carries everywhere she goes because my son, who I taught growing up to always protect the woman, has you know, but his wife carries so she can be safe. Why aren't we pushing for more people to carry? I mean, we're shoving these face diapers on people that don't even work, but yet we don't want people to be empowered to protect and defend themselves. And in this current climate we're in, the lack of God and faith has really broken down our society. And that is a huge problem. We don't have a gun problem because this didn't happen 100 years ago. We have a societal problem and a lack of God and faith. You know, to keep pushing this every session, it is exhausting. And furthermore, let's say this passes and then nothing changes. There's still, the gun statistics are still high, or however you want to say it. What's next? Gun confiscation because this doesn't work? This is essentially what's been done. Is chipping away at our Second Amendment little bit by little bit to the point where we get to gun confiscation, because that's where it's led in Venezuela and Germany and many other countries, and that's where we're headed here. And that's why there are many of us fighting against this, because we see where this is going, and it's not going in a positive direction. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Moody. Thank you. So now I don't see that there's anyone else raising their hand for opposition. We are into neither for nor against LD 999.
Seeing no hands, Senator.
Thank you. Well, let me take a deep breath and say 999. The testimony and public hearing is over and out. Done.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
I'm now going to lose my voice. That's pretty good. So,
Good job, Senator.
I usually use my voice at football games. This is bad. So I've got 2:08. Breakfast was at 5:30 this morning. So,
We're all set to go. We took turns and went and got our
I knew
meal.
you were going to say that. I'm going to drown you out there, Representative Pickett.
Yeah, we're ready. You can have
I'm going to put
Representative.
my little sticker over my camera too. So
You can have Representative Warren chair the meeting while you're sitting to the side having your prayers and ways.
Okay, so let's not waste time. We have a bunch of very interesting work sessions coming up too. So I will ask Representative Warren.
I sent out a link for a corner break. And if people could just grab their lunch and meet there, we can just quickly work through the bills for this afternoon.
Yep. So what time do you want to return?
Should we say 2:50?
Yep, that's good.
Does that work for everybody to grab a quick lunch and we'll gather back together?
Okay. And we've all read our work session, so we'll be ready to go. Thank you. All right, see you at 2:50. Thank you.
Thank you.
How are you holding up, Sue?
Would you, I can't change this. I'm expecting a phone call, a very important one. Could you tell Charlotte when she comes in to stop, please? Thank you.
She just came in.
I'm right here. Okay, 10:43.
Hey, Senator.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
Great.
What's
Yeah.
that? What do you got behind you on the wall? What is that?
Well, I'm actually in Matt Pouliot's office, and it's an Air Force. I think back in the World War I era, maybe two, World War II era, maybe. But it was a fighter jet. Yeah.
Nice.
Almost looks kind of like the one that Jed Strunk used to have. He used to have a plane like that one.
My uncle used to fly. He flew in the Air Force, and he flew the nuclear bomb. He never actually had to
Wow.
detonate it or anything, but they would call them up from Nevada. This was in the late 40s. No. In the 60s, 60, 61, 62, they'd fly out from Nevada. They'd have it going over, the Pacific, and then they'd get called back. They'd think it was always a mission. You never knew. And then you'd get called back every time they went out.
Yeah.
He was the most peaceful man. He loved the woods. He loved hiking, and that was
the type guy you want. That's the type guy you want flying that plane.
Calm. Yeah. Certainly get a number on him, though.
That's great. Hey. Yeah. He was there ready for us. Yeah. So, I'll tell you, the screen just frees up sometimes, and sometimes I don't know what's going on today. Mine comes and goes.
Mine's been weird today too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where'd you go, Representative Warren?
Can you see me now?
I can see you.
Oh.
Got to put my earbuds in so I can hear you, Representative Warren. You moved and all of a sudden you disappeared.
Oh, it's because I'm reaching behind me for my files.
I thought you were going back to I thought you was going back to sit in one of those lovely chairs and look over the river.
I wish I could be right now. All right, so do we have Jane here? I see her Hollywood Square. There she is. Hey, Jane.
Hi.
I said we could see your Hollywood Square, but you weren't in it.
I had to run to the printer to get some clock memos.
So Susan had to take a call, so she'll join us when she can get back to us. Shall we start with LD 1491? I'm just looking at the list that Deb sends out to us. If we want to go in start there.
Sounds good.
Yeah, Representative Reckitt.
Well, with the caveat that we have no idea what the Appropriations Committee will do, I move ought to pass.
Great, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I second.
Second.
Do we have a bill analysis?
Yeah, we'll have Jane do that for us. So we have
I've got the bill analysis, but I just thought it'd be good if we went over that first.
Great.
Okay. Deb, you want to pull that one up? Okay. This bill provides funding. It's a money bill. There's actually no language in it other than the money. And it provides a total of $287,500 in each year for partial reimbursement of certified domestic batterers intervention programs for indigent participant fees, also for administrative expenses associated with that, also for training programs to sustain and expand the accessibility of the programs. I don't think there were any problems with the bill, but you did ask DA Sarbeck to bring information on recidivism rates for persons who have completed programs. And I don't know if he's here. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jane. Deb, can you see if DA Sarbeck is here?
Yes, one moment.
Thank you.
No.
Okay, maybe we could follow up to get that information from him at another time. Any discussion on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, shall we call the roll? Oh, yes, Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The bill is a good bill. There's absolutely no question about that at all. And, you know, I just wanted to be on the record. We're going to, I believe most of the people on my caucus are going to be supporting the bill. But the sad fact about it is with the fiscal note, I think we all know we have no idea what's going to happen to it from there. But I think it is a good bill and I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
I kind of zoomed out and zoomed back in. I didn't hear what the motion is.
Oh, yeah, there's a motion on the floor, Senator, ought to pass. And it was made by Representative
Okay, and that's
Reckitt.
1491, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right before
thank you.
Columbus.
All right. Deb, are you ready to call the roll?
Yes. Cameras on and please unmute for a roll call vote.
Let me just ask, Representative Rudnicki, did you hear the motion?
I'm sorry, no, I didn't.
Okay, the motion is ought to pass and we are on LD 1491.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ready?
I think so, yes.
Oh, we're all here. A couple people just came in. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Oh, did you say that? Should I re-announce the motion? I didn't see people come in. So
actually,
everyone,
yes, please do.
We are on LD 1491 and the motion is ought to pass. Great, thank you, Deb.
You're welcome. Sorry. Representative Warren voted yes. Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Rackett.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
No.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence.
Stop pressing the mute button, Deb. I can't unmute. My vote is yes, Deb. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 11 yes, 1 no, and 1 absent.
Yes, Jane.
I need to know what Representative Rudnicki wants as her vote.
It's an ought not to pass based on the fiscal note. Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's go right through the list and take 1043 next.
From here, guys, we decided not to.
Already?
Yes, thank you.
Yep. This is LD 1043, an act concerning the unannounced execution of search warrants. This is Representative McCrae's bill. And in terms of information on this, since the public hearing, this is the bill that requires law enforcement agencies to adopt written policies regarding unannounced execution of search warrants. And there was a little bit of confusion about some of the existing language in the bill, but it was existing language. It was really there as a sort of housekeeping measure. There was a suggestion from Tina Neto to amend the bill to require policies on circumstances for no-knock arrest warrants, and then policies that provide remedial measures to address violations of policies such as disciplinary measures. Also included here is a copy of the current law. If Deb scrolls down a little bit, that's current law on the Criminal Justice Academy adopting standards. And then if we go down further, we really did not talk about, keep going, Deb, keep going. There we go. The law enforcement and the courts are already bound by main rules of Unified Criminal Procedure Rule 41 on search and seizure on search warrants. And this is that the law provides, what is required in order to get a search warrant and what a search warrant can authorize, and the maximum time period for it and the expiration of it. In addition, this morning I just got a mailing from CLAC containing their advice to the committee on the 3 no-knock bills. And I don't know if you've had a chance to read those. They came early in at lunchtime, so probably not. I can read you the first paragraph. I could read you more, but I don't think you want me to. The first paragraph says, CLAC looked generally at the 3 bills concerning no-knock warrants, 1043, 1127, 1171. We understand there would have been an amendment proposed to 1127, but CLAC did not have a chance to review it. I don't know if somebody is here from CLAC that you might want to speak to. What more can I do to help you?
Jane, could you say again, I'm sorry if I missed it, I was trying to find it in my email. Was there a recommendation or a comment on LD 1043?
It says there was no support for an approach criminalizing the law enforcement's failure to comply with whatever standard is established. There was some support for the concept of 1043 with the Criminal Justice Academy developing standards for model policy. At least one member generally supported the approach of establishing a higher standard for issuance of a no-knock warrant, and perhaps limiting the types of investigations for which such warrants could be used, e.g. felony level and violent crimes, crimes against person. Members also noted there are standards in the rule of unified, I have trouble with that word, Criminal Procedure 41, and suggested that the legislature consider referring the matter to the Criminal Rules Committee for review before attempting to legislate in this area. And then the last little paragraph, finally, one member suggested that some aspects of a policy addressing no-knock warrants, such as standards for when such a warrant is issued, may be better addressed in a court rule, while others, such as the mechanics of serving the no-knock warrant, might be better suited to a law enforcement policy. Accordingly, both a mandatory law enforcement policy and a referral to the Criminal Rules Committee may be appropriate. That's all. I think that did get posted. I think John posted that at noontime, so.
Great. If you don't mind, would you also shoot that to our emails just so we can quickly have access to it?
Yeah,
That would be.
I don't have it in my email.
Yeah, it should be in the posted testimony, but let me see if I can find it.
Thank you very much. And my second question, it was, and I think you mentioned this as well, that we did have a suggestion that this should include creating the policy, not just for search, but also for arrest, right? No knocks regarding, did you, okay.
That was Tina Netto's suggestion, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thoughts of the committee?
So we're up to 1043. I'm sorry, I got right here.
Yes, yep, we're on 1043 and we've just heard the analysis. Yes, Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm for this as far as for the Academy Board or whatever to come up with, a adoption of rules for it, for the no-knock warrants, but arrest warrants, that's an added thing that I don't think that is needed. I think that's pretty well spelled out how they do arrest warrants, but this is on how they make entry and whatever for the no-knock. So I would be for that, but adding that arrest warrant, I would not be for it. So I think that's my opinion right now at this point.
And did you say that there's already rules around no knocks having to do with arrests? Was that your, I guess I'm going to need more information from whoever can provide it about the suggestion and why we wouldn't take the suggestion. Representative Pickett and then Representative Costain.
Yes, Madam Chair. We talked and discussed this in detail, and I think for the most part, we feel that if we're going to go with, we're taking a look at all three of these, but if we're going to go with this one here, the only way that we as a group would do it, because we feel the same way. We don't feel that the arrest warrant needs to be added on to that. We feel that what we're doing in some cases, I think, is we're getting to the point where we're trying to take care of this problem. And I think and in some ways, I think they do a really good job now, and I think it's more of a perceived problem than a real problem, especially in our state. But anyways, that being said, we're willing to go with this because we think this would do well with us as far as getting something in writing and a policy through the academy. But we're getting on that dangerous line, I believe, of micromanaging our agencies to do their job. And I think, you know, in the business for a long time, we know how to make arrests, we know where to make them, and when we have to go on an arrest warrant. I never personally ever even entertained the idea of a no-knock warrant for an arrest warrant. So that's my take on it.
Is Charlotte frozen? I was wondering. Oh, you're not. Are you frozen?
I was in another universe. No, I'm just kidding. Senator Lawrence. Something happened to my internet.
And now something's happened to his. You're muted, Senator.
Am I not muted? Am I unmuted now?
Yes.
Okay, great. And I apologize. Occasionally it's my daughter's computer and occasionally I lose the cursor. So I have to figure out how to get it back so I can press unmute. But a couple of different thoughts, and I'd be interested to hear from the people who spoke previously of why they think we should only do it on search warrants and not arrest warrants, because it seems to me, you know, no-knock arrest warrants are perhaps more important than no-knock search warrants, because when you go into a dangerous situation, you're usually going in to arrest somebody and take them out because it's a dangerous situation, rather than going in to simply doing a search. So that's why I kind of like the Criminal Justice Academy developing policies for both on no-knock search warrants and no-knock arrest warrants. I think the more policies you can have, the better. And we have the ability to review it and kind of see how those policies are going. And I'd also like to see some data collection in seeing, you know, how many of these, you know, no-knock warrants are being used, in what circumstances. And I'd also like to see some statistics on race, gender, you know, those types of things, so we can evaluate whether or not they're really being abused. No-knock warrants came in the 70s. They were never in this country. They were never contemplated before. And they came in because law enforcement was facing dangerous situations. But like everything, they can be overused, and in some cases underutilized. So I like the idea of developing policies in both types, search and arrest, and then us getting some data to see how they're being used. Are they being used effectively, etc.?
Thank you, Senator. Others? I would second both of those suggestions. Representative Reckitt.
I would as well, but I also want to make sure. I get a little confused as to which one of these has the penalties in it for following up, because I don't, is that the different? Because I'm in agreement, we ought not do that, so I don't know. I just want to make sure it wasn't in this bill.
I believe that's 1127, and I believe the sponsor is here when we get there and is willing to take out the penalties, but I
Okay.
don't believe it's in this bill.
All right, thank you. Sorry.
Jane.
Oh, just
please.
before you go too far with the discussion or into a motion, I wondered if Senator Lawrence could tell me who he wants to do the data collection and what if he could just describe it a little more.
Please, Senator.
Let me unmute.
Yeah.
So I think, and Jane, I'd like to hear from you too on this LD, whether it actually applies only to search warrants as written, or does it apply to arrest warrants too as well? But I would like it to be the Criminal Justice Academy to do the data collection. And I'd like the report back to be, it would be a public report and issued to the legislature. And kind of the criteria over the top of my head are race, age, gender. I don't think we have the ability to collect income data in these poverty data or anything like that. But to me, that would be interesting anyway to begin with. But I think we just got to get some data back to say, and to reinforce what, you know, Senator Searway and the others have said, we don't know how much this is being done in Maine, whether it is an issue, whether it is not an issue. It's always good to have policies, but we also need data to make long-term changes. Does that answer your question, Jane?
Thank you.
And my dog's come to visit me, so I have to pay a little attention to him.
Yes, Senator DeChambeau.
Okay.
It's funny, I heard it.
I will, I'm looking at the summary and I'm going back up that adopt written policies regarding unannounced execution of search warrants. I want someone to walk me through the difference between why would you need a no-knock arrest warrant? You know, if I was fearful of someone, I would not go into their house as a no-knock arrest warrant. But I don't know, frankly, the difference. And I'm going to take a look at what Major Scott sent us on the risk assessment. If it says in there for an arrest, it talks about search warrant for evidence, blah, blah, blah. Arrest warrant is for crimes of violence there. So it is in there. So in their risk assessment, it says they get 5 points if it's an arrest warrant is for crimes of violence. An arrest warrant is for property crimes, that's 1 point. But you add those, I guess, if it's a judge that gives you the okay, you've got to have 26 points. That in itself, an arrest warrant would not give you permission to do it. You've got to get a couple of other risks that would add up to 26 points. So having just answered my own question, having looked at this, it's not a simple thing, an arrest warrant, but you can use an arrest warrant if it measures up with all the other risks for a no-knock. So the fact that it's on a risk assessment, I would say that you would have to define both, because those are both reasons to go in there, search warrant and arrest warrant.
It looks like Senator Lawrence might have an answer regarding the difference of the two or the question that you asked.
Did it again. So a good example, Susan, are, you know, if you have a child pornography case and you're concerned about somebody destroying computer files and destroying things before you can get into the house, if they know you're coming in, that's a good example of when you want a no-knock search warrant. If you feel there's also a child in there that's a danger and you want to go in and do an arrest too as well, that's a good example of an arrest warrant, when you want an arrest warrant. And sometimes they're both search and arrest warrants at the same time. A pure arrest warrant would be the two examples I gave you when you and I talked, where they had that motorcycle gang where somebody was bailed out for the people in the caucus people in the committee who didn't hear it. We had a situation where We had a motorcycle gang that was trafficking drugs into Maine. They were one leader was arrested, and due to a mistake on how the judge wrote out the bail warrant, the bail bond, he was bailed on $250 cash instead of $250,000, which was what the judge intended. So he got out. He made statements, I'm not going to be taken alive. I'm going to take out a few officers with me. So they weren't going in to do a search. They were going in specifically to arrest him, bring him back in, bail him on the proper amount, and keep him in jail. That's what they were doing. And that's a good example of a specific arrest warrant, that you just want the arrest warrant.
Oh, okay, got it. Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion on this bill?
So is there a motion?
I don't believe there's a motion on the floor yet. I'd like to get a sense from folks. Do we have folks on board with both the search and arrest?
I'm gonna take 5 minutes and talk to my caucus.
Okay, sounds great.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. All right, everyone, let's take 5 minutes. So that means 3:28.
You're muted, Deb.
We're all set, Senator. We're all set.
Great.
Representative Warren?
Yes.
Yeah, we're all set, and we would be willing to have the search warrant put into the bill, and we'll support it as written with the addition of the search warrant. I mean, arrest warrant, I'm sorry. The arrest warrant.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Senator Lawrence.
You need a motion, Representative?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I would move ought to pass as amended with the bill covering both search and arrest warrants and with also a data collection and report back to the legislature from the Criminal Justice Academy.
Thank you. We have a motion ought to pass as amended. Do we have a second?
I have a question.
Yes, let me get a second first, and then we'll go to a question. It looks like Senator Searway raised his
I'll
hand.
second it.
Okay, as the second, yes, Representative Pickett.
Okay. Jack? Okay, we have no problem with the adding the arrest warrant to it, but the data collection, that's really a problem because of the fact of, number one, the first question is who is going to be collecting the data, and we already went through this on another bill where we were talking about data and what the constraints it puts on the Department of Public Safety and who's going to do it and so on and so forth. So that's problematic to us.
Okay, thank you. Jane, I see you may have an answer to that. I was just kidding. You'll be adding information. You're muted, Jane.
Thank you. Senator Lawrence, you wanted data collection regarding race, gender, and age, but is that what event is that with regard to? Is that with regard to no-knock warrants?
Yes, only on the no-knocks. That's what I'm looking for, only on the no-knocks. And that'd be age, race, gender of the person who's the subject of the warrant.
Okay.
And I'm fine with it being the Criminal Justice Academy that collects it, but if other people think the Department of Public Safety is more appropriate, I'm comfortable with that too.
Representative Pickett, is that helpful to your concern that, well, I'm sorry, I have other people with their hands up, that he's recommending the Maine Criminal Justice Academy. Representative Costain?
Yeah, the only issue with that, thank you, Madam Chair. The only issue is that we're going to have to reset a whole policy and I mean, departments, public safety, et cetera, they don't answer to the academy. So I don't know how we're going to do that. Every time we add, just a point of interest, every time we add for somebody to collect data, that's costing money somewhere. Okay. So this data and data collection, somebody taking the data and trying to do something with it, that's personnel. I mean, if we're asking public safety to do that, they're understaffed as it is, and we know that. We've been hearing that all year. And the academy runs on a very limited amount of people there. So, and I understand, Senator Lawrence, you wanting the data, which is great. But unless there's a program or something that could just be added, a computer program that you can just put that information into, I think we're asking, again, too much for people that are already shorthanded. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I see Representative Costain, and then Representative Reckitt, and then Representative Pickett. Oh, you
I just spoke.
Yes, sorry. Representative Reckitt, please.
I'm clear, I think at this point that we're talking about data only on no-knock warrants. I believe that's what Senator Lawrence said. In which case, we're talking about very, very few reports. I got a response from the Piscataquis County Sheriff who said that he could only remember one of those, and that was in 2006. So I think in the busier jurisdictions, you indicated that you thought in York County or wherever it is that you're focusing on, that there were maybe 6 in the time that you remember it. I mean, so we're not talking about a whole long, big to deal data collection thing here. If we're really only talking about no-knock warrants. I mean, I would think that, I don't know what the process is that it goes through and where it goes. The judge has got to sign it, we know that. But so you could, so it must have to get registered somewhere in the, before it's served. So I just think it's a much smaller piece. If we were asking for the search warrant data or the arrest warrant data, then I absolutely agree. It's a big, huge to deal and couldn't be done without funding. But if it's really no-knock warrants, and I believe frankly that I'd be extraordinarily surprised if there were 25 in the state in a year. And I think that's an overestimate. Then I don't see that it's a big, huge deal to ask the, even maybe asking the, whoever it is that the police report to on a yearly basis. It might even be the Attorney General, might be a better spot to have that registered. So anyway.
Thank you, Representative Reckett. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In light of the fact that the no-knock warrants may not be that many in number, although we never know. One year you could have a lot more than another year, and so on and so forth. But where the court is going to be approving the no-knock warrants, why can't we have the court provide the data? That sounds like the logical place to do that. And if we do that, and we don't have to put another task on the academy, or another task on public safety, or another task on a law enforcement agency themselves, the court will have the data in the application for the no-knock warrant, and they would be able to provide the data. Does that make sense?
Does to me.
It makes sense to me. Senator Lawrence, because it was your motion, could you let us know what you think?
Oops, let me make sure I can turn my mic on.
You're good. We can hear you.
Okay, good. Yeah, Representative Pickett, I'm fine with that. We probably want to hear back from the judiciary what they think about that. But you have 8 judicial districts, so they each would have to report back. I know when I was DA, I'd get periodic reports I'd have to do. If I had, anybody in my office who carried a gun, I had to do reports on that. Every chief, every leader of an agency has periodic reports they have to do. So I don't think this is a big report, but if we can do it on the judiciary, that's fine. I just want to see how big the issue is. And a lot of this is perception. And a lot of these bills are dealing with public perception. And what we're trying to do is restore public confidence in the perception of public safety agencies. And they see stuff, even though it's not happening in Maine, it's happening around the country, and they think it's happening in Maine. We just want to be able to reassure them that we understand it, we know it, and this is what's going on in Maine.
Thank you, Senator. Next, I have Senator Searway. Oh, it looks, oh. I think you are frozen as well.
Perception.
Senator, we cannot hear you at all.
National either the courts or maybe even the DA's
I don't know what to do. Do I mute him?
Yeah, we're letting him know that we can't hear him.
Okay, okay. Maybe he'll come back on in a second. It looks like sometimes if you turn off your camera, Senator, it'll help with the audio. Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like the way the discussion is going, and actually I was raising my hand with the same thought that Representative Pickett had around having the data come from the court system, because they can track the data in every district and provide that. And I like the idea of having the Criminal Justice Academy have that data from the courts to then provide with the report to the committee. So I just want to voice my support for that.
Great. Thank you, Representative Morales. Any other? Yes, Representative Pickett.
Yes. Call the question.
Okay, so it sounds like Senator Lawrence agreed with the amendment to make it the courts, and the second was from Senator Searway. Senator Searway, do you also agree with amending the motion to make it the courts?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
And you can see me?
Yes, we can.
Wow. Okay, yes, I'll agree with the motion. I just was thinking maybe the DA's office, if the judiciary can't do it, maybe the DA's might be able to. I don't know. Just a
Okay.
suggestion.
Thank you for that. Jane, since we're going to do an amendment review anyway, could we run the vote today and then in between the time between now and the amendment review, just check in with the judiciary and make sure that they're all set with this?
Sure.
Okay, great. Then it sounds like we're all set for Deb to call the roll, unless Representative Pickett, did you have one more thing, or are you all good? You want us to call the question? Okay, Deb, we're ready if you're ready.
Okay, the bill is 1043. The motion is ought to pass as amended. Please turn your cameras on and unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator
Yes.
DeChambeau. Got it. Senator DeChambeau. That's unanimous, 11 yes and 1 absent. 12 yes, 1 absent.
Great, thank you. Good work, everyone. Okay, so next is 1128 on the list.
Representative Warren,
Yes,
could we possibly go to 1171 first?
sure. I
Thank
even
you.
said the wrong number. So yes, let's go to 1171 and
Thank you.
then let's do 1127. How's that sound?
All set?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, okay, this is 1171, an act to curtail no-knock warrants. The sponsor of this is Representative Fecto, and there was quite a bit of discussion, and there are a number of these bills that are all related. Let me look and see. There were some possible amendments suggested. Major Scott suggested expanding the exception in the bill to cover imminent risk of death or bodily harm to a law enforcement officer or an individual in or outside. Outside is the change, the location that it is the subject of the search. He also suggested striking the criminal penalty and instead using disciplinary or credentialing response, or that evidence is subject to suppression in trial, but not automatic suppression. The Chiefs of Police Association suggested adding language that would give officers discretion to enter on a no-knock basis if they encounter a situation that could not have been foreseen when they arrived on the scene. That's all I had for new information. Printed further on is the same unified criminal rule of procedure. That's all I have.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jane. Questions from the committee? Representative Rudnicki.
Yes, the sponsor's here and would like to have a word if he could.
Thank you so much, of course. Yes, Representative Fekdow is here.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. I love the photo behind you. I can't wait to sit on those chairs in Hollowell and watch life slowly pass me by.
Maybe we could meet for a coffee there.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you for giving me a chance to speak. After the public hearing and hearing what Major Scott had to say, I would say I 100% agree with him that striking Section 4, getting rid of the penalty, and I mentioned that I really want to prevent a rat's nest of inconsistencies in state statute, and so I'm very amenable to that. And then adding in his wording about outside or in the immediate area, I think that's also important, especially when people could be staying in the same hotel or townhouse and there could be people adjacent or a school nearby where people, could be severely harmed. And so with that said, I think this is a workable bill. I think it is the compromise bill. And it is the compromise bill because it was drafted with law enforcement officer input. And so I leave this to the committee, but those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fekdow. Yes, and Jane, did you get all of that?
Yes, those are Major Scott's suggestions.
Perfect. Okay, great. Yes, Representative Pickett.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I think these two bills, the one we just did and this one, go hand in hand together nicely. I move ought to pass as amended with Major Scott's amendments.
We have a motion on the floor, ought to pass as amended. And Representative Rudnicki, is that a second?
Yes.
And we have a second, Representative Rudnicki. Discussion, Senator DeChambeau.
Hi there. I really thought we were going to take the other one first, but they both quote Major Scott, and I was going to ask Major Scott if he could join us to make sure he understands what it is we're doing. It's been brought to my attention that was the other issue that they were interested in, the Department of Public Safety with Representative Rader's bill. So can we just call on Major Scott?
Absolutely. And look, the service here is amazing. He's here. Welcome, Major Scott.
Thank you and good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Major Brian Scott with the State Police, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding either of those bills.
Well, I think the question that I thought you were going to ask, and also your boss would probably ask, you mentioned and you asked for both of those bills to address the disciplinary and not the disciplinary, but having the law enforcement officer get a charge or what have you. And you also asked in this particular one, instead maybe disciplinary or credentials response. Whatever you respond to in this, we're gonna use it also for Representative Rader's bill. She also has, and Representative Warren will correct me, I believe Representative Rader has also requested to remove the section about, it's not punishment, but yes, a violation, what it would cost. So
Yes.
are you comfortable with that, or do you want to add anything to that?
So thank you very much, Senator DeChambeau. I appreciate it. So the amendment that I just heard on LD 1171 addresses the concerns of the Department of Public Safety, the state police, myself in particular, where it eliminates the Class E crime for a violation, and where there is language that's inclusive, that it wouldn't just be a imminent safety risk to those that are in the location where the warrant is to be executed, but those in the surrounding areas. So that completely addresses our concerns on LD 1171. 1127, I was asked to review that as well, the amendment, and to provide comment, but I know we're not quite there yet.
If we're going, thank you, Major Scott. Deb, could you bring in Representative Rader as well?
Yes.
Since we're touching on her bill as well, and I just want to make sure that we're being respectful of both sponsors. So let's wait on that, if you don't mind, Major Scott, for a second. I have Senator Searway and then Senator Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Major, on 1171, the Sheriff's Association opposed that bill, and I don't know if it was because of just that paragraph 4 or what it was. That I don't know what they opposed, but I don't know if you know or not.
Senator Searway, so I did hear in the representative was Sheriff Young that had testified. His concern, as he stated, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but this is what I recall, is they in substance agreed that it is a practice that is rarely in Maine adhered to nowadays. There are very few no-knock warrants that are conducted annually in Maine, so long ago that most of us can't even remember when they happened, excluding those that haven't had an imminent life safety nexus to it. So for evidence destruction, it's just that is old policing and hasn't been done. So their feeling is because it's not being done, there is not a statute that precludes anyone from doing
thank
it.
you.
So I heard him say their opposition is because this bill would kind of be a solution and there isn't currently a problem. That's what I heard them say. And there was conversation around the Class E crime portion of it as well.
Okay, and I think we kind of, by voting for the first one, that I think it's 1043, it was going to kind of line that up at the academy, and I'm wondering if we're voting this one in, if it's kind of counteracting.
So
I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Thank you, Senator Searway. So I completely respect and appreciate the thought of LD 1043. It's a policy. All law enforcement agencies, in our opinion, should have a policy on dealing with arrest warrants, search warrants, especially high-risk ones. So I just don't see that as being an issue. Now, as far as state statute goes, this one would be a statute that, in my opinion, provide some reasonable limitations on when law enforcement may execute a no-knock warrant. It's only for times if there is an imminent public safety risk. So I think the two of them could, if that's the committee's intention, complement each other, where you've got guidelines saying in statute, here is the requirement that says that you shall not execute no-knock warrants if you're concerned about the destruction of evidence, but there's no public safety nexus. However, you could also still have a policy on top of that for arrest warrants and search warrants on when you would conduct no-knock warrants or something along those lines. So I think they could complement each other. I don't think that they're in contradiction of one another at all. And because it's a practice that we so rarely engage in the only times that we could think of, meaning myself and those others that testified during the public hearing from law enforcement agencies, we can't recall doing it unless there was a life safety nexus to it. Well, this would be a statute that is a reasonable compromise that might allay some concerns that they're being done kind of haphazardly, and raid style warrants that I heard about from the 70s during the public hearing that causes a lot of angst and strife among members of the public. If these were reasonable limitations that were placed on law enforcement in statute and in policy, that sounds a good place, like, in my opinion, a very good place to start when we haven't had a demonstrated problem in the state of Maine with the execution of these types of warrants. It's more in response to what could happen or a concern of what could happen, and certainly what has happened in other locations throughout the United States. So my opinion and our opinion at DPS is it's a reasonable measure to have both.
Thank you.
Senator Lawrence and then Representative Morales.
Thank you. And if it's okay, Madam Chair, I just have a question for Ms. Scott, and just and then after that, just an observation on how to proceed. So you indicated that they're very rare. Were you speaking of no-knock search warrants or no-knock arrest warrants, or both?
Thank you, Senator. That would be both. They're very rare. I think one important thing to note that I didn't hear discussed earlier is there are times when an individual has a warrant for their arrest. If an officer has probable cause to believe that they're at their own residence or their own domicile, there is no requirement for a search warrant to execute an arrest warrant if you have probable cause to believe that the suspect or target of the warrant is in that residence. You only need a search warrant for an arrest of a suspect if it is not that person's home. Then you would have to demonstrate probable cause and get a search warrant to search another person's home for a suspect. That's why I think it's important that we are talking about both, and they are very rare in both cases, sir.
Yeah, I would agree with that. In my experience as DA, they were very rare. They still existed. And maybe it was because I was DA at the end of the pipeline, I would see them, you know, more, not frequently, but I would see all of them usually. What's concerning me as Representative Warren is we have these two bills, and the hard thing for me is to determine what's the difference between them. And not to give Jane too much work, but it would be helpful to have like a side-by-side comparison so we could see which is proposing what, and we could go down and kind of pick and choose and decide what we liked of these bills.
I agree with you. And I also think that we should have an analysis presentation. I guess we sort of should have worked these together. We need a sort of analysis presentation of 1127, because I'd also like to hear from Major Scott. One of the things we asked you at the public hearing was, since your position and the sheriff's position, Sheriff's Association position, is that they rarely use these warrants and only in the case of danger, life danger, life safety, I can't remember the term you used, with Representative Rader's amendment, and she is now also here, do you now support Representative Rader's bill as well?
Thank you, Senator Warren. So 1171 is distinctly different. And I did have a chance to review the amendment. It's 4 pages long. In my opinion, it's very prescriptive, and it has several elements that give us quite a bit of concern. I'm happy to go through that if you want, kind of point by point on where our concerns lie. But it's really diving into a lot of the main rules of criminal procedure that are already present. And I know Jane had those in one of her analysis, or sorry, Ms. Oberton had those in one of her bill analysis. But this really dives pretty deeply into those procedures and makes several changes that are outside of the scope of no-knock warrants. So 1171 turned into something much, much larger than no-knock warrants, in my opinion, with that amendment, and has several areas of concern. Happy to mention those if you would like, but there are several.
Okay, I think the committee would like to hear those, or what's the pleasure of the committee? Would you like the analysis first, or would you like to hear from Major Scott?
I'd like to hear from Major Scott, because I think when we get done hearing from him on this, I think we're going to find out that we have two different types. The only thing that seems to be consistent here between the two bills is getting rid of the penalty, but one wants to keep the no-knock warrants, both search warrant and arrest warrant. The other wants to get rid of it altogether. So I really don't think they're on the same playing field. But I'd like to hear what what Major Scott has to say.
Anyone else? Anyone object to that? All right, Major, we'd like to hear from you. And then I'd also like to give the sponsor a chance to add anything, Representative Rader, that she would like to. So please, Major Scott.
Thank you very much, Representative Warren. I appreciate that. So in looking at the representative's amendment, it's again about 4 pages, and it starts off section 1, Title 15, main revised statutes annotated, subsection 57. I just was hoping that we were all in the same spot as I go down through. On that first page is section 57, and it lists the prohibition against execution or support of no-knock warrants. And then it goes through a list of definitions. No problems, didn't see any issues on the first page. The second page, verifiable exigent circumstances. That one causes us just a little bit of pause, because what that says is it means event occurring in real time that is life-threatening to law enforcement officer or officers executing a search warrant, or to the occupant or occupants of the residence to which the search warrant applies. So one, we think that would have to include those outside of the residence as well as a starting point. But the problem with the real time is in 1171, what's distinctly different is that authority goes to the issuing authority. The judge or the magistrate makes a determination as to whether or not that no-knock warrant should be executed based upon that probable cause that there is going to be a risk of serious bodily injury to an officer, to occupants, or those in the surrounding areas. But this one says that it has to be in real time. Well, real time doesn't allow us to make a predictive analysis based on the totality of the circumstances and weigh the information available to us in a person, a suspect's prior history, things like violence, threats of violence, access to firearms, and those types of things, where we might not have a real-time ongoing situation until we're trying to execute the warrant. And so this one would actually require that we articulated that ahead of time. So I see that it would be limited to when we're already in a standoff situation or something similar, where we'd have to kind of pause what we were doing if we were going to execute an arrest warrant or search warrant and get a magistrate's proof at that time, because there's an ongoing real time. We believe that in 1171, the standard is that we demonstrate to a judge that there is a likelihood of serious bodily harm to the officers, to the occupants, or those in the surrounding area. As I go down through the second portion, application for a search warrant, there are several sections. Most of those are already covered by the main rules of criminal procedure. So in 41, those would have to be either updated or changed or stricken, and this would be used in its place. Most of them didn't see an issue with things like the name of the affiant, the location, description of the premises, the offense, all that's already in there. A list of the names of ages and genders of any additional residents of the named premises. That's okay if that information is known. It sounds like that is new, though that's a change. That's not in the current main rules. So I just wanted to mention that. Sounds reasonable. Continuing down through F, there's actually 2 Fs. Those are part of the main rules of criminal procedure. So is G. The H is a little bit problematic. It says the intended course of action if law enforcement, if the suspect does not respond within 30 seconds of the law enforcement officer announcing the presence of the law enforcement officer. So that might sound like it would be easy if you're applying for a search or an execution warrant of saying, this is what we're going to do if somebody doesn't answer the door in 30 seconds. But the reality is we at times, especially the state police, having the state police tactical team that responds to the most high risk types of warrant requests throughout the state, not just for the Maine State Police, but for many law enforcement agencies that don't have their own tactical team, they'll call on our services. Some of these standoffs are 12, 13, 18, 20 hours long. I don't know how we would ever be able to articulate ahead of time exactly what steps we're going to take if they don't answer the door in 30 seconds. We'd like to rely upon our training, education, experience, slow things down when possible, use crisis negotiators, take reasonable steps to have a safe outcome. But there are many factors that could change where the life safety of an officer or someone else is immediately jeopardized, and that totally would change our circumstances. We would have a crisis negotiator sometimes negotiate for 10 hours if we were gaining traction and things were calm. But sometimes people won't communicate at all. They won't answer the phone. They won't respond to a bullhorn or megaphone or some other type of contact. We might try to get a what we call, like a drop phone or a bag phone deployed inside the residence. So it's got to be so dynamic. I don't know how we would comply with Section H. A little bit further down under the requirements, I'm flipping a page, but it's A, and it says within 24 hours of issuance of a search warrant and before the warrant is executed, a law enforcement officer must present evidence in any surveillance gathered that verifies that the suspect of the warrant is present at the named premises. So there's a little conflict there because the next line down says a search warrant is valid for 7 days after the issuance, and after that it's null and void. Well, the current Maine rules of criminal procedure allow for 14 days for an execution of a warrant. This would limit that in half. Again, it has nothing to do with no-knock warrants. That would be, all warrants. And this says within 24 hours. So we might have that evidence to support that today. Are we going to have it in 36 hours? And the answer may be no, but the warrant's good for 14 days currently. So I just see a conflict there and which standard will apply regarding the warrant. And again, I don't know what's wrong with the current timelines under 14 days. I haven't heard any concerns whatsoever that warrants are being executed too long of a time after they're applied for. And going down a little bit further, it goes through paragraphs A, B, and C. C has some sub paragraphs 1, 2, and 3. Number 2 says that they would have to wear an official uniform that clearly identifies the law enforcement officer by name and the law enforcement agency, including a visible and legible badge showing the officer's name and identification number. That's no problem. The next sentence is a problem for us and for many agencies. It says, and a body camera worn in accordance with the policies of the law enforcement agency, if the agency provides body worn cameras to law enforcement. So I understand it's a policy. If you in fact have body worn cameras, is that a movement towards requiring them? And so as I read it, I hope not, but we don't have body cameras, and that could be problematic if there was an expectation that we move to those.
Well, just so we can clarify that one, I think maybe that's saying something that it's not saying. So maybe you aren't actually opposed. I think that it's only saying a body camera worn in accordance with the policies of, I think it's totally leaving it up to the policies of the law enforcement agency. So can we say that you're not actually opposed to that?
Yep, I'm seeing the sponsor of the bill agreeing that is the intent, and you've also said that. So thank you, and that would eliminate the concerns. If you have them and you have a policy, that sounds like a reasonable step. Thank you.
Got it. Okay.
Again, as long as that's the policy of the agency. The only concern that we would have if we had cameras someday and had to abide by this statute, the concern would be, do you always want to record what might be a dynamic type entry that has tactics and law enforcement training techniques that are not normally known to the public? Is the intent that video later become public? That might be a problem from a tactical team operation where you would be actually showing someone else those strategies and tactics. So if we ever had cameras, I would have a concern of that for those operations.
Doesn't section 806 already say that if it would interfere in future investigations, you wouldn't have to share it? That's already protected in state law.
Representative, I don't disagree with that. What we have found is if we have a video of anything, it is potentially subject to discovery, certainly in a criminal case. And then we've
Okay.
had videos in criminal cases that have been publicly released that we would not have released because of 806, as you had mentioned.
Okay, there might be more discussion about that one because,
And-
we're given the answer that we can't release it because of this 806, and then you know what I mean? So let's talk more about that one. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, no, thank you, Representative Warren. I appreciate it. And then 3, that does change things just a little bit from the main rules of criminal procedure. It says, except in variable exigent circumstances, a law enforcement executing a search warrant may not at any time execute a search warrant between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. So it's currently 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. are the hours that you can. So there's an hour conflict there. You'd actually be given an extra hour. It says, or at any time during the execution of a warrant, use a flashbang, stun, distraction, or other similar military style devices during the execution of the warrant. There's a time and place, I think, for everything. There is danger associated with the use of some of those techniques, but with well-trained police officers who are operating based on National Tactical Team Association standards and the New England State Police Administrators Compact and the highest standards of training of any tactical team in the state of Maine, we have times where our experts believe it is appropriate and the absolute safest thing to do. And we have used those successfully and had the results have been that we have not injured suspects or anyone else because we've had those tools and our techniques. We've actually used those in the recent, I can think of in the last year, where we saved a hostage because that was part of our strategy. So I don't think they should be done willy-nilly. So my question is, what about in those exigent circumstances and only if the officer has been trained? Because there are standards. We would never ask one of our perimeter troopers who was not on a tactical team and who was not trained to ever launch gas or a grenade or something else into a home or a flashbang. Those are only specially trained officers. So if it were limited to specially trained officers based on standards, we could certainly get behind that. And then as I look down through the other page, the last page, it's got B, C, D. And really what I said with all those are okay, except for it keeps using that verifiable exigent language. That means it's got to be real time. But we'd be okay with those if that was, again, the magistrate has made that decision ahead of time based upon our demonstration of probable cause that there is a life safety risk to someone. And 1171, again, as I said earlier, seems to cover that pretty well with that provision of that exception. Going down a little bit further, I think everybody, if I heard you correctly, Representative Warren and some others, the penalty phase, which is section 7 of the bill, the Class E crime, we also, I had no on my notes on that, but I believe you said that okay, and I'm seeing a thumbs up from the sponsor, willing to remove that as well. So that completes the concerns that we had with 1127.
Thank you very much, Major Scott. That's really helpful to us. And I really don't think, I want to hear from the sponsor, but there's definitely a lot of room there to make some changes. So I appreciate you doing that for us. Representative Rader, what are your thoughts? Welcome, by the way.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me here. I have a couple of points that I want to clarify because verifiable exigent circumstances is like 3 50-cent words right in a row. And I know that we have a little confusion about that. So the definition that we've been working with is it means any event occurring in real time that is life-threatening to the officer executing a search warrant or to the occupants of the property being searched. This is referring not to evidence being damaged or destroyed, which law enforcement has used too often as a reason for executing a no-knock or dynamic entry, possibly endangering lives, but does refer to an imminent threat to human life. So if the officer is being threatened, it's real time in the moment. not necessarily determined beforehand. So the judge doesn't have to say, yes, there are verifiable exigent circumstances before issuing the warrant. It means that the officer must verify that the circumstances were present at the time that they acted. Does that clarify a little bit?
Is that question okay to answer?
Yes. Yeah.
So and this is no excuse here, but I'm a very visual person. And when I read things, I interpret them a little bit better. If I saw that, I could offer a better thought. My immediate thought is, if it addresses the imminency that we can articulate, it might not be real time. And I still think I heard the real time again. There might be a time when we're in the planning stages where it's not occurring yet. But based on all of our training, our education, our experience, and the circumstances of an individual that we're dealing with, this may be a person that we've got a warrant for homicide and had just fled from police in a high-speed chase and barricaded themselves. So if it's an ongoing in that situation right now, I think that imminency is met. If it's the person escaped and got away and it's 3 days later and we think we know where they're at, we got a pretty good idea they're not going to give themselves up voluntarily when we knock on the door. So we would like the option to be able to put that articulation of probable cause in the warrant application, in the affidavit, saying we're concerned that when we try to execute this warrant, there's going to be problems. So it's not real time, if you understand what I'm saying.
May I respond?
Please.
Thank you. Yeah, that to me seems incredibly reasonable because the exigent circumstances are being demonstrated to the judge that this person has killed a bunch of people, high-speed chase, whatever it is. That seems to be fall very much into the verifiable exigent circumstances. So perhaps we could add something to say occurring in real time or verified beforehand. Does that work for folks?
It works for me. Major Scott, what are you thinking? Other committee members? Senator, you're on mute.
I'm sorry, I thought I had unmuted. I would ask the representative to repeat that. I lost it halfway.
Sure. I said if we could add to the definition of verifiable exigent circumstances, any event occurring in real time, and then the or portion is where I'd like help in crafting the best language. Perhaps we could have folks weigh in, like, or if it was verifiable exigent circumstances are predetermined at the time of the issuance of the warrant. Does that cover what we're looking to cover?
Representative Pickett.
Yeah, I've been listening to all this, but what's really difficult is I have no idea where the amendment is. No one in my committee, no one in my caucus has the amendment.
It was attached to the bill analysis that Jane sent out yesterday.
Well, I'm looking at that bill analysis that we had in there, and I see an amendment at the end of it, but I'm not following along with the way it was. I wasn't reading a lot of the stuff that was being said during the
I'm sorry that happened. Jane, would you mind shooting the amendment back out if folks don't have it?
Because we're kind of in the blind here. You know, we're listening and everything, trying to absorb it all, but we don't have anything in front of us. And
yeah, that's not easy.
And you know, and we also don't want to lose fact of the matter. We also have a bill with a motion on the floor.
Yep, no, I've got that in my mind. Thank you. Yes, Jane.
Well, I think this was in Representative Rader's testimony when she testified, wasn't it, Representative Rader?
Yes, it was. It was at the end following the summary. There were the entirety of the amendments were laid out after that.
I'd like to make a suggestion and see how this goes with the committee. I really don't think that the Department of Public Safety and Representative Rader are that far off on that bill. It really doesn't seem so. there are like words that need to be changed to get you on the same page. To both of you, Major Scott and Representative Rader, would you be willing to, and Representative Fectow, we may be able to get just one bill out of the committee if you were all willing to work on it and bring it back to us. How does that sound? Does that make sense to people? Representative Rader.
I'm completely willing to do that. There were a couple of questions that Major Scott had that I could address now.
Great.
If
Please
that
do.
would help. Thank you. I believe he mentioned folks outside the residence. That's something that's cool. We can add that. And he spoke about the intended course of action being another sticking problem. Again, that's intended. It doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be followed to the letter of the law, or to the T, I should say. So if that's okay, knowing that intended course of action does not limit the executing officer's actions, it doesn't limit the police department from making changes on the fly, which we know they need to do. If that's okay with him, then we can put some language in on that. And again, to reiterate, the body cameras is if they are present. And I would say that there's no language in my bill or my amendments that would supplant section 806. So again, the need for secrecy around tactics will be maintained. Also, I am fine with adding in the language of an officer trained in the stun devices, that they're only used when there is an officer that was properly trained. And to the warrants being executed within 7 to 14 days, I'm willing to compromise on that, or within 7 days, I'm willing to compromise on that number.
Thank you, Representative. Major Scott.
So thank you, Representative Rader and Representative Warren, for allowing me again. Happy to continue a conversation with Representative to see if there may be some things on the surface. There's still a lot of things covered in this bill that are covered by the main rules of criminal procedure. I'm wondering why they'd be duplicative. And no disrespect to anyone, but 1171 seems to work very well for us. I'm happy to try to massage 1171 with Representative Rader if she wants. And if we get it to where we're comfortable, I would say that at the end, I'm not sure. Again, our opinion is 1171 is the best vehicle to use to accomplish what it is you're trying to accomplish. In my opinion, it's 1043 is a policy, and 1171 is don't do it unless there's an imminent life safety risk. It just seems like a very reasonable step to take. However, yes, I will absolutely work with Representative Rader if that is the committee's pleasure.
Thank you, Major Scott. I think the issue for us is that the exceptions in 1171 seems very, very large. And so for some of us, I see you, Representative Pickett and Senator Searway. I just wanted to be clear that for some of us, we're looking for a little more than what 1171 offers, but they're not that far off. And I just want to say that if there are things that are duplicative, it's easy to just take those out of the amendment. And I think that that's part of working to sharpen the amendment. But listen, at the end of the day, if you're still opposed to it, we want to know that as well. But it didn't sound to me like you were that far apart. But let me go to Representative Pickett and then Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand what we're talking about, what we're trying to do, but I think what's going on here, we've got a bill that does exactly what is going to fit perfectly with the other bill. And we're going to have to take another bill that was completely opposite that and change it all around and have to put things in and take things out and all that stuff out of it. I don't see why, if we're trying to get a bill, that's going to be good for the agency as well as get our policy, which we already voted on before that, then why take something that we're going to have to do a whole lot and come back and do more work on when we got a bill right in front of us right now that we can vote on, and it's going to do exactly what needs to be done. I say if it's not broke, don't fix it. And I think that the 1171 fixes the problem that I had with no-knock warrants. And I think the other bill fixed the part of getting it into policy. And I would like to see us just stick with 1171 and get it done.
Thank you, Representative, for that feedback. What I'll let you know is that in order for 1171 to get to where some other members in the committee would like to see it, it would also need a lot of work. So in order for us to get a unanimous report, you know, that's sort of what we're looking at, is we're saying it's not quite there for us yet, but we'd like to do more work on it. So let me go to Senator Searway and then come back. And it may be that what we need is the comparison sheet, the side-by-side that Senator Lawrence requested, so that we can get a sense of where the middle ground is, where we're coming from. Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate both bills, and actually all three of them. I think the first one with the Academy getting policy, I think that's great. I think the 1171, I think it covers. If you listen to Major Scott, he mentioned how it actually helps as far as clarity and on what to help officers be safe when they do make these entries. They're very few and far between, but we want to make sure it's done properly in a safe fashion so we go home safe. If we start micromanaging, and that's what I feel like on the next bill, is it's getting so detailed that there's not going to be the room to make it an officer safe situation. And I'm afraid that this is kind of pushing the envelope of making it a dangerous situation. I want to see these officers go home. And that's what I'm concerned about. When you go and you know, if you knock at the door and you got an unsafe situation, this could be disastrous. And I think Maine has been very successful, and to change it as drastic as all the changes Major Scott had mentioned in this other bill here, I'm very leaning, you know, I'm leaning against this other bill. I don't know what we are going to gain by these changes. So I don't know if even one of them that really made a big difference. So I think those first two, they're great, and I'm leaning towards those two. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I think I can answer a little bit, is that, at least from my perspective, I'm looking for a little more transparency and a little bit more guardrails on the use of no-knock warrants. And I can assure you that you are not alone. I want everybody to make it home safe at night. And that is a big part of what this is about. These are not only dangerous to the people that are inside an apartment or a house, these are dangerous to our law enforcement officers. Every single one of us on this committee takes that just as seriously as you do. And that's part of the work that we're trying to do here. I don't want to give up on trying to get to something unanimous, but if that's not possible, you know, I'm not going to be the only one fighting for it either. So I just want you to know that that's sort of what we're looking for, is a little more transparency, a little more description of what's actually happening here. Senator Lawrence.
Thank you very much. And I was very interested to hear Scott and Representative Pickett's comments. You know, at this point, I'll kind of give you where I am on this. I'm not ready to support the first bill, and I'm not ready to support the second bill at this point. I think the issue of transparency is very important to me, and that I see if we improve transparency, we increase the ability of public safety officers to do their job, because public safety officers require the public to be confident that what they're doing is correct. And regardless, we're in this, you know, crucible of where something that happens in Michigan or something that happens in California affects law enforcement officers in Maine, just from a perception basis. So although I think, you know, the point about the first bill is very good, it has many good things. And I can't go all the way as far as what Amy is proposing, but I did like what Lieutenant Scott, and I hope I get your rank right. Is it Lieutenant?
Major.
Major Scott was saying. I thought he made many good points. So I always tell people that, and you're probably sick of me hearing me say this, everything I learned about the legislature, I learned on Sesame Street. That was be kind to your neighbor and know how to count. And the reality is, if we want to get a bill through the Senate, it's going to be very important where these three senators fall on this bill. And if Senator DeChambeau and I are split, likely it's not going to go through the Senate. So we may end up with no bill. And I'd like to get some bill to see if we can get some kind of unanimous agreement on this, so that we can get a bill through that provides positive results.
Well said, Senator. I agree. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. If I may, I'd like to address a question to the good Senator Lawrence. And
Yes,
the question I have for you, sir, is with 1171, where is that lacking in transparency for you?
So I cannot go back to the specifics, but when Major Scott went through Amy's bill, he cited many things that were very possible and very doable. And for me, doing those things will increase public confidence in how the process occurs. And that's what we're dealing with is you know, a diminution of public confidence in public safety officers right now. And we have to find ways to encourage the public that we are doing everything possible to see that they do their job effectively and in a safe manner. So while I think your bill goes a long ways, I think there are some good things that that Major Scott noted about the other bill that we have an opportunity to include here.
Well, the reason I asked that is because in the beginning of the bill we're trying to reconstruct, it was 100% prohibitive to any no-knock warrants at all. Nothing. Wanted them gone, out of there. So that's my issue. It was to get rid of no-knock warrants altogether, which I am absolutely 100% against. I make no mistake about that. I am. But I also want to do it. I want to be transparent. I also, not only do I want to be transparent, I want to make sure that we get it right. But my thing is very simple this. Transparency, I'm looking at 1171, and I don't understand where you don't think that is a transparent process of the way it was laid out with those two amendments. It does everything you're asking for. It lays it out so that there's no problem with the public. The public knows what's going on. We're taking care of people outside, inside. We're doing all these things. So I don't see. I think we can get to the point where we get trapped by this transparency thing. We get trapped by what's going on around the country. Trapped what the things that we're bringing into Maine that aren't in Maine. And I think we have to be careful of that. I'm not saying we don't have to be cognizant of it and understand it, but we have to be careful of it and not allow it to dictate what we do here in this state. We have to make laws for our state. We have to make them for our people that live in our state. We have to make them so it's going to be a better place to work, live, and play. And that's what I try to do. I know that's what you try to do, sir, and all of us do. So I don't see the issue with 1171. And I think we have the solution right in front of us and right in front of our grasp right here without having to go and reconstruct a bill that originally didn't want the product at all, didn't want no knocks to begin with. And that's where I lay it. I fall down on this, sir.
Senator Lawrence.
And I don't disagree with many of the things you said, Representative Pickett. I would not support a bill that eliminated no-knock warrants. They're very important law enforcement tool if used correctly. I just think we have an opportunity here to win more public confidence by moving a little bit beyond what 1171 does. I don't care which vehicle is used. I don't care which bill is used. If we put it into one or put it into a, we have two different ought to pass as amended reports. And I don't know how Justin feels about that. But I do think there are some more things we can do than what 1171 proposes that will help instill public confidence in our criminal justice system. And that's my goal. We may end up disagreeing. We may end up not reaching an agreement, and that will just be the case. But I do think there are more things we can do.
Representative Fectow, do you want to answer the question? Are you willing to work with Representative Rader and Major Scott and see if you can come up with a bill that we can get unanimous support of?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd have to see the language because like Major Scott, hearing it and reading it are two totally different things.
You definitely have that opportunity if you're working together. They won't make you just guess what the language is.
if that's the committee's decision, then I'm okay with it.
Okay.
But understanding that I am far from a CJPS expert, far from a public school German teacher here. So, but if that's the committee's goal, I think getting to a unanimous committee support is important to me. But I still feel that my bill as present today is the better package.
Thank you, Representative. I have Senator DeChambeau and Representative Costain.
Thank you. How do I begin? First of all, there's a motion on the floor. I'm the one that invited Major Scott in, and it's great that he's in the window in between the two representatives that have separate bills. And this has been great, an exercise, information. Frankly, I got excited when the suggestion was made, and Representative Warren, you said that we're not too far apart. I don't think we're too far apart. And I think this committee can come to a unanimous decision. There is a faction that really likes LD 1127, and there's another one that likes 1171, but we're not far apart. And I think we both respect Major Scott and what he brings to the table. And so I'm not speaking to the motion. I would rather that we try to marry the two. I think we're really close to that. And we'll all feel better. We've had a great discussion on this. This is not easy. The whole state of Maine is polarized on that kind of discussion, but we are the ones listening to each other and we're getting information. So I'm not ready to vote on 1171, although I respect, and more so, Representative Fecto and Representative Rader for your work. This is what good legislation is. So I would prefer that we postpone this until all three parties, and I think the common denominator here is Brian Scott to at least help both of you. I don't view him right now as a stick in the mud kind of guy. I think Senator Lawrence, you did a great job in saying, you know, we've got to really let the public know we mean well, we want to do better, and so does, I think, the Maine State Police also, and any kind of law enforcement. So let's all work together, and I think, I hope we move forward. We only have like 72 hours to come up with something, but I know we'll work with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Costain and then Senator Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for the good senator, if I may.
Yes, please.
Oh, which good senator? Representative Costain.
Senator Lawrence. Sir, my question would be, you made a comment a few minutes ago that you'd like to see a couple more things or a few things in that bill. Could you elaborate on what that might be?
I'm happy to do that, but I'm not going to be very skilled in doing it because I wasn't taking notes when Major Scott went through point by point and said, we can do this, that would be good. We can't do this, we can't do this. And I put a lot of faith in what Major Scott was saying. So I'd have to go back and kind of sit down and see his analysis of what was being sent. What Amy presented was more, I mean, it was kind of it was hard for me to follow exactly what she was trying to get at, but I think Major Scott, when he went through, found some very good points of things we can do that will increase the transparency and increase public confidence in it. And then I do, after I answer the question, I do have something else. Yeah, I proceed?
Yes, please.
I make a motion that this matter be tabled.
Okay. I'll second.
Can't, you got a motion on the floor.
Tabling trumps all motions.
Oh.
Was your motion, Senator Lawrence, for both bills or was your motion for both bills?
I think just the one bill is before us, but when the second one came up, I would also move to table it.
Okay, let's run this vote and then we can do a quick discussion on the second LD. Deb, would you run the vote, please?
Or who was the second on this?
I was.
Thank you. It's a motion to table LD 1171. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
She is in another committee.
Okay. Representative Rackett.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is also absent. Representative Lookner.
Yay.
Representative Pickett. You're on mute.
Nay.
Representative Costain.
No.
Representative Rudnicki.
No.
Representative Newman.
No.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Searway.
No.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 6 yes and 5 no. So the yeses have it.
So now let's take a look at LD 1127. I think we've worked it a bunch, and let's do the final question. I guess we already asked all the sponsors. Everyone's all set to work with Major Scott and see if we can get something that brings us together. I saw Representative Pickett and then Senator Lawrence.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. If we are going to, and I'm guessing the vote is probably going to go along the same way as it just went a minute ago. If we are going to do that, I just want to say that if we're going to take and we're going to sit down and we're going to try to put these bills together, and which I really don't think needs to be done, but if we're going to do that, then I want to see Sheriff Young with the MSA. I want to see him involved, and I also want to see I think it was Jared Mills for the Maine Chiefs of Police, because this is going to affect all law enforcement. So they ought to all be at the table to work at this and try to get it taken care of. And so if we're going to do this, then let's do it, and let's get everybody involved in it.
May I suggest, Representative Pickett, first of all, I'm seeing that we have Sheriff Carroll here, and we could ask him to quickly weigh in. But may I suggest that the Maine Sheriff's Association decide who they want to send to the table, and the Maine Chiefs of Police decide who they'd like to send to the table?
Well, the Maine sheriffs already testified in this, and it was Sheriff Young. So I don't care if they want to make that choice, that's fine. But I was going on the ones that testified here. And on the bills, I figured they're the ones that testified on it. They're the ones that sat through the hearing. They're the ones that have the information. And they're obviously going to be talking with, I'm sure that Sheriff Young will be talking with Sheriff Morton, and vice versa with Sheriff Mills. So, Chief Mills. So I think they're the ones that really would be the best to have. They're more familiar with what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I will say again that Sheriff Carroll is here today, and I know that the way the Sheriff's Association does it is a sheriff is on for each week. And so that's how they do it. And also I know that the Chiefs of Police has a similar situation. So I just would like to make sure that we authorize them to choose their own person.
Well, we can make the, if you want, we can make it so that we can make the, not the request, but invite them to the table, because quite frankly, they may not want to be involved at all.
Oh, I think they'll want to be involved, Representative.
Well, we'll find out.
Sheriff Carroll, welcome.
Good afternoon, Representative Warren, Senator DeChambeau. How are you?
Great. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. If I just may have a moment, I know Major Scott, I absolutely have all the respect for him, and he spoke very well on all the issues that I think the MSA has as well. There was a lot of duplication in those things, so it was like, why are we making it another issue when that's the duplication? But I'll agree. I think we're all close, and having that sit-down conversation amongst us, I think we'll absolutely be able to sort some things out and straighten it out so we can move forward with this. So I will bring it back to the MSA, whether it be me or Sheriff Young or somebody, but one of us will absolutely sit at the table and discuss this to see what we can to move it forward.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions for Sheriff Carroll? Yes, Representative Reckitt.
It's a combination question to you and the sheriff, which is, what's the timeline here? Because I think it's probably 2 days, 3 days. And I think the sheriff should know that before he asks whoever he's going to ask to participate.
It's definitely longer than 2 or 3 days. So I know that the sort of fairy tale is like, we need to be done by the 7th, but it's pretty difficult to be done when you don't even have all the bills in your committee. So let's just mutually understand that that's a fairy tale. And so we need to give them a reasonable amount of time to meet. Can we say next, are people thinking next week sounds appropriate? That we add this, give a full week and we add this to our day on Monday. Jane, are you looking at the schedule? Does that seem like a reasonable thing to add to that day?
Well, yeah, I know Monday kind of creeps up on people really fast because of the weekend. I think you're going to be allowed to meet next week, probably, maybe. You do need permission.
Again, we don't
but-
have all of our bills, so we have to meet.
Yeah, well, I would have thought so. So how about Wednesday?
That sounds great to me.
Hmm.
Senator DeChambeau, what are your thoughts about Wednesday? Do you feel okay about that?
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay. Major Scott, are you available to be here on Wednesday, and the sponsors and the sheriff?
Looking at my calendar right now, Representative, next Wednesday, the 12th, yes, ma'am, I'm available.
Thank you very much. Okay. We'll get a sense of timing and give you guys, excuse me, give all of you a better sense as we get closer to the day. So you're not just sort of floating and waiting. Okay, so we'll do that. Anything else, Senator Lawrence?
Yes, Madam Chair, do you need a tabling motion?
I think I do. I just want to make sure before we make it, everyone all set? Yes, please, Senator.
I move that this matter be tabled.
Second.
Senator DeChambeau seconded. Deb, would you be willing to call the roll?
Certainly.
Before the roll call, could I ask a question though? It's going to include the two sponsors also, right?
Yes, they are going to be part of it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ready?
Yes.
The motion is to table LD 1127. Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales is not back yet. Representative Rackett,
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner,
Yay.
Representative Pickett,
Nay.
Representative Costain,
No.
Representative Rudnicki,
No.
Representative Newman,
No.
Representative Pluker,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence,
Yes.
Senator Searway. You're muted, Senator.
No.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Again, it's 6 yes, 5 no. The motion carries.
Thank you, Deb. Great work, everyone. And thank you, Sheriff Carroll and Major Scott, for being here and for helping us hopefully get to a unanimous place. Thank you to the sponsors. We have one more bill today, which is LD 1138. And Deb, if the sponsor is here, could we let them in, bring them in?
Madam Chair, while you're doing that, can I just ask, when you tabled Representative Fecto's bill, you didn't give it a date. Do you want it to give it the same date?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Representative Warren, Representative Andrews is not in the waiting room.
Okay. Representative Pickett or Representative Costain or Representative Rudnicki, do one of you have Representative Andrews' cell phone number? No?
I do not.
Okay. Yes, Representative Pluker, you do.
Representative Andrews is in my caucus, so I'll reach out to him. Okay.
I forgot. Thank
Yeah.
you so much. I just want to let him know. Thank you. And Jane, I don't think you need to wait, but I just want to make sure we make an effort to let the sponsor know.
Good thinking, Representative Pluker.
Did you want me to start?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. I think what I would really say about this bill is that I just got a CLAC memo at lunchtime on this one too, and it's in your it's in the public testimony, but it's just 2 short paragraphs. Would you like me to read it?
That would be great.
Okay. This is LD 1138, right? I want to make sure I got the right one. CLAC members strongly oppose passage of LD 1138. The bill would alter Maine's law on the use of deadly force for self-defense by eliminating the duty to retreat when the person can do so with complete safety. Again, the obligation to retreat only arises when the person can do so with complete safety. In such a circumstance, the use of force is not necessary to avoid death or serious bodily injury. Accordingly, the underlying rationale for the use of deadly force is not present. CLAC members do not believe that self-defense should justify the use of deadly force when that use can be avoided, in quotations, with complete safety, end quotation. The existing law is appropriate. That's all.
Thank you very much for that, Jane. Questions, comments of the committee? Seeing none, do I have a motion if we don't have any? Questions or comments from the committee? Good afternoon, Representative Andrews. Good, I'm glad we got a hold of you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I just got a call from Representative Fecto and signed on as soon as I could.
Great. Well, we have just taken up your bill. The analyst gave us an analysis of the bill and we're just open to discussion. Is there anything that you would like to add before we start?
I'll raise my hand if there's any questions going forward, but please feel free to carry on.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions or comments from the committee? Jane, could you email along the CLAC what you got, or did you already? I'm sorry if you already did.
I don't remember. I apologize if I didn't. It just came in at noontime, which, as we know, was 2:30. You don't need to wait for me.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you. Anything from the committee on this bill? Representative Reckitt.
Geez, before everybody falls asleep, I move ought not to pass.
We have a motion on the floor, ought not to pass. Do we have a second?
Seconded.
Discussion on the motion. Jane, can you read that second part? I was looking in my email, but it hasn't come through.
Okay, it says, again, the obligation to retreat only arises when the person can do so with complete safety. In such a circumstance, the use of force is not necessary to avoid death or serious bodily injury. Accordingly, the underlying rationale for the use of deadly force is not present. CLAC members do not believe that self-defense should justify the use of deadly force when that use can be avoided with complete safety. The existing law is appropriate.
Very
Okay,
helpful.
Steph.
Thank you. Senator Searway, Representative Reckitt, are you all set?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, no problem. Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure I get some clarity on this, and I just want to get a viewpoint from Major Scott from an administrative situation if this law passed, if there was a shooting of some sort. I just want to hear it from that end, I guess. If he could come on, that's okay.
Say again who you're asking to speak with. I missed-
Major Scott.
Oh, here he is.
Major Brian Scott.
Luckily, somebody else heard it. Welcome again, Major Scott.
Thank you, Representative Warren. And Senator Seaway, I apologize. I was on mute and turned off my camera because this wasn't my bill. Could you please ask the question again?
I just, Al, are you familiar with this bill? This one that's 1038?
Is that the
I mean,
Stand Ground?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. And I just wondering from your standpoint, what you felt, I kind of think of it, well, maybe I'm a little off, but I'm thinking about like the Waterville situation where there was a bar person and the guy went back in his truck and went. My Zoom keeps going in and out, so I don't know if I'm getting to it.
It doesn't seem like the internet there is very good.
No, it's terrible. And I'm right here in the State House, but it comes and goes.
Senator,
So-
try shutting off your camera for a second and see if you can ask the question so the major can hear you. There you go. Can you try the question one more time?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hopefully. Okay. What I'm trying to do is just get a feeling from administrative end of this bill, because I can see maybe a citizen going and doing something drastically, and then you got to pick up the pieces as far as, the law enforcement going out and handling it. So what do you feel on this bill, if this is, justified or not?
So thank you, Senator Seaway. I think I understood the question at that time. There's a little bit of challenge here for me because we as an agency didn't take up a policy position on the bill. So we didn't work it to the point where our normal folks who are involved, right up through the colonels and others that I report to, where we debate and have conversations about our policy. So since we didn't originally testify on the bill, we don't have a policy position. However, I did hear some questions and some comments that were raised about the ability to use self-defense and the need to retreat and those types of things. So my feeling, based on some of the examples that I heard, were, don't you already have the right to defend yourself in public? Senator, I heard you, in particular, Senator Seaway, ask that during the public hearing. And so my feeling is that if you are placed in imminent risk of serious bodily injury or death, or a third party is, you could defend yourself, whether you are in your home or in the public. The requirement difference comes if you're in your own home, no duty to retreat. In your own premises, inside, no duty to retreat from that encounter. In the public, it does say if you can retreat with absolute safety. So if turning your back puts you in a vulnerable situation during an encounter on the street, my feeling is you wouldn't have to turn your back and be assaulted or killed. You would defend yourself and that you would be okay. But every individual case is going to be looked at in those evaluated circumstances. And the question in the public is going to be, could you have retreated without placing yourself at risk? compared to in your own home, no duty to retreat whatsoever. However, you still are articulating certain things, even in your own home. It's defense of self, defense of others. There are some others that this bill didn't address within the home, so I won't go into those parameters at all. So outside of having a policy position, all I can say is I feel that you can defend yourself in public with the current statutes, provided you feel you are imminently threatened or that of a third party and you can't safely retreat. I don't know if that helps at all, but that's my interpretation on current statute. We just aren't taking a position on whether or not the law should be changed. I apologize for that.
No problem. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the committee? Thank you, Major Scott, for rejoining us. Okay, we have a motion on the floor, ought not to pass. Deb, would you call the roll?
Certainly. The motion is ought not to pass for LD 1138. Please turn on your cameras and unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales is absent. Representative Rackett.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Aye.
Representative Pickett.
No.
Representative Costain.
No.
Representative Rudnicki.
No.
Representative Newman.
No.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Searway.
No.
Senator DeChambeau.
No. Yeah.
Heard you. Got it.
Okay.
Senator DeChambeau. Senator DeChambeau?
Yes.
Thank you. So it's a 6 yes, 5 no, 2 absent.
Thank you, Deb. Okay, I think we've achieved our goals. Anything else from the committee? Senator DeChambeau, do you need to add anything, or are we just back here on Wednesday at 10?
I'm sorry, does Jane need an alternative?
Yes, please.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Representative.
Representative Pickett?
Ought to pass.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, I'm all set for Wednesday, and I'm waiting for a phone call later tonight from Representative Pickett about a meeting tomorrow. So
Yes, and right after we get off here, if I'll give you a quick call.
thank you.
Yep.
So just a reminder for folks, on Wednesday, we start at 10. On Friday, we start at 9 again. So see you all on Wednesday. Thank you. Thank you, Deb. Thank you, Jane.
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
Do we have anything Thursday or not?
Yes, thank you. I forgot. We do.
Okay.
We are putting in a Thursday, starting at 9, trying to just work and clear some bills off our desk. We've got a bunch of work sessions.
I have idea committee at the same time, so I'll probably have 2 screens on.
Okay, well, whatever votes you miss, Deb will follow up with you with an email.
I'll try to keep up with it.
Okay, thank you. I'll see you, Senator, on Thursday. My bill's before you guys on
Okay.
Thursday. So I'm there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.